One day, God got depressed. His console and video games did absolutely nothing to help. So instead of streaming on Twitch, he created a new world and called it the Abyss. Then all kinds of creatures appeared inside that world. A battle for survival began, where the price of one mistake was way too high. Those who were used to picking their noses quickly got sent straight to hell, and those who learned how to kill in seconds received a pretty solid reward. It was a classic Mortal Kombat style meat grinder. After a few years, only the strongest were left. It seemed like this grand performance had finally come to an end. Even the strongest hunters couldn't handle the pressure from the monsters. This guy clearly wasn't afraid of death, because just yesterday, he had lost all his Bitcoin. He told the dragon to go to hell, then sank into the darkness. The second to last death squad had been wiped out, which meant this small group was now humanity's last hope. Among them was a hot Valkyrie named Eris, a nerdy wizard named Keldian, and a desperate cutthroat named Kan. The final member of the team was hiding in the shadows. His name was Han Seo, and he looked like he forgot to save before dying. In reality, not everything was lost yet. The time crystal could still fix everything. They had to go back to the past and rewrite history in golden letters. Now they just had to decide who would do it. Kane immediately volunteered himself. It was like he didn't understand the whole world was at stake, which meant they had to find a more suitable candidate. The thing was, the guy hiding in the shadows was extremely talented. He started his journey later than everyone else, but made unbelievable progress. If he got the chance to start over, a miracle could become reality. Judging by his face, he wasn't interested at all. He wouldn't mind dying and finally ending all this meaningless suffering. After all, the guy had been fighting and suffering for far too long. Every single day he had to kill dark creatures and spill blood without the right to make a single mistake. He wanted to end this torment, but his friends thought differently. The Valkyrie asked her friend to take the risk. She reminded him that only he could fix everything. He had to return to the past and save humanity, and also remember to clear his browser history. Even that bastard Kan agreed with the others. So everything was decided, and now the choice belonged to Han. He thought about it for a moment, then stepped forward. After all, he had fought for too long not to try reaching his goal. The crystal was ready to get to work, but then a problem appeared. A lover of tasty smells had discovered the last death squad. This massive golden dragon clearly hadn't had dinner yet. Instead of running to McDonald's, he decided to snack on human flesh. The friends joined forces and immediately got to work. They had to hold the monster back and buy Han a little time. If the dragon broke through their defense, it would all be over and humanity would die. This time, the golden bastard turned out to be way too smart. He brought an entire team with him to finally get rid of those annoying humans. The Valkyrie had something to say in response. She showed the full extent of her power, and also helped her friends raise their stats. Now the three of them were much stronger than before, but even they had no more than a few minutes of advantage. Long story short, Han needed to hurry up and get back to the past. His friends asked him not to do anything stupid, and of course not to kill any unnecessary people. That was something he couldn't promise. Keldian activated the necessary magic, and the crystal began to shine. Besides saving people, he also had to remember the most important thing. Han had to kill the berserker monarch Clementine, or none of this would work. After that, the friends smiled at each other. Time seemed to stop, and everything around them lit up with different colors. His determined gaze didn't waver for even a second. Deep in his soul, Han firmly decided to see this through to the end, not for himself, but for his friends. By then, the dragons had already broken through the defense, but it was too late. The time continuum twisted, and the world would never be the same again. Han had gone back a full 50 years. Around him were terrified people, and a world after disaster, which meant the party was starting, and it was time to stock up on popcorn. The frightened people didn't know what to do and were clearly panicking. Only one person understood exactly what was happening. Back when he was still a child, people started disappearing from cities. With every year, the number of missing people kept increasing. Then an unknown force took the main character as well. Now all these people had to go through training before entering the abyss. They would move between worlds and fight monsters. Of course, the number of people would keep getting smaller and smaller. Only the strongest hunters on Earth would reach the abyss. Han had kept his skills and experience with him, which meant he could turn on ninja mode and stop worrying about his life. At the same time, I doubt everything would be that simple, because underestimating your enemies can cost you your life. Out of nowhere, some strange, stinking bug appeared. It called itself an instructor and started explaining the rules. Basically, it was just a simple warning that everyone was on their own now. Only the strongest would survive, while everyone else would face a brutal death. All physical limits would disappear, which meant people could now awaken special abilities. In other words, they could turn into their favorite hero from a Marvel movie. Sounds amazing, of course, but there's always a catch. If anyone made noise or asked too many questions, they would be dealt with quickly. Just like this terrified man. Only now did everyone around them realize this wasn't a dream. The panic grew worse, and people regretted not putting on diapers in time. The little bug was enjoying every second of it. Its bloodthirsty soul wanted even more blood and entertainment. It killed a few more people just to make everyone else shut up. My teacher used to do the same thing rang whenever the kids got too loud. That glowing little stone is called a rune. Right after killing someone, a hunter receives their opponent's rune and becomes stronger. Different colors represent different rune stats. In other words, it was basically an invitation to kill each other in order to level up. The instructor was ready to hand out the first rune. Han immediately raised his hand, making it clear he wasn't scared of anything. One touch was enough for him to feel his body becoming lighter and stronger. The instructor reminded them several more times that runes were the most important thing. Only the hunters who collected the most runes would be able to reach the abyss. Those simple words worked instantly. The people turned into bloodthirsty pigs and rushed off to collect runes. By the way, every one of them now had a status window. They could finally check their own progress, which meant there was no need for a new smartphone anymore. The world had changed, and now it looked a lot more like a jungle. The instructor left all those people behind and disappeared somewhere. Only a few seconds later did they realize the tutorial stage had begun. A portal opened, and terrifying monsters came pouring out. Honestly, they looked scarier than Amber Heard without makeup. Some people were given knives, and even chains, but that probably wasn't going to help much against bloodthirsty goblins. The people immediately tried to come up with some kind of plan. Most of them suggested backing off and staying still. Han looked at them like they were kids standing outside a kindergarten. He already knew escaping the tutorial zone wouldn't be that simple. This wasn't some virtual game where you could just save your progress. Everything here was real, with no second attempt. The goblins had been starved on purpose for several weeks. Then they were told that humans tasted like chicken nuggets. Some people still managed to get past the barrier. Turns out, a certain number of people were allowed to escape. The problem was that most of them would still be left with the goblins, which meant saying goodbye to their lives. These idiots didn't understand that they were wasting precious time. They should have been teaming up and fighting the monsters, but instead they were wasting their energy on nonsense. When Han first ended up in this situation, he only survived by pure luck. This time everything would be completely different, because now he had experience. When the goblins closed in on the helpless people, the moment of truth arrived. The first blood was spilled, and try to guess who it belonged to. Han grabbed his weapon and started slicing through monsters like bacon. He had clearly binged a few seasons of a cooking show before traveling back in time. Just look at that movement and speed. As a kid, people definitely called him Blender. And honestly, no explanation is needed. To ordinary people, he looked like a complete maniac. No one even knew whether they should fear this terrifying man or thank him. Han, meanwhile, couldn't care less about any of that. What mattered far more was collecting the dropped runes and raising his stats. Then he decided to kill a few more goblins, simply because he got bored. The monsters paid no attention to the other people. They had only one target, and reaching it was impossible. Every green goblin walked straight into the trap and said goodbye to its life. Han, on the other hand, got a nice warm-up and became even stronger. The people who saw that fight suddenly unlocked motivation mode. They looked like teenagers who had just listened to an Arnold Schwarzenegger speech. After that, a brutal massacre began. Fear moved to the background, because everyone wanted to survive way too badly. By the way, this madness wasn't happening only in this city, but all over the world. The survivors were going through the tutorial stage so they could move on to the next area. In just 3 months, the next stage would begin. That was when all the survivors would realize the tutorial had only been a child's warm-up. While he still had the chance, Han needed to collect as many runes as possible. Forget crypto, NFTs, and Barbie dolls, because runes were now the world's main currency. At some point, the massacre finally came to an end. Han had killed more monsters than anyone else and felt short of breath for the first time in ages. Even the instructor didn't expect that kind of plot twist. They thought nearly everyone would die under the monster's claws. The mission was over, and the people finally had time to catch their breath. The protective barrier vanished along with the instructor, who had barely explained anything useful. Han already knew he had to use this time wisely. He spent his experience points on an upgraded blade. Now he needed to find a fast way to get stronger. To do that, all he had to do was look back and remember one important conversation. Long ago, over a few beers, Han had learned several secrets. Apparently, dungeons existed in this new world. Inside them, hunters could kill monsters and level up their skills fast. If a hunter had enough strength and experience, it was a great chance to grow stronger. And of course, there was the obvious rule. The harder the dungeon, the bigger the reward. Han's goal was now clear. All that was left was to find a dungeon and get straight to work. After every tutorial stage, the number of people would be cut in half. This training would continue for a full 3 months. To guarantee progress, he needed to be smarter than everyone else. Inside the dungeon were 2 hidden treasures he had to obtain. In his past life, Han wasn't lucky enough to get them, but now things were different. He was already ready to head out and start searching, until he heard loud screams. Conflicts were breaking out everywhere, and people were turning into monsters. Filthy bastards had been given permission to do whatever they wanted. Of course, they immediately started grabbing pretty girls and dragging them into dark rooms. I don't think I need to explain what happens next. Han was ready to walk right past it, until he heard his name. Because his life had been so intense, he had completely forgotten what his college classmates even looked like. As it turned out, they had been together before the disaster began. In his past life, they died quickly, so he had even forgotten their names. Now things were different, and it looked like he would have to step in, especially to protect the beautiful Yumi. With looks like that, she was definitely going to have problems. There were way too many filthy creeps around, hungry for something disgusting. When they saw the girl hiding behind Han, they decided to challenge him. The criminals who teamed up knew justice no longer existed in this new world. They were sure they could get away with anything. In that case, Han simply couldn't walk away. He stepped closer and made it clear he wasn't afraid of anyone here. When they didn't take his words seriously, he immediately reached for his blade. Then the big boss stepped out of the crowd. He spoke calmly and clearly, like he had practiced his lines in advance. The boss suggested working together to survive. The offer sounded tempting, but his eyes already said everything. This was clearly a killer hiding his true intentions. The wizard Keldian had asked him not to kill unless necessary. The Valkyrie had said almost the same thing. Han listened to his friend's advice and simply walked away. The criminals decided to leave him alone and clean up the area. After the instructor allowed people to kill each other, their hands were completely free. In the jungle, the strongest survive, which meant it was time for blood. The terrified classmates had no idea what to do. They could feel that their quiet friend Han had changed a lot. Before, he had been an outcast who barely talked to anyone. Now he acted like he had watched every Terminator movie and switched on berserker mode. Long story short, his classmates stuck to him. Han didn't even try to stop them. He had already made up his mind to raise his level. A few minutes later, the group faced a difficult choice: split up and be left alone with the criminals, or head down to the underground subway station and stay close to Han. An awkward silence lasted for a few seconds. Yumi stepped forward, and everyone else followed her. Jin clearly didn't want to listen to some college loser. He was used to being the main star and even thought he was better looking than Ryan Gosling. Whether he liked it or not, he would have to get used to the changes. Han was in charge now, and everyone else had to follow his orders. And Han was ready to prove his leadership with real action. He wasn't the kind of guy who talked pretty. He was the kind who killed monsters pretty. He had just killed an underground worm and pulled out another rune. There were more of those things in the dungeon than idiots in Roblox. The underground parasites turned out to be not that dangerous. The beginners quickly learned to kill them and even got their first runes. At one point, the local quiet guy, San, zoned out a little. One more second, and he would have become parasite food. Good thing Han was nearby and fixed the problem in time. He saved his classmate's life, not to hear thanks, but to get the rune. His friends slowly started getting used to being protected. They even thought this protection would last forever. But they'd better understand that the sooner they became independent, the better. If they wanted to reach the abyss, they had to accept the rules of the game. By the way, hunters had already created simple rules in Han's past life. Whoever killed the monster got to keep the loot. There were no friendly or trusting relationships here, because that kind of thing always ended with a knife in the back. The sooner the beginners understood these rules, the better for them. The hunt continued, and everyone managed to level up. The handsome blonde guy got the luckiest drop. He had just received a crystal containing the essence of the troll tribe. I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds pretty awesome. He had already started imagining himself becoming super strong and beating Han. This guy just couldn't let go of his need to be the leader. As for the rune, it really was a decent one for the early game. The rune would increase defense and even regeneration, but there would still be plenty of precious stones up for grabs later. There was no point going crazy over one rune when hundreds, even thousands, were out there. For example, the wizard Keldian had absorbed more than 1,500 runes. The effect hit harder than 3 energy drinks during a midnight Netflix marathon. As for Han, things were a little different. From the very beginning, he couldn't just absorb all those runes so easily. Turns out, he could control no more than 7 skills. If the team had known that sooner, they would have given him the best skills. In the end, the talented guy was left as an average hunter. For him, it was an incredible weakness and a direct hit to the heart. At the same time, God still gave him something good. Han had infinite skill evolution. That skill allowed him to stand on the same level as the legends of the Abyss. Now that he had returned to the past, everything was different. He could absorb stronger skills and progress even further. He couldn't just pick everything that looked shiny. He had to choose the best skills, and for that he needed patience. Soon the team continued descending underground. Han kept replaying conversations from the past in his head. Back then, he had learned the secret to faster progress. At the very bottom of the subway, there was something extremely important. Everyone was shocked when a glowing portal appeared ahead. The group grew nervous and suggested going back. Han wasn't forcing anyone to stay, but as for him, he was definitely entering that portal. Yumi had no intention of going back. After all, we all know what would happen if she ran into those creeps outside. She firmly decided to go with Han because only he could protect her. As for San, he was also too scared to return. Jin clearly wasn't going to show cowardice in front of everyone else, which meant they kept moving forward no matter what. After entering the portal, the hunters didn't see a single monster. Instead, there was a convenience store in front of them. The people immediately went inside and started picking out everything they needed. Han was here for the first time and tried to remember what the hunter from his past life had said. Maybe he meant that getting to choose free supplies was the real reward. At least this place had everything they needed to continue the tutorial. Yumi's eyes went wide when she saw what Han was doing. He prepared a special bag he had been carrying since the monster hunt. Inside was the blood of green worms, and it looked seriously strange. In reality, he hadn't gone insane. He had simply decided ahead of time to make a truly poisonous weapon. If green worm blood was mixed with goblin skin, it could create one of the deadliest poisons in the entire galaxy. With a poison like that, even strong monsters would die quickly, making victory almost guaranteed. No one around him understood how this guy had so much strange, precise knowledge in his head. Back in his past life, his closest friend had spent hours teaching him and forcing him to write everything down. Since the team didn't know who would be sent back, every single one of them had studied the theory. When someone returns to the past, they don't keep their skills, but experience becomes more valuable than any technique. Still, Keldian constantly reminded him that future knowledge could only speed up the destruction of the Abyss. That meant Han had to use what he knew very carefully, and only in the worst situations. Once the poison was ready, he carefully coated the blade of his dagger with it. Then he told his allies they could use the poison too if they wanted. But things weren't that simple, because from now on, any help would cost magic stones. The days of free support were over, and everyone had to get used to that. In the long run, free help always turned out to be a bad deal. One-sided relationships fall apart fast, and Han knew that better than most. The rookies had no choice left, so they had to make a deal to get some poison. After that, Han kept gathering supplies and packed everything neatly into his backpack. The rookies were too stiff about it and grabbed a huge amount of useless materials. These fools still didn't understand that other people would soon start hunting them. To survive, they would have to bury the things they needed, instead of carrying everything on their backs. Watching Han, Yumi couldn't believe this quiet guy had changed so much. She decided to follow him no matter what and try to awaken her hidden abilities. After the world changed, she definitely didn't want to die, which meant she was ready to work. Only by contributing could Yumi count on Han's protection. She had made her choice, and now her path was tied to this unusual man. Jin didn't like that at all, because he had no intention of giving up the leader position so easily. To stand at the head of the group again, he would have to step over others and progress as fast as possible. In the future, that kind of behavior would definitely cause serious problems. Keldian said people like that were allowed to be killed, but Eris always asked him to be more noble. Long ago, the main character of this story had been much more emotional and open. Now his classmates were struggling to get used to this new version of Han. After decades spent in the Abyss, he had almost no emotions left. Constant battles and endless killing can burn the kindness out of even the brightest person. Apparently, the Abyss was exactly the kind of place where cynical egoists thrived. Here you could only survive by thinking about yourself and using other hunters for your own goals. After moving a little away from the store, Han told everyone to stop immediately. He dropped to one knee and noticed something strange beneath his feet. Judging by the slime, this definitely wasn't a black snail. Han couldn't smell the usual sour stench, which meant something else was hiding here. It didn't look like a zombie either, leaving only one possible answer. Somewhere nearby, there was a land siren, which meant the hunters were in serious trouble. Despite the danger, Han already had a plan and told his allies to follow him. Everyone had to help make a small bomb out of whatever materials they had. If you knew the right ingredients, it wasn't that difficult. Jin kept interfering with the process and trying to act like the leader. Over time, it started getting annoying, and the thought of killing him flashed through Han's mind more and more often. He quickly got himself under control and decided to explain the next part of the plan. While one person threw bottles of burning liquid, the others would attack the monsters. Jin immediately said he wanted to fight and wasn't going to waste time on nonsense. San and Yumi agreed to throw the explosives, just to avoid risking their lives more than necessary. The gentleman had to give the girl that dangerous but important role. Yumi gave him a pleading look, and San had no choice left. After that, they continued forward, fully aware that the fight with the sirens would begin very soon. Fear had settled into each of them, and it showed in their faces and movements. Yumi kept trembling and pretending she was just cold, even though she was really afraid of dying. Then there was no time left to be afraid, because the monsters appeared on the horizon. Han ordered them to follow the plan exactly, work as a team, and stay focused. Yumi instantly opened her backpack, lit the dangerous liquid, and prepared to attack. When the battle began, she stopped hesitating and followed the strategy. The first monster screamed in pain as the fire began eating away at its stinking flesh. It was a direct hit, and no extra help was needed after that. The remaining sirens became easy prey for the team captain, who once again showed his talent. With light, precise movements, he killed 2 monsters and collected several magic stones. Jin didn't want to fall behind and also rushed for the runes, but he lost focus. He failed to notice a siren closing in and ended up in danger. Only thanks to his incredible reaction speed did he manage to pull out the poison dagger and kill the creature. After that, they began fully clearing the area and finishing off the remaining monsters. The hunters moved like one machine, and it was honestly satisfying to watch. Each of them covered the others and wasn't afraid to take the initiative. This was where the poisoned blades showed their true value. Without the extra poison, killing the sirens would have been much harder. But now that didn't matter. Jin was showing his best side and quickly collecting magic stones. But because of his greed, he kept losing focus again and again, which was bound to cost him sooner or later. At one point, a siren attacked from behind and grazed his leg with its poison. The hunter lost his balance, collapsed to the ground, and felt danger closing in above him. The monsters caught the scent of fear and immediately rushed toward him. He screamed and called for help, looking like a terrified child. He didn't care how a leader was supposed to act, because right now he just wanted to survive. Yumi tried to help, but there were no explosive cocktails left in her backpack. All attention shifted to San, who now had to step up. He had always doubted himself, and now fear completely froze his body. He took too long trying to light the mixture, and that worked against the whole team. At that moment, a siren approached him, scared him, and shattered the last bottle. For a moment, it looked like their last hope had been destroyed, and this was the end. Jin panicked and started throwing insults at his teammate. That was when the captain stepped in, having been nearby the entire time. Seeing the danger, Han closed the distance and mercilessly struck the target with his blade. Several monsters were sliced apart, and the rest of the team was saved. Han didn't yell or panic, he calmly ordered them to follow the plan and stay focused. Those were the words of a real leader, experienced and completely cold-blooded. Jin tried to catch his breath, his heart still pounding like crazy. He had never been that close to death before, but that was no reason to stop. Everyone had to collect their runes and keep moving through the subway. The arrogant blonde felt cheated and decided to fix that. He believed he had almost died because of his classmates' shaky actions, so he decided to take their precious stones as compensation for the fear he had suffered. Just like back in university, Jin acted as if he could do whatever he wanted. He grabbed San by the throat and lifted him off the ground, showing off his strength. Quiet, helpless San could do nothing as he choked and begged him to stop. Yumi tried to step in and change the situation, but no one listened to her. Jin wasn't planning to kill his classmate. He just wanted to boost his ego by picking on someone weaker. He wanted to win back his lost authority and grab some extra runes in the process. His plan seemed almost perfect, except he had completely forgotten about the team captain. Han wasn't going to ignore such blatant lawlessness, so he stepped in at the right moment. He stated clearly that no one would take someone else's rewards, unless they wanted to learn who the real boss was. It was obvious those words got under the blonde's skin, but there was nothing he could do about it. Jin seemed to feel his own weakness and decided to back down, at least for now. Now they had to keep moving because there wasn't much time left. Yumi noticed that the other rookie's behavior was starting to irritate the captain. On the outside, though, he acted like everything was fine and didn't bother scolding anyone. Each of them had the right to decide for themselves what to do next. They could follow him or choose their own path, since laws and rules no longer existed here. Thanks to the magic stones they collected, every member of the team raised their stats a little again. Of course, the captain collected the most runes, and a reward followed right away. The instructor appeared out of nowhere and congratulated the player for collecting 50 runes. No one was happy to see him, but this time he hadn't come empty-handed. Han had earned a special prize and got the chance to choose 3 runes of his choice. He could receive any boosts he wanted. All he had to do was name the items. The rookies were clearly jealous of the captain and wanted that same chance for themselves. After thinking it over briefly, Han said he was interested in magic immunity. The instructor had no choice but to obey and immediately grant the hunter's wish. The captain understood that he had to be extremely careful and choose only the best skills. In his past life, he had earned the nickname 7 Stars, and he had no intention of wasting his talent on useless runes. Once all the formalities were over, the instructor said goodbye to the hunters and disappeared again. As they continued underground, they didn't run into any more sirens for a while. In the fights that followed, everyone acted noticeably more confident, even the beautiful Yumi. It was clear the rookies were slowly gaining strength and learning to protect themselves. At one point, they noticed the captain acting strangely again. His hand was glowing in a weird way, and no one understood what was happening. It turned out every hunter could store runes without absorbing them right away. If he died, the stones would go to someone else. But things weren't that simple. At first it looked like a strange idea, but Han never acted recklessly. He knew that in the future, runes would become something like precious metals that could be traded. People would start exchanging these stones and buying different items with them. Jin once again accused the captain of acting only in his own interests. Han didn't care, because he thought like a strategist and focused on the result first. He asked everyone to listen carefully and not interrupt. They still had freedom of choice, but right now they had to follow his order. Whether they liked it or not, every hunter had to hand over their weapon willingly willingly. Jin took it as a joke and said there was no way he was giving up his weapon. He decided Han was simply trying to rob them and leave them with nothing. The captain had been irritating him this whole time, and his emotions finally burst out. Jin told the others not to trust Han and to choose their own fate. His words made sense, but it was important to remember that the captain had always acted for the team. If they didn't want to follow his path, they could simply split up. Down below, on the lower level, there was a monster they would have to face either way. Han offered two choices. He could fight the creature alone, but he would need his allies' weapons, or they could go with him and risk their own lives. Han didn't hide anything and explained his motives as clearly as possible. He had proven more than once that he was willing to help, so most of the team trusted him. The only problem was the blonde, who wanted to seize control. He kept trying to convince the others not to trust the captain and act on their own. At first glance, it might have seemed like the monster below wasn't that scary. In his head, Jin was already counting the reward and imagining extra crystals. Han didn't care what decision he made, because he had his own goal. He remembered his legendary wizard friend, who might now be traveling through the indigo or violet zone. He had to get there as quickly as possible, which meant there was no time left for arguments. In the end, Jin also decided to go down and take the risk. He put on a confident face, called the others over, and soon they agreed. Not even 2 minutes later, they came back with pale faces. Now these fools understood that Han was worth trusting, and that listening to him from the start was probably best. Once underground, they quickly realized the talk about the monster had not been exaggerated. The otherworldly serpent was so powerful that challenging it was pure madness. The rookies immediately scattered, unable to understand how the captain planned to fight such a beast. Even so, Han stayed below, took his allies' weapons, and prepared for a long fight. He already knew what he was going to face and had planned every step. The massive monster sensed the threat right away and began attacking with magical fire from its mouth. To defeat this creature, he had to remember two key dangers. The serpent was excellent at attacking with magic and defended itself with thick scales. That made it the strongest enemy anyone could encounter during the tutorial stage. He needed a large number of daggers to find its weak spot. Some blades broke, but each broken blade brought him closer to victory. After some time, Han found the vulnerable point and began striking it methodically. He moved coldly and carefully, without rushing or taking pointless risks. After a few minutes, 2 daggers had already broken, and time was running out. The monster kept attacking from a distance and refused to let him get close. The exchange forced Han to push himself to the limit. At one point, he took a heavy hit, and warm crimson blood ran down his face. The serpent seemed to sense that victory was near, but the poison had already entered its body. Han knew every blade had been coated with poison, and sooner or later it would work. All he had to do was buy time and wait until the enemy was paralyzed. The other team members were retreating, but Yumi couldn't stop thinking about the captain. Lately, whenever she was near him, she had started feeling strange, unfamiliar emotions. She was worried and couldn't ignore the danger Han was in. Jin noticed this and felt his irritation growing. He had wanted Yumi to be with him for a long time, and now he could see her attention drifting somewhere else. In the end, she decided to take the risk, leave the others, and go down to help Han. It was stupid and dangerous, but her heart told her to do it, and Yumi couldn't fight it. The other hunters joined in as well and went together to help the captain. When they got below, they saw a horrifying scene. The huge monster was gripping Han by his left arm. This was the climax of the long battle, where the winner's fate was being decided right now. Han focused for a moment, snapped back to reality, and delivered a crushing blow. The serpent squealed like a slaughtered pig and immediately loosened its grip. By then, the poison had started working, and the monster trembled as it lost control of its body. In the abyss, monsters evolve over time and grow used to poison. In the future, killing them with ordinary poison would be extremely difficult, and battles would reach a whole new level. But right now, during the tutorial stage, poison was a precious resource that guaranteed success. All that remained was to finish the creature off and try using its scales. Han was surprised to see his allies return, since he thought they were already safe. After defeating the monster, the hunter received a special rune that he wasn't planning to use yet. Jin decided to seize the moment and take the precious stone for himself, so he could get even stronger. He shoved everyone aside and nearly started another fight with San, who was also hoping for a small boost. Someone had to remind them that in this world, selfless acts and friendly gifts no longer existed. If someone wanted a magic rune, they would have to pay a high price, or at least take out some kind of loan. Yumi turned out to be the only hunter who could actually afford it. The blonde already had a precious stone, and San stepped aside for the girl again, acting like a real gentleman. In the end, the stubborn, unbreakable beauty got the chance to increase her stats. By that point, it was clear she truly deserved respect for her strong will to improve. Usually girls like Yumi were the first to die, unable to adapt to the new world. But things were different with her, so even Han paid close attention to her growth. After the battle ended, he hurried to gather several valuable materials. Thanks to his memories from his past life, he could craft himself a new weapon. All he needed was patience and effort to reach his goals step by step. All those long hours of studying theory were now giving him a massive advantage. He planned to create a needle he could use to fight the next monster. The second treasure was already close by. He only had to prepare. This time, the battle promised to be even more brutal, because the enemy was on a completely different level. The huge needle looked like a sword, but it was much thinner and sharper. The blonde became interested in the weapon and even offered all his runes for it. Since there were no materials left, Han had to refuse, and Jin ended up with nothing. Then they continued forward, and finally reached that lonely train in the subway. At that moment their paths split, because Han had to stay alone. He explained that the train would take only one traveler, while everyone else had to return outside. It was clear the rookies didn't want to let him go, and felt unsure without their captain. Jin hated being ordered around, so he started trying to get under Han's skin. It almost turned into a conflict, but the captain pulled himself together in time. He made it clear that he wouldn't let anyone argue or ruin his carefully prepared plan. If the blonde wanted to keep his hairstyle and face intact, he'd better shut up and step aside. The upset rookies left the train and decided to wait for the captain nearby. Jin held on to his resentment even harder and silently promised himself revenge. His thoughts were spinning out of control, and he was turning more and more into a predator with no sympathy. Meanwhile, Han rode the train, thinking about what was waiting for him next. This route passed through 20 stations, and a random artifact appeared at each one. That meant he could build a solid supply of magic items and feel more secure. He already had items he could later sell for a good price. He knew the monster's weaknesses in advance, so he didn't personally need those artifacts. Han hoped that at the final station he would find something truly valuable for himself. He got lucky. He found the maniac cigarettes, and that wasn't a joke. After the first drag, they temporarily boosted a hunter's stats for 10 minutes. In fights against powerful monsters, those cigarettes had saved his life more than once. After the tutorial, they would become useless, but right now, they were the best artifact possible. Looking at the pack, he remembered the past and the gaze of the beautiful woman he had loved. She used to say cigarettes made him look like an old man and constantly begged him to quit. Again and again, she would take them from his hands, saying smoke didn't suit gentlemen. She called his face beautiful and looked at him like he was someone special. Remembering that, Han promised himself that this time, everything would be different. When he got off the train, he saw everyone had already left, so he decided to stop by the store for supplies. Now he could focus on farming runes and completing the available missions. Among them was one especially interesting mission connected to the Philosopher's Stone. This artifact boosted all stats and healed fatal wounds. Just remembering who had completed that mission in his past life sent chills down his spine. It was NB Arin, a member of the Death Squad who entered the Abyss while volunteering at a prison. She trusted criminals more than anyone, but during the tutorial, they betrayed her without hesitation. Rage was born inside her soul, awakening an unbelievable power. Within a week, she tore through everyone, killing and ripping out the hearts of those she had considered friends. After that, she tried to end her own life, and that was how this mission appeared. The story sounded beautiful, but Han decided not to risk it and stick to his own plan. He wanted to save as many lives as possible and act wisely. It was night now, which meant the selfish rich man's bag mission was available. When the hunter entered the store, he found nothing left. The place had been completely cleaned out. It was unpleasant to see people losing their minds over greed. Han wasn't going to ignore this, and he was ready to punish whoever was responsible. It was time to head back to the surface and learn the truth. The bandits had received a hidden message, learned about the store, and taken everything for themselves. The rookies had joined up with old acquaintances and were trying to figure out what to do without Han. No one understood how the bandits had found out about the store, or how they were supposed to survive without food and water. Their commotion caught the attention of one of the bandit leaders. He looked closely at the rookies, smiled strangely, and even waved. Everyone was shocked, but only one person understood who that smile was meant for. Jin turned around and walked away, pretending he just wanted to think. In reality, he knew perfectly well that the criminal had been looking at him. The bandits could not have learned about the store without a rat feeding them information. The blonde had personally shown them the shortcut and helped them clean the place out completely. Jin knew how to create a situation where Han would have to team up with him again. Han would want revenge, but then he would have to fight an entire crowd of bandits. In the end, he would come to make peace himself, and the blonde would get what he wanted. All he had to do was make a deal with the overconfident bandits. After getting many runes, Jin had grown much stronger and showed off his power. One crushing blow was enough to make it clear he wasn't joking. After that, the bandits decided to trust him and followed him to the underground store. That evening, the rookies gathered in a safe cafe to count what food they had left. Suddenly, Han appeared nearby, having just finished his own business. His return immediately brought a smile and relief to Yumi's face. Jin looked excited, expecting the captain to suggest teaming up again. He still didn't know that from the very first minutes, everything would go against his plan. Han first looked at the food supplies, then calmly suggested having a bite. He wasn't in a hurry to solve the supply problem, and simply wanted to satisfy his hunger. The blonde didn't like that, and he wasn't going to share food with someone who had abandoned him. He said this wouldn't work, and urged the others to take his side. For Jin, this was the turning point where he tried to reclaim his lost control. He needed to become the new captain and remove the current leader. Everyone was confused, since Han had already proven himself reliable and fair. They wanted to feed him, but they could see how badly it irritated Jin. Then Han stepped forward and said he wasn't going to pay for the food. He had no money, and if they didn't want to share, he would simply leave hungry. It was an unexpected choice, but it helped avoid unnecessary conflict. Jin knew how to hit a nerve, reminding Han of ghosts from his past life. Back then, he had also had a cocky friend named Kan, who thought he was better than everyone. But deep down, that guy was kind, unlike Jin, who was rotten from the inside. After Han left the cafe, the atmosphere collapsed, and the team began falling apart. They had very little food left, and deep down everyone knew surviving without strong support would be incredibly difficult. Everyone remembered perfectly well that they had only stayed afloat because of Han and his strange, almost terrifying abilities. Just as they were about to start dinner, Yumi suddenly packed her things and firmly left the team. Without looking back, she ran after the guy she had grown deeply attached to in such a short time. Deep down, she hoped he wouldn't reject her, and would agree to take her along, even if the road ahead was dangerous. The arrogant and shameless Jin clenched his teeth and tried one last time to stop her. He had always dreamed of being by her side, and watching that dream fall apart was pure torture for him. He understood that he had made a serious mistake, but his problems didn't end there. Right after that, quiet and calm San also announced that he was leaving the team and had no intention of staying. For years, he had been the blonde's assistant, doing his dirty work and handling his small, humiliating errands. He had endured constant mockery, and even in the abyss, that treatment had not disappeared. Now he decided to distance himself from the person who had always dragged him down and caused problems. There was no point staying together anymore, because this was the law of the jungle, where everyone survived on their own. In just a few minutes, Jin lost almost his entire team because of his own stupidity and was left alone. His carefully prepared plan fell apart, and rage began taking over his mind completely. Han didn't even look his way and calmly led his small team forward, toward new trials. After the recent fight with the monster, his jacket was torn and soaked in blood, so he urgently needed new clothes. In this world, you could take anything you wanted if you had enough strength and resolve. Like an experienced looter, he entered an abandoned store, grabbed a suitable jacket, and immediately turned to his allies. He warned them that none of them knew about the moon that would soon reveal itself for the first time. Only because of his past life did he know that once midnight came, the world of the abyss itself would begin to change. The local moon wasn't just a heavenly body, it was a living organism and a brutal test for rookies. When Yumi saw that giant monster in the sky, her body trembled, as if she had been thrown back into the darkness of the subway. Then terrifyingly strange things began to happen. All the food crumbled into sand right before their eyes. Supplies were already scarce, and now they were completely gone, turning survival into a serious threat. A little later, the hunters noticed that other people had begun glowing in the dark, even through building walls. People didn't understand where the food had gone and started accusing each other of stealing. The system was deliberately highlighting hunters, pushing them toward internal conflict. Everything was designed to make people fight and kill each other, because that was exactly why God had created the abyss. God needed a show, and what was happening clearly entertained him. Screams came from the houses, as people accused each other and threatened violence. This was a truly nightmarish world, and no one could get used to it quickly. Han stayed calm, because he knew everything would happen this way and simply followed the plan he had prepared in advance. At the same time, the blonde and his few remaining allies also noticed that all the food had disappeared. They immediately started blaming Han, deciding he had ruined their lives on purpose. It never even crossed anyone's mind that this might be another test from the system. Real panic broke out in the streets, because the bandits had also lost most of their supplies. They ran through the district, trying to find the person who had tricked them. The tension kept rising, and the smell of blood and an approaching massacre hung in the air. Panic spread among the remaining allies too. Hunger was kicking in, and everyone expected the worst. The blonde suggested hiding somewhere safe and waiting until morning to come up with a new plan. As soon as they stepped outside, a strange green substance grabbed the group's leader. He collapsed to the ground, unable to get up, while his friends didn't even try to help him. Behind him, a group of bandits appeared, led by the boss who had finally decided to take control of the situation. He calmly and politely asked the young hunters to leave and not interfere. Without thinking twice, they turned around and ran, abandoning their leader. And so, the arrogant worm was left alone with enemies who clearly had no intention of sparing him. All the food he had given them had turned into sand, and they considered him the one at fault. To make up for it somehow, Jin was forced to find Han, whose abilities could be useful to the gang. They made it very clear that refusing would cost him his health. On top of that, the guy with the broken nose appeared, the same one Jin had recently clashed with. He had no intention of forgetting the humiliation, and was waiting for the right moment to strike back and save face. Together with his buddies, he started beating Jin, kicking him around like a ball on a dirty field. Covering himself from the blows, Jin watched his allies run away and realized for the first time that he had truly been abandoned. At that moment, something inside him broke, and he swore to take revenge on everyone, even if he had to kill to do it. Sometime later, Holly and Ken finally found their classmates. They were stunned to see that they had somehow managed to cook meat and were calmly eating it. The hungry hunters immediately caught the smell and were sure the food would be shared with them. Reality was cruel. Han coldly warned them not to come any closer. The moment they crossed the line, he sharply stood up, drew his weapon, and made it clear there would be no jokes here. He had no intention of sharing food with people who had chosen a different path and refused to keep following him. Han advised them to go somewhere else and hide until dawn, before the situation got completely out of control. The problem was that by then, angry and aggressive bandits had already tracked them down. They needed a victim to vent their rage over the ruined food and failed plans. The bandit boss knew very well that Han had skills that allowed him to collect an impressive number of runes. He planned to take those stones and use them to expand his influence in the area. The plan looked flawless, but Han had never intended to hand anything over. He knew he was taking part in a mission called the Selfish Man's Pouch. The mission conditions were simple, but only a handful of people knew them. After the living moon appeared, you had to cook and eat as much food as possible. The main goal was to stay selfish and never share with anyone under any circumstances. That was especially hard when starving people were ready to fight over any piece of meat. The bandits who came for the crystals forgot their original goal the moment they smelled the food. Han, however, kept eating openly, completely ignoring their presence. The beaten-up blonde stepped out of the shadows, looking more like a pathetic scarecrow than a leader. He started accusing his allies of betrayal, as if he wasn't the reason everything had happened. The boss sharply cut him off and ordered him to complete one simple but important task. Jin was told to approach Han and try to beg him for some meat. The boss understood perfectly well that the man in front of him had special abilities and was dangerous even alone. Still, he was confident that their numbers were fully on his side. The bandits acted as if they already controlled the situation and had trapped their prey in a corner. Jin obeyed the order and walked toward Han, hoping to somehow fix his position. Yumi coldly warned him not to cross the line, looking straight into his eyes. He ignored the warning, and that became his fatal mistake. In the same instant, Han crushed his right leg with a devastating strike. Jin lost his balance and collapsed, not immediately realizing what had happened. When he saw that his leg was gone, a hysterical scream rang out, followed by meaningless begging. The sight was so pathetic that even the hardened bandits tensed up. A cold wind swept through the street, as if announcing the start of a bloody massacre. Once he snapped out of the pain shock, the blonde began screaming, demanding that Han be killed immediately. He called for help from everyone around, even the same people who had nearly beaten him to death moments earlier. The bandits decided to take the risk and overwhelm the loner with numbers. They thought Han was easy prey, but his calm, cold stare said the opposite. He moved as if he had already lived several lives, while still looking like an ordinary student. Right before the fight, he briefly remembered his friend's advice. His main goal had always been to save as many people as possible and keep humanity from disappearing. But fools and criminals had to be punished. And this was exactly that moment. Using the runes he had stored, he activated a boost without the slightest hesitation. In the next moment, the bandits were facing a man with tripled stats. He charged forward and began beating them down coldly and methodically, as if they were helpless children. Han felt no resistance at all. His battle experience and active boosts had put him on a completely different level. The number of bandits no longer mattered, because his speed had already gone beyond normal reality. It was impossible to react to his movements, so the criminals panicked and started scattering in every direction. Even the boss's reputation couldn't stop them, no matter how much he waved his knife around and tried to give orders. In the end, the bald man was left face to face with someone whose eyes showed no fear or doubt. He tried to hype himself up, muttering dumb motivational lines and promising to kill the little slug. But in his past life, Han had killed so many people that one look was enough to show he wasn't afraid at all. He closed the distance instantly and landed more than 10 precise penetrating strikes in a row. The boss never stood a chance. After one short exchange, he was already full of holes. When the fight ended, countless people were lying around, choking on their own blood. Strangely enough, Han hadn't killed anyone, stopping at severe and painful injuries. That way, he managed to honor the wishes of both his friends, Keldian and Eris. Then he looked at the rookies and calmly said the same would happen to them if they didn't leave immediately. Ken and Holly didn't want to risk it, so they quickly exchanged glances and understood everything. They turned around and ran just as fast as they had when the bandits attacked Jin. With everything handled, Han could calmly sit down and keep eating meat to fulfill the mission conditions. His friends looked at him like he was insane and didn't dare ask any unnecessary questions. Everyone silently finished their portion and waited for the devilish night to finally end. A few hours later, behind the tall buildings of the ruined city, a long-awaited ray of hope appeared. That meant morning had finally come, and the devil moon was supposed to leave this area. In one night, Han managed to eat roughly 3 days' worth of food. He felt full and heavy, like a wild boar with no strength left to be happy. The result came quickly. The instructor soon appeared and handed over the greedy rich man's bag. This bag was especially valuable because it could store a huge amount of food without any risk of spoiling. The supply problem was solved, but far too many dangerous events still waited ahead. Yumi couldn't stay silent and said she was proud of Han for not killing a single person. The leader replied that he would gladly send someone to hell, but saving humanity mattered more than personal wishes. If he only cared about himself, he would destroy every rival without hesitation. But returning to the past was part of a global mission, so he had to act with reason. Han had to establish rules and make it clear that people couldn't kill each other for runes. If he had slaughtered the bandits and taken their loot, it would have set a terrible example for everyone watching. After the world changed, people watched the strongest closely and copied their behavior. Han had become one of the most noticeable figures, so right now, he was the one setting the tone. Unexpectedly, San also decided to speak up, even though he usually preferred staying quiet. He stopped and said he could no longer walk with them, and that their paths split here. Yumi was genuinely surprised, while Han had no intention of stopping the young man. He respected other people's choices and was ready to let even a close ally leave without extra words. Yumi had no options left, so she decided to stay beside the stronger and more reliable ally. Besides, she had special feelings for him, and they were becoming harder to hide. Han saw her fear and inner tension, and deep down he even liked it. Yumi promised to stay with him until the very last day, seeing him as the strongest and most honest person. After that, they continued forward and went back down into the subway. Meanwhile, in the city center, the beaten Jin was still lying there, dreaming of revenge. He nearly choked in a pool of someone else's blood, but after waking up, he immediately tried to rise. Thanks to his runes, his regeneration had sped up, and soon he managed to recover somewhat. While trying to stand, he noticed a large shadow in front of him and heard a familiar voice. It was San, who had come back, even though he could have simply left without looking back. The blonde thought he was finally being saved, helped up, and maybe even given a wooden leg. He was happy, thinking he hadn't been abandoned, but that feeling turned out to be a cruel illusion. San looked at him with cold contempt and wasn't in any hurry to help the man who had humiliated him. He calmly bent down and picked up the dagger lying right at his feet, moving slowly and without a wasted motion. The blonde was sure his partner would now finish off the surviving bandits, and then they would split the reward together. But reality hit far too hard, and in that moment he realized his story was coming to an end. San grabbed his greatest enemy, the one who had bullied him back on Earth during their university days. In this world, the humiliation had only continued, and now it was time to end it for good. No one would ever humiliate San again, because he had promised himself he would become stronger at any cost. The cold blade sank in and tore through Jin's body, leaving him no chance to break free. He groaned, then realized there was no point fighting for a life that had already turned its back on him. The man who had always thought only of himself finally received the punishment he deserved. After the kill, San felt a wave of weakness, dropped to his knees, and nearly passed out. He felt sick, but forced himself to pull it together and tried to collect the dropped magic runes. The bandit boss offered him cooperation and said that together they could go far. San looked at him like just another stepping stone on the path to his own progress. All this time he had been weak and had constantly forced the group leader to cover for him. The captain hadn't even tried to stop San when he decided to leave the team. That only proved he had been too weak, and now it was time to change everything. From that moment on, San promised himself he would grow, improve, and never be obedient again. A few minutes later, every surviving bandit had been coldly and brutally stabbed to death. Dead Inside survived his turning point and finally found something to fill the emptiness inside him. Yumi, while staying beside the captain, kept improving little by following his advice. He told her which stats to strengthen and which skills to focus on. The girl learned quickly and noticed her confidence slowly but surely growing. Whenever she didn't have enough strength to handle the monsters, Han always came to help. With his merciless blade, he split enemies in half and cleared the entire area. After another training session, the instructor contacted them and ordered everyone to gather in the city center. An important conversation would take place at the starting point, and anyone late would be punished. The partners hurried to the meeting place, and on the way they finally had time to talk. Yumi had wanted to ask one question that had been bothering her for a long time. After gathering her courage, she awkwardly asked whether Han had a girlfriend. After those words, an unexpected silence hung between them, feeling endless to her. Yumi was ready to sink into the ground because of that question, but curiosity had won. A guy like Kan would probably have been happy with that kind of attention, but Han was a completely different type of man, and things like that didn't flatter him. He immediately remembered his past love, the one he had lost and still had not met in this life. He couldn't allow himself to lose her again and knew he had to fix everything. Han didn't reveal the truth to Yumi and calmly said he wasn't dating anyone right now. For her, that answer became a bit of hope. helping her move forward and deal with the hardships. The gathered hunters were clearly nervous and tried to guess what would happen next. Somehow they had managed to survive these days. But now the instructor had prepared a new trial. That lunatic had prepared a special kind of gift for them, and no one would be able to ignore it. Suddenly, a magical barrier opened, and a massive altar appeared ahead. On it was a monster desperately trying to break free and feast on human flesh. The creature had not been fed for several days and was literally dying of hunger. If the monster broke loose, the people would have almost no chance of surviving. The altar holding the creature back could collapse at any moment under the pressure of its power. To avoid death, the hunters had several options. They could fight, but in that case, their chances of success were extremely low. There was another path. Sacrifice 5 people every day. After receiving its portion, the monster would fall asleep and stop being a threat for a while. Finally, the instructor showed them a video of people from another dimension. They chose to fight the monster, and in the end, it turned into a complete disaster. It was a clear hint that choosing the second option and sacrificing the weak for survival would be much smarter. Out of 60 survivors, no one wanted to die, but the need to choose was hanging in the air. The trial would last 3 days, meaning they would have to sacrifice 15 hunters to survive. The method for choosing victims was completely unrestricted, and the system set no rules. In 1 hour, the hunters had to make their first choice, after which they would have a full day while the monster slept. The people around them immediately started arguing about what to do next and how to get out of this situation. The sacrifice option seemed the easiest, but sending someone to certain death was hard to accept. Then, completely unexpectedly, a guy stepped forward, who had spent his whole life in the shadows, weak and used to humiliation. Dead inside had returned, and now he seemed to be wearing a new face, one with no fear left in it. He suggested acting without mercy and feeding the weakest hunters to the monster. San took the initiative and decided that he would be the one controlling what happened next. Walking up to the nearest pillar, he showed his strength and destroyed the iron structure with one move. That was enough to make most ordinary people listen to him. He looked nothing like his old self and now seemed like a dangerous mix of maniac and psychopath. Han noticed the change and studied him closely, not missing a single detail. It was clear that San was waiting for the captain's reaction and wanted his strength to be acknowledged. Dead inside wanted unity and hoped to remain an ally. He dreamed of starting over and finally getting everything in this world that he had always lacked. For that, he needed the support of a stronger hunter, but things did not go according to plan. Han said he had a completely different way this could play out, one where everyone could survive. This plan had nothing to do with fighting the monster, whose power grew every time it devoured people. Han wasn't offering a fight, he was offering a deal, and was ready to take all the dirty work on himself. For that, he demanded enough runes to boost his stats and personally kill the monster. The weaker hunters immediately grabbed onto this chance and started urging the others to listen to him. Opinions split fast, and there were several reasons for that. Many survivors had no runes at all, because they had preferred hiding and avoiding fights. Others didn't want to share their loot, and thought sacrificing the weak would be an easier way through. Even Han's promise to kill the monster didn't gain full support, because the price seemed too high. Obviously, he was also planning to use the maniac cigarettes he had obtained near the start. To obtain the second hidden treasure, he had to kill a monster even Keldian and Eris had failed to defeat. Rumor said only the berserker King Clementine had succeeded, and even he had nearly died in the battle. Time was running out, so the hunters had to be pushed into making a decision. A girl named Hulk refused to share her runes and offered her own alternative. She wanted to feed the weak people to the monster, believing that would leave everyone satisfied. The situation was heating up fast, and one spark was enough to set everything off. One careless word was all it took for a fight to break out, and it was already hard to stop. In desperate situations, frightened people lose control of themselves very easily. Han had tried to do the right thing, but in the end he had to put out the fire himself. He loudly addressed the hunters and harshly ordered them to stop immediately. If they were that stupid, he still had a few truly unpleasant options left. When he voiced his ideas, the people around him felt a chill and trembled with fear. He made it clear that he was ready to feed all the weak to the monster if they refused to share their runes. This decision clearly revealed the main character's nature. When the goal mattered, Han could be ruthless and completely cold-blooded. Han calmly and harshly explained what would happen to them if they didn't pay the runes, and his words sounded frighteningly convincing. Within a few minutes, the argument died down. Both sides reached an agreement, and the hunter from the past began preparing for the coming trial. Yumi hoped everything would go without incident, and that the fight would follow the plan without any unexpected complications. At that moment, San approached her, deciding to offer cooperation and invite her into his new team. He spoke confidently, promising quick growth and extra progress, while trying to look like a reliable ally. But no matter how pretty his words sounded, Yumi stayed cold and refused to be persuaded. She clearly felt that beside Han, she would gain far more than any promises from someone else. Besides, only near him did she feel she had a real chance to survive in this merciless world. Returning to the negotiations, it was worth noting that Han showed rare flexibility for this situation. For those who couldn't pay right away, he offered an alternative without unnecessary emotion. Such people could take a kind of loan and return the runes within the next few days. At the same time, he warned them in advance that trying to run would cost far more than any payment. Han didn't tolerate deception and made it clear he would track down and kill anyone who broke the deal. While he prepared for the fight, San had no intention of staying out of things either. He noticed how sharply Yumi had grown stronger recently, and it bothered him more than he expected. The former loser felt he had to prove his worth and reach a new level. A plan began forming in his head, and very soon he started putting it into motion. First, San arranged cooperation with a group of adventurers. These people had joined forces to survive and didn't mind making new connections in an unstable world. Besides, San already had a small team of his own, which helped him quickly find common ground. Meanwhile, at the altar, the main character was finishing his battle preparations. He kept replaying every step of the plan in his head, leaving no room for chance. The demon from hell clearly wasn't going to die easily, so winning required using everything available. Taking a drag from the cigarette, just like in the old days, Han sank into his memories for a moment. His body became lighter, his movements faster, and his stats shot up almost twice over. Confidence filled him completely, and the demon seemed to sense it, reacting to the new threat. So far, only one person had ever managed to obtain this stage's hidden treasure. Now the real question was whether the hunter from the past could repeat that result. The more hopeless the task looked, the more valuable the reward had to be. Han raised his weapon and jumped onto the demon's head like this was just a normal warm-up. Creatures like this are born with innate skills that turn them into perfect killers. This demon had two abilities in particular that made it deadly. The first was intimidation, a skill that could paralyze a victim with a single look. The moment you met its eyes, your body refused to obey your will. Any hesitation ended with the demon releasing its claws and destroying the target. On top of that, monsters like this recovered their strength by killing new enemies. Once it smelled blood, the demon grew stronger, and Han had no right to make a mistake. Luckily, he knew a proven way to limit this creature's movement. Random strikes against its hide would do nothing and only speed up his death. It was much smarter to strike precisely, aiming for the nerves and strengthening the attack with poison. That was exactly how the otherworldly serpent had been brought down earlier, and the tactic was worth repeating. The nerves were located between the joints, and one accurate strike was enough for an instant effect. The demon roared, feeling for the first time that it was no longer the hunter but the prey. Now he needed time for the poison to spread through its entire body. The main thing was to survive those minutes and avoid a fatal mistake. Han maneuvered and dodged the attacks, but his stamina was slowly draining. He clearly understood that his current body was far weaker than the one he had been used to in his past life. The strain he once handled was impossible now, and it restricted every movement. For decades in the abyss, he had survived through instincts and battle experience, not raw strength. Kan once told him that predicting an enemy's actions was a fighter's greatest weapon. Back then, Han only smirked, but over time he realized how accurate those words were. As the years passed, his experience grew, and he truly began seeing attacks before they happened. Now he conserved his strength, moving only as much as the situation required. All that remained was to keep a cool head and act with calculation until the end. At that moment, several uninvited figures suddenly appeared inside the altar. It was the group of adventurers who had come here with San. They had supposedly joined forces to help the main character, but each of them had their own hidden agenda. Dead Inside was acting for personal reasons, while the adventurers wanted to see Han die. They had no intention of paying runes and planned to set up his defeat during the fight with the demon. Suddenly, San started shouting loudly, as if he was drawing attention on purpose. They had agreed to move quietly, but he seemed to forget every condition and every part of the plan. Someone tried to stop him, but no one took his strange behavior seriously. Later, they would realize that the cold-blooded killer had already started forcing his own game on them. Only Han, noticing what was happening, immediately understood that something was wrong. The adventurer team slowly began heading down, planning to interfere in the fight. They saw that the hunter fighting the demon was truly dangerous and needed to be removed. The plan was simple. Wait for the battle to end, then attack the exhausted Han with the whole team. The adventurer captain moved carefully, remembering what had happened the night before. He still hadn't recovered from the shock of watching this guy fight an entire crowd of criminals. His cold-blooded nature stood out clearly, as if killing had long stopped meaning anything to him. It felt like he came from a world where emotions had already been burned away completely. Together with Hulk and several allies, they began carefully approaching the altar. San and his small team stayed behind them. At some point, everything went wrong, and the stairs suddenly began to collapse. It was an unexpected outcome none of them had managed to predict. The adventurers crashed down, making noise and drawing the demon's attention. By then, the monster was seriously hungry and no longer holding back its thirst for blood. Down at the altar, the pressure felt much heavier than above, and every step was difficult. The adventurers, who had been so sure of their success, suddenly panicked. Their darting eyes, shaking hands, and sweat-covered faces gave it all away. They expected Han to help them fight, but he suddenly left the battle zone. His goal was to kill the demon, but the uninvited guests ruined everything, so he refused to take the risk. Once the weaklings died, the monster would recover its strength, making the rest of the fight pointless. Han had no intention of teaming up with weak hunters and wasting his precious time. He calmly turned around and walked to safety, like nothing had happened. In a panic, the adventurers started looking for the support they had arranged beforehand. That was when San appeared in front of them, openly mocking the situation. He made it clear that he was the one who destroyed the stairs and dropped them straight into the demon's mouth. Only now did they understand the full weight of their situation. Their time to choose had run out, and the problem had solved itself. The monster needed 5 people fed to it each day, and now there were enough victims right in front of it. Now they didn't even need to fight to win one more day. The adventurers screamed and called for help, but it was nothing more than their final agony. Once the beast opened its mouth, no one could escape punishment. Han watched his rivals die calmly, feeling nothing but emptiness. Then he walked over to his classmate, trying to understand his real motives. San had changed too much recently, and now his actions were becoming unsettling. Dead Inside talked about wanting to be useful, but his words sounded fake. He asked to be used and offered to keep their friendship. Han looked carefully into his eyes, trying to figure out what game he was playing. In reality, it was simple. San felt that Han was different from everyone else. Even with overwhelming power, he had not killed a single criminal. Even at the altar, he had not broken his principle or killed without necessity. Although everyone understood perfectly well that he could have destroyed them all without much effort. San understood this and offered an alliance as a way out, counting on mutual benefit. He asked Han to use him for his own goals and let him stay nearby, so he could speed up his own progress. This guy wanted to be taken along and finally get the chance to become a great hunter instead of someone's eternal shadow. In a way, they were similar, and that similarity could be felt not just on the surface but deep inside. Still, Han was in no hurry to accept the offer and coldly refused to cooperate at first. San stayed persistent, saying that every great hero's path always brings unpleasant and dangerous people. To avoid wasting time on them, you need someone nearby who is ready to handle the dirtiest work. This guy was ready to clean up messes and remove problems, as long as he could remain in the main character's shadow. The offer looked both interesting and dangerous, so Mr. Seven Stars seriously thought it over. He gave him hope, saying he would definitely consider the offer later. Still, he guaranteed nothing, and San could only wait patiently for his final decision. The next stage of the tutorial would split everyone up anyway, so there could be no promises. Han still had doubts about this guy, but he couldn't deny that the offer sounded tempting. His main mission was still saving humanity, and for that, any method was acceptable. On that path, people who stood in his way would definitely appear, and for those cases, he needed an executioner. An executioner was someone who acted in place of the monarch and handled all the dirtiest work. Every legendary figure in the future would have executioners ready to stain their hands for their boss. Right now, San could become that executioner, and it would truly bring Han closer to his goal. Some problems would have to be solved the dirty way, so refusing an offer like this would be foolish. When the second stage began, Dead Inside might change his mind and reveal his true face. But if that didn't happen, Han would still give him a chance to prove himself in action. For now though, he had another duty, and he had to finish what he started. As soon as the monster felt hunger again, it ran into unexpected trouble. This time, no one was going to feed it or put it to sleep, because it was time to end this. The long battle came to an end, and the flesh-eating beast never managed to destroy the altar. It was completely wiped out by a man living his second life. The hidden quest was complete, and now all that remained was to claim the special reward. A reward like this was truly worth risking his life for, because in the future it would give him a huge advantage. The Ring of Nirma, the Vampire King, finally ended up in the main character's hands. This ring would allow him to evolve and win even against the strongest enemies. Every artifact in the new world could evolve together with its owner. Evolution was always accompanied by a change in color, becoming brighter and more saturated. This applied not only to artifacts but also to runes, which gradually changed color as they grew. Unique artifacts had always been considered the most valuable items for any hunter. That meant throughout their entire existence they had only ever had one owner. Nirma's ring became Clementine's symbol for a reason, and helped him reach unbelievable power. His opponents were literally torn apart whenever he activated this secret artifact. Now that treasure was on Han's finger, giving him an advantage over his past life. For now, the artifact was colorless, but over time it would grow alongside its owner. He needed to gradually get stronger and sharpen his skills so the ring could start working in real battle. Either way, the first step had been taken, which meant he could prepare for the second stage of the tutorial. After defeating the terrifying monster, Han stepped out to the people and received the attention he deserved. The gathered hunters were shocked and couldn't believe their own eyes. He had actually done it, even though defeating the demon had seemed impossible. The trial time came to an end, and everyone felt the world begin to change again. The altar disappeared, the quest was complete, and now they had to prepare for the next stage. Ahead of them were several relatively calm days they could spend hunting and polishing their skills. Unexpectedly, Yumi admitted she could no longer walk the same path as Han. She felt she had to find her own way, and San had promised to help her with that. For a moment Han felt a slight disappointment, but he quickly brought his emotions under control. In any case, the next trial would have separated them anyway, so this decision was probably for the best. He wished her luck, and she smiled back, saying that next time they met she would definitely show him her strength and progress. That moment was still ahead, but for now it was time to say goodbye and walk separate paths. Before leaving for good, Han turned to the mysterious psychopath and briefly said he accepted his offer. From that moment on, Dead Inside officially became his executioner, someone who would handle the dirty work for the sake of future progress. Another week passed after that conversation, and the instructor finally returned to the group of survivors. Without any extra ceremony, he announced that the second stage of the tutorial had officially begun, and it was time to change locations. Everyone around was tense and trembling with fear, fully aware that each new trial was worse than the last. Even Han, while looking calm on the outside, could feel that the risks would only get higher from here. Hunters from different stages were mixed together and scattered into separate rooms. All kinds of people had gathered here, from helpless rookies to experienced killers and outright psychopaths. To continue the tutorial and move forward, they had to pass a recalculation. That meant no more than 7 people could remain in the room, and 1 person had to die. Everyone immediately tensed up, but there was no genuine shock on the hunters' faces. They had already seen something like this before and understood that trials like these would become normal in the new world. Many noticed that Han was among them, and his name had already become famous. Almost no one had seen him in person, but rumors about him had already spread between worlds. One confident girl stepped forward and suggested they not drag out the decision. She coldly declared that only those who truly deserved it should remain. Right after those words, a real bull of a man named Dekol stepped forward. He showed off his strength and made it clear he had no plans to leave the world of the Abyss that easily. His runes and his skill, which let him boost his stats with magic, impressed even seasoned fighters. He could coat his weapon in his own magic, but he wasn't the only worthy opponent here. The healer named Kangmin immediately stood out. Cold, composed, and level-headed, Hanchul looked like a true professional, a calm and cold-blooded fighter you could rely on. There was also a young family with no skills, fully aware of how easily they could be eliminated. The girl noticed their fear and unexpectedly felt pity. Her name was Jimin, and right now she decided to make the choice for everyone else. She confidently stepped forward, drew her weapon, and pointed it straight at the bull. The devilish smile on her face made him freeze in fear. A moment later, blood was spilled, and the one who thought he was the favorite was sent to the world of the dead. He couldn't do anything as Jimin's dark energy seeped into his body. Everyone around was stunned, and definitely hadn't expected things to turn out this way. The bloody ending came from an unexpected direction, becoming a classic plot twist. After killing her opponent, the girl immediately took his special rune and felt her body grow stronger by the second. She offered to divide the remaining ordinary runes fairly among the group. With one strike, she removed the strongest fighter, and the question of who had to die solved itself. Her action unexpectedly made life easier for the people who had no skills at all. In the previous life, these people died, but now they had a new chance. Events were starting to unfold in a much more interesting way, and this would seriously affect the future. Once the conditions were met, a new world opened before the hunters, called the Path of Ascension. The task here was simple: keep climbing higher and higher for several months straight. All of this was meant to bring them to the dormant volcano at the center of the second floor, their first major objective. Once the tutorial ended, the world of adventure would fully open to them. The instructor wished everyone luck and disappeared again, refusing to interfere. The hunters immediately began climbing, while Han, as usual, kept to himself. Some tried to talk to him, but he clearly had no interest in getting close. At one point, the father of the family panicked and shouted for everyone to move faster. Right before their eyes, the bridge began to collapse, and speed was the only way to survive. They managed to reach the top, where the instructor was already waiting with a reminder. He warned them that over time, the lower islands and bridges would collapse, and this rule could not be ignored. While Hanchul tried to bring the team together, Han kept to himself and thought only about his own goals. He acted distant, almost antisocial, and noticeably damaged the group's mood. At the same time, his actions carried so much confidence that people naturally started following him, as if he knew the way. Moving through the jungle was actually interesting, and at first the hunters didn't run into any serious problems. But after several hours they still hadn't found a single bridge upward and slowly began losing patience. At some point someone noticed Han constantly chewing on something, and it clearly didn't look like a normal breakfast. He calmly chewed on oak bark and explained that he was using it as an antidote. At first, no one understood what he meant, since an antidote was only needed against poison. Apparently these people still hadn't realized they were about to face giant mutants in the jungle. The anacondas had finally come out to hunt, which meant a new fight was waiting ahead. These monsters weren't too dangerous on their own, but their numbers quickly turned the battle into a problem. Several snakes attacked the hunters at once, but soon went straight to meet the devil. Fighting them wasn't easy, especially since the family of ordinary people was completely useless. The father openly stated that he wasn't going to take risks and would only think about his wife and daughter. The problems didn't end there, because the healer wasn't in a hurry to join the fight either. He claimed he couldn't risk his life, since he would be the one treating the wounded afterward. On top of that, he immediately warned everyone that healing would cost extra, paid in magic stones. The guy was a total psycho but also a born businessman, which meant only the craziest hunters would be doing the fighting. After several hours, the area was finally cleared, and the group could catch its breath. Then Hinchul was contacted by his captain, who was trying to scout the situation. He made it clear that he wanted his assistant beside him on a higher island of this level. Han instantly caught the conversation and understood a lot thanks to his sharpened hearing. What sounded like an ordinary chat actually mattered a lot in the context of the new world. It seemed that even in the early stages of the Abyss tutorial, monarchs were already beginning to form. A monarch was, above all, someone capable of leading followers. In his past life, Han had plenty of friends with that title. He had seen their number of followers grow day by day, giving them a huge advantage in battles and adventures. A monarch gives the members of their clan a special symbol, creating a strong bond between them. They can communicate with one another and always come to each other's aid. Maybe in the future, Han would also have to become a monarch, because saving humanity would require every method available. Another wave of anacondas was completely wiped out, and it was time for a short break. However, Han had no intention of stopping and confidently led the group onward, as if he knew the exact direction. He wasn't interested in climbing to the next island. All his thoughts were on the mutated snake's lair. The rune-devouring monster had been nearby this whole time, and now Han had sensed it. An adult anaconda would be a deadly problem for anyone who dared to challenge it. The rest of the group clearly wasn't thrilled about the idea and didn't want to risk their lives for no reason. They suggested Han calm down and keep climbing upward without unnecessary danger. It seemed they still didn't understand the real situation in the second stage of the tutorial. Han wasn't walking with them, they were following him. If anyone didn't like that, they could leave. Han wasn't holding anyone back or trying to convince them. In the end, the hunters decided to leave the madman alone with the anaconda and continue climbing. Only Hanchul looked thoughtful, as if he didn't want to abandon Han by himself. The healer walked up to him and made it clear that people like Han were better left with their own choices. He noted that Han had never once asked for healing, which meant he could handle himself. Mr. Seven Stars got what he wanted and was left alone with the dangerous monster. The fight with the anaconda turned out to be extremely difficult, but Han stayed one step ahead the entire time. He could feel that the snake was using rune power and had powerful defense. Its attacks were weaker than the flesh-eating beasts, but its defense was on an elite level. Breaking through directly was impossible, so Han had to fight smart. A snake always thinks about its nest first, and Han knew exactly how violently it would react to any threat against that place. He quickly figured out that if he attacked the lair itself, the snake would lose its focus and start acting on impulse. Rage would take over completely, and in that short moment he could catch the monster off guard. After waiting with almost Grandmaster level patience, Han suddenly pushed off the ground and delivered a crushing strike without any wasted movement. The cold wind seemed to carry the monster's soul away, leaving its massive nest completely unprotected. And that was where the thing Han truly needed was waiting. The egg of the rune-devouring snake. For the little snake to hatch, all he had to do was bring a magic stone close to the egg. This creature was far from ordinary and could be useful even to skilled, experienced hunters. The principle was simple: feed the snake runes and it would process them. In return, the snake would spit out new runes with the right stats and matching color. For a hunter like Han, this was a massive advantage, letting him choose the exact boosts he needed. In this life, he couldn't afford to repeat his past mistakes, so every step had to be careful and precise. While Han continued climbing toward the next island, the young family suddenly ended up in mortal danger. The island map turned out to be practically useless, and after a few hours they were completely lost. At some point, a disturbing rustle came from the thick bushes, and everyone instantly tensed up. The family saw their whole lives flash before their eyes, feeling completely helpless against the local monsters. But then a familiar face unexpectedly stepped out of the brush. Mr. Seven Stars had appeared before them. He had killed the monster alone and returned without any serious injuries, leaving the rookies genuinely stunned. Han had no intention of staying or helping anyone, but he was honestly surprised to hear that the team had split up. It turned out that after his fight with the giant anaconda, the hunters had a serious, line-drawing conversation. They decided they would no longer support the weaker members and split up for good, without looking back. From that moment on, it was every person for themselves, and the law of the jungle was back in full force. Han wasn't planning to help the others, but he also wouldn't stop anyone who chose to follow him. The rookies immediately tagged along with him, knowing this was their only real chance to survive. Now, whenever monsters appeared, the talented hunter was the one doing all the dirty work. He cleared the area, then calmly processed the gathered runes with the little snake. His stats were rising little by little, even if not as fast as he ideally wanted. Little Chan looked at him with admiration and said she also dreamed of becoming a warrior like him. Her father clearly didn't like those words and told his daughter to act more modestly and not get ahead of herself. Soon their path came to an end because a long dark tunnel appeared up ahead. The rookies took the risk and entered it with Han, though their hearts were pounding from the tension. Inside, they saw a large group of other hunters who had already been there for a while. That meant they had survived and reached the finish, completing the first round of trials. The sergeant, the healer, and the assassin were genuinely surprised to see their companion calmly reach the tunnel. They had been sure he would die fighting the anaconda, but Han had escaped with only a scratch. At that moment, the instructor appeared, and the tunnel exit was automatically sealed. The first floor was partly cleared, but that didn't mean the interesting part was already over. Now everyone who had reached the top received tickets as a reward. The little purple slime announced that the hunters would climb to the next island by activating their tickets. 3 people could board a boat together, but each of them would still end up on a separate island filled with monsters and traps. 2 hunters could activate 3 tickets and reach a chosen island, but there would be no guarantee of safety. However, there was also the most profitable option of all. 1 hunter could gather 3 tickets and personally choose their destination island. In that case, they would bypass the dangers and land straight on an island full of treasure. To do that, they would have to kill other hunters and take their tickets. Everything was designed to spread chaos, and the instructor clearly succeeded. When the fight began, Han immediately understood that he couldn't waste a single minute. He saw many people dropping to their knees and begging him for help as the strongest warrior. Not everyone here was a real fighter capable of protecting themselves. The young rookie family needed support again, but this couldn't go on forever. The sergeant decided to step in and clearly show that in the new world, only the truly strong survive. He was tired of watching rookies cling to others and slow down the progress of experienced warriors. He was genuinely glad to see that Han had survived the anaconda fight and decided to offer him something special. The sergeant had already spoken with his monarch and received permission for a possible new team member. If Mr. 7 Stars wanted to grow stronger, he was being offered a place in an elite clan without any extra tests. For any other hunter, that kind of offer would have looked like a gift from heaven. But the man with past life experience calmly refused without asking questions and simply walked away. From the outside, it might have looked like he didn't understand the benefit and underestimated the power of clans. In reality, Han knew exactly how those structures worked and what price had to be paid for them. In this new life, he had no intention of being a pawn, and planned from the start to take the place of a monarch. Meanwhile, the battle for tickets was quickly escalating and spinning out of control. People were ready to do anything just to earn the right to move safely to another island. They choked each other, shoved each other, and acted worse than wild beasts, forgetting every rule. It was a sharp contrast to the first trials, when many still tried to hold on to their humanity. The rookie family could no longer keep climbing and had finally run out of strength. They were too weak, and in the end they lost their daughter in the brutal fight for survival. Han was sure this was a carefully staged performance created by the instructor. He knew some of the deaths were deliberately arranged to pour fuel on the fire and break people down. It even amused him a little, and he had no intention of showing unnecessary pity or sentiment. After the sergeant, Black Widow Jimin approached him. She already knew Han had rejected the clan's offer, but she still didn't lose confidence. The girl offered him a place on her team, promising better terms and freedom of action. The answer was exactly the same. Han calmly said he wasn't interested. Right now, he was focused only on moving to the next stage and wanted to act coldly. After a long and bloody battle, most of the professional hunters took possession of tickets and moved upward. Only the rookies were left below, desperately needing support and help. All of them looked at the strongest hunter, hoping he would be the one to decide their fate. A short pause followed, while the instructor carefully watched the young man's actions. He wanted to see how a person would act under the pressure of a crowd's fear and other people's expectations. After a brief silence, Han said he had no intention of saving losers drowning in the sea. He had returned to save humanity, but he wasn't going to slow his own progress for other people. Those who failed to adapt to the new reality would have to stay here forever. After saying that, he calmly turned around and walked on as if nothing had happened. The instructor was not disappointed by the hunter's cold, calculated choice. Han helped no one, and that became his greatest sacrifice, both moral and physical. To save an entire species, sometimes individual people had to be sacrificed, and he knew that better than anyone. He had to grit his teeth and focus on the goal, ignoring the screams of the dying weaklings. And so another trial ended, and it was time to get acquainted with the central island. The central island had several rules that were vital to remember. First, every hunter had to understand that the crystal in the castle had to be protected day and night. They also had to strengthen themselves through the dungeon unique to this region, and of course they had to constantly repel waves of monsters that kept crashing against the tower. Each time, stopping those creatures became harder and more dangerous. Skeletons felt no pain or fatigue, and their numerical advantage played a decisive role. Despite their individual weakness, they had too many advantages, and living people suffered because of it. To deal with the threat somehow, the main monarchs gathered around a round table for a serious discussion. Among them was a cold and restrained leader named Park Junuk. Beside him was the wise Juhin, who preferred practical and carefully measured decisions. The monarch of the Noah clan, a girl named Shaya, supported more aggressive action. The monarch of the Smog clan, Mr. Ligu, stayed silent until he completely lost control of his emotions. Today they were facing a truly serious problem, because the tower walls could no longer withstand the monster's endless pressure. There was a severe shortage of people, and the main reason was the hunters who refused to join the clans. Many solo hunters kept working on their own, ignoring orders and the shared threat. They calmly went into dungeons, leveled up, and acted like the monster attacks had nothing to do with them. In the end, a harsh proposal was made. Bring these people under control and force them to defend the tower. Without their help, there was no point even dreaming of stopping the next wave. If everyone worked together, this problem wouldn't exist at all. That was how things used to work, since everyone's survival directly depended on the shared defense. But everything changed when hunters began returning from dungeons with rare and powerful artifacts. Once the solo hunters gained power, they decided they no longer needed to cooperate with the clans. While the monarchs were arguing, troubling and extremely unpleasant news arrived. A conflict had broken out below, quickly growing beyond a minor clash and dragging even the major clans into it. One of the solo hunters had failed his part of the dungeon work and angered the boss. A moment later, he was screaming in pain, feeling some unknown force burn through his flesh from the inside. The mysterious man in dark clothes, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked like the final boss of the entire underworld. He tortured the rule breaker without mercy, clearly showing what awaited those who ignored orders. One of the solo hunters couldn't stand the sight and decided to rebel. He pulled out a dagger filled with mana and rushed forward, trying to strike from behind. The plan was far too naive and posed no threat to an experienced hunter. The punishment was brutal, and it didn't end with a simple knockout. The offender was quickly restrained, knocked unconscious, and then had both legs broken so he wouldn't move again. Han made one thing clear to everyone. Anyone who tried to go against him would be destroyed without hesitation. After that, he calmly went upstairs and gathered all the monarchs around him. Mr. Seven Stars spoke as if he owned the place, and everyone else was expected to listen. He stated directly that the fortress was falling apart and wouldn't last long in its current state. The people who had gone into dungeons with him would now take part in defending the tower. They would replace clan fighters on the front lines and risk their lives for the shared goal. The plan looked logical and well thought out, but the monarchs clearly benefited the most from it. They tried to figure out Han's true goal, but he wasn't showing his cards. Either way, they had no real choice. All they could do was trust him, and those who didn't want to agree quickly realized they had no right to refuse. To prove it, Han activated his invisibility technique and attacked from behind. He moved silently and precisely, showing off an almost absurd level of control. Ligu felt the cold edge of a blade at his throat and immediately understood that silence was the smarter option. From that moment on, all the monarchs agreed to cooperate, since the deal only brought them benefits. Han finished applying pressure and calmly left the meeting room. Starting the very next day, urgent work began to reinforce the walls and prepare for the next battle. The wounded were treated as quickly as possible and sent straight back to their positions. The monsters may have retreated, but they left brutal wounds on both the bodies and minds of the hunters. Gradually, the solo hunters from Han's group began working together with the clans. At first there was tension between them, but over time they learned to move as one. They destroyed a massive number of monsters, and their contribution became truly valuable. Han watched the entire process like a top-tier judge. Sometimes he personally joined the fight, proving that he was ready to back up every word he said. The sergeant kept offering him a place in the clan again and again, but always received the same refusal. Soon nobody cared about that anymore, because repelling the attacks became more important than ambition. When the instructor realized the spectacle was becoming too stable, he decided to interfere. After a short 2-day lull, he appeared without any warning. From now on, demons would take part in the battles, and they were far stronger than ordinary skeletons. As a questionable consolation prize, the instructor promised that hunters would receive small crystals for killing demons. Those crystals could be exchanged for weapons and artifacts in the virtual shop, which sounded like a decent reward. Many hunters were even slightly excited, but they still didn't understand what kind of creatures they were about to face. Even lesser demons could create massive problems, and very soon, everyone would learn that the hard way. When the portal finally opened, the first of those monsters began stepping out, warping the air with its mere presence. There was nothing flashy or majestic about it, but its power could be felt even from a distance. Someone had to challenge it, yet not a single hunter dared to make the first move. The crowd parted when they saw a fearless warrior roll up his sleeves and calmly prepare for battle. It wasn't hard to guess who it was, because only one person was capable of that kind of courage. Raising his sword, Mr. Seven Stars rushed forward and struck the demon first without hesitation. For the first few minutes, he deliberately pushed the pace, testing the enemy and reading its behavior. Either he would break the enemy immediately, or he would quickly learn its strengths and weaknesses. Despite the level gap, Han didn't even consider retreating. He could feel that his defensive abilities had recently reached a completely new level. The problem was offense, because he didn't know how to break through the demon's dense defense. He had to use the artifacts he had obtained in the deep dungeon at considerable risk. Little by little, it started to work, and his strikes began landing more often. To protect itself, the demon was forced to activate its magic core. The counterattack was so powerful that the hunter was thrown several meters back. Han heard his own ribs crack, and then an explosion thundered out, making everyone flinch. Only the magic sword softened the damage enough for him to survive. For the first time, those watching the battle saw Han in a truly vulnerable position. People tensed up, breathing faster as they felt the situation slipping out of control. The monarchs had to order their fighters to join the battle immediately. Only teamwork could lead to victory, even if not everyone believed it. Black Widow and her monarch were in no hurry to interfere, preferring to observe Han's abilities. They felt that he still hadn't shown all his cards, and a second round was inevitable. The demon smelled blood and moved forward, making the battle even more savage. Its grin looked like a challenge thrown at all of humanity. Its fire attacks became a true disaster, since only a few hunters could block them. People died, burning alive, and a wave of panic quickly crashed over the tower's defenders. When even experienced hunters started dying, it became clear the demon was almost impossible to stop. The warriors who had come to support Han faltered and began retreating. In that moment, he realized once again that in the abyss, you couldn't rely on anyone but yourself. By then, he had partially recovered and decided to make a desperate move. Gathering all his mana, Han unleashed a death strike, and the demon felt a real threat for the first time. Both of them were wounded, and it felt like the next exchange would decide everything. They closed the distance, raised their weapons, and froze for a split second, as if the world had stopped. In that moment, speed meant absolutely everything. The hunters on the walls froze as they saw a blinding flash of light. The demon screamed, trying to intimidate its opponent and break his will. But Han activated an icy tornado and made it clear that today he would not take a single step back. Near morning, the battle finally came to an end and finished with humanity's victory. Right after that, the castle repairs began under the clear command of the clan leaders. Near the tower walls, two old acquaintances met, Black Widow and the sergeant. The conversation was awkward, since both of them had received the same orders from their superiors. They had been told to watch Han and try to figure out what he was really planning. Lately, this guy had been making the monarchs nervous, and they had no idea what to expect from him. At the same time, Mr. Seven Stars wasn't doing anything suspicious. He simply fought, rested between battles, and methodically improved his stats. Thanks to his involvement, defending the tower became noticeably easier, especially with the solo hunter squad. But for the monarchs, power had always mattered more than lives, deals, or talk about the future, and that shaped every decision they made. They could clearly feel one man chipping away at their authority, and that irritated them more than any outside threat. Today, the clan alliance had gathered not for dialogue, but to tighten control and remove anyone interfering with their influence. After his victory, Han felt no joy, only a heavy moral fracture and exhausting fatigue buried deep in his body. His body was running at its limit, because the battle had lasted all night without giving him a single second to breathe. The moment one demon fell, another stepped out of the darkness, and the cycle of violence closed around him again. He risked his life not out of madness, but because every action served a clear and cold purpose. He deliberately gathered and combined every crystal he earned, knowing that wasting them on small purchases would lead to failure. Now, after obtaining the legendary weapon known as Kratos' Judgment, he was ready to shift the balance of power. With this artifact, the upcoming battles would become easier, because its abilities covered his previous limits. There were about 10 days left until the siege ended, but even that didn't worry him. With his new weapon, even the strongest monsters were no longer a wall, but a problem that required time and calculation. He knew perfectly well that the monarchs were preparing a hidden move, so he calmly waited for the moment they made a mistake. Whatever happened next, he planned to stay one step ahead and give them no chance. When the 10 days came to an end, the instructor appeared before the survivors again without warning. He was smiling, but his eyes showed irritation that too many people were still breathing. To shake up the tutorial and add more chaos, he announced a completely new stage of trials. The bodies of fallen monsters began fusing into a grotesque structure right in the center of the castle. The process took only minutes, until the central island's hidden quest fully activated. The Demon Queen, who had long been hiding in the darkness, finally got her chance to step onto the stage. This battle promised to become true hell for the hunters if they chose to run. Once again, they were given a choice: risk everything at once, or sacrifice part of the group so the rest could survive. There were more than 1,000 warriors in the castle, and every one of them desperately wanted to stay alive. In theory, everyone could be saved if they activated the central crystal in time. But, as always, the instructor saved a trap for the very last moment. Only 500 people could be transferred to the safe zone, no more. Everyone else would stay here and become food for the Demon Queen, with no chance to escape. The hunters exchanged glances, instantly realizing a new wave of internal slaughter was about to begin. They had made this kind of choice before, but this time the price was terrifyingly high. Some monarchs didn't want to risk it and immediately suggested starting the selection of sacrifices. The solo hunters hated that decision because they understood exactly who would be chosen first. The strong clans were once again planning to sacrifice the weak and get rid of dead weight. They had done it before and were ready to do it again without a drop of regret. The tension kept rising, and it felt like one word would be enough to make everything explode. In moments like this, Han preferred to step in, because his plan was already ready. He didn't want meaningless sacrifices and openly declared that this time, everyone would have to unite. If they all wanted to survive, the Demon Queen had to be killed by their own hands, even if the chance looked impossible. Han spoke firmly and confidently, forcing the decision through with his reputation and strength. People had doubts, but every one of them remembered what this man was capable of. A moment later, shouts of support rang out, and most of the hunters stood on his side. Even some clan fighters who respected Mr. Seven Stars supported his proposal. To make sure no one ruined the plan, Han gripped his weapon in advance, ready for the worst. He knew the monarchs couldn't be trusted, so he decided to act himself. The central crystal was destroyed by his own hands without the slightest hesitation. Now there was no path of retreat, and everyone understood it. No one could run anymore. Every person would be forced to fight until the end. The ordinary hunters supported the decision, and Han's authority grew even stronger. The excited voices quickly died down, because ahead of them waited a battle with the merciless Demon Queen. The doors of the main tower swung open, and the hunters prepared to step inside. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy, filled with the smell of sulfur, cold wind, and the feeling of disaster approaching. Visibility inside the tower was almost zero, so they had to move slowly, checking every step by touch. Those without real battle experience were visibly nervous, shaking as if the cold had slipped under their skin. The Demon Queen sensed the intruders and instantly sealed the doors, turning the fortress into a complete trap. The walls closed in, then the ground suddenly dropped beneath their feet, making people lose balance and grab their weapons. Almost immediately, starving monsters began crawling out of the darkness, as if they had been released to meet the hunters. The creatures attacked chaotically, trying to spread fear, but Han ordered everyone not to panic and to stay calculated. He reminded them these were just ordinary dungeon creatures, and they shouldn't scare anyone planning to survive in the abyss. To reach the Demon Queen, they had to pass through a massive portal guarded by a gatekeeper and its helpers. This was the first serious obstacle on the way to the final battle, and many could feel they weren't ready. Han spoke with confidence, but everyone understood that from here on, they would have to prove their worth through action, not words. He could feel people nearby who could be trusted in a critical moment, and that gave him some calm. If they worked together properly, they had a chance to break through without unnecessary losses. Mr. Seven Stars moved first, deliberately taking the lead and setting the pace. He approached the huge demon and activated the devil chains without hesitation, stopping the enemy from moving freely. Massive monsters like this could break an inexperienced hunter's will with appearance alone. But thanks to his experience, Han read the enemy's movements in advance and refused to let it control the fight. He took the first blows himself, then the chains closed around the demon and locked it in place. For several seconds, the other warriors silently watched him hold the monster back alone. Eventually, their conscience won, and the fighters began moving forward, deciding to join the battle. Working together, they charged in to support Han and stop the demon from breaking free. The demon felt a coordinated human assault crash into it from every side, and for the first time, it shook under the pressure. Its main weapon was still fire, which it could use non-stop, burning the space around it. The flames were so dense that even reinforced blades began melting after a few clashes. Han understood they couldn't drag this fight out, so he headed straight for the enemy's heart, ignoring the danger. People tried to stop him, shouting warnings that the flames could incinerate anyone who came too close. But he knew exactly where to strike to reach the demon's core and cut off its source of power. He already knew the location of the ignition crystal. All that remained was to endure the pressure and reach the target. In the moment of impact, time seemed to freeze, and the fighters around him felt a brief but real sense of relief. The flames vanished, and with them the demon lost its greatest advantage on the battlefield. But the price was high. Many ordinary hunters had already suffered serious injuries. Adventurers from different guilds were badly prepared for this level of threat and couldn't withstand the pressure. Even without its core, the demon remained deadly and kept resisting with savage force. At that moment, several clans joined together and took a wait-and-see position, in no hurry to help the others. It was clear they had come here for their own goals and were preparing their next move. Seeing so many wounded, Legu demanded that Han take responsibility for what was happening. He claimed the leader of the solo hunters had brought people into this battle, so the losses were his fault. The sergeant immediately took Han's side and suggested they stop talking and focus on the fight. This whole time they had been fighting almost without support, while the Alliance simply watched from the side. To prove his strength, Ligu sent forward an elite assassin squad from his clan. These fighters moved with coordination and cold precision, attacking the demon from several directions at once. Their training was obvious right away. Their movements were sharp and free of hesitation. Before entering the abyss, many of them had served as soldiers and mercenaries, used to real war. After joining the clan, they went through proper training and quickly adapted to the new conditions. The other clans also had strong warriors, but they were nowhere near this level. Han ordered them to fall back, deciding to finish the fight with the gatekeeper himself. After giving himself a short breather, he activated the vampire ring and sharply boosted his stats. The burst of energy was so powerful that the demon was pierced through like thin metal. Everyone who had doubted him fell silent, realizing they were looking at a fighter on a completely different level. It became obvious that Han still had the situation under control and had not lost his composure. With his new weapon, he easily held back several gatekeepers at once, keeping the battle from spiraling out of control. He expertly shut down enemy attacks while controlling the battlefield and guiding the warriors on his team. After the demon died, Han stopped, straightened up, and looked directly at Li Gu. That man had caught his attention long ago, because beneath his calm exterior, Han could sense a rat's nature and the stink of betrayal. When the last gatekeepers collapsed onto the stone, a heavy, awkward silence settled over the area. The crystals left behind by the monsters were immediately used to heal the surviving hunters. The Red Monarch hadn't created the alliance only to strengthen himself and secure his own power. Deep down, he wanted to get rid of Han, and more people were starting to realize it. Park Junuk and Shia refused to take part in dirty schemes and knowingly sided with Han. They saw the future in him and were ready to follow him, even knowing how cold he could be. Mr. Seven Stars himself understood exactly what was happening, but he had no intention of rushing things. He chose to wait for the Alliance to make the first move so he could act based on their mistakes. It was a cautious and mature decision, even if it gave his enemies a small advantage. Either way, the squad had to move deeper into the tower and continue searching for the Demon Queen. Many hunters were badly injured and urgently needed proper treatment. Some were not lucky at all and never made it through that bloody stage. Among the solo hunters was a girl who had learned from childhood how to draw men's attention. Her looks and the way she carried herself made people's eyes slide over her face and body against their will. A hot little thing named Soyeon walked almost right up to Han, as if testing his self-control. She acted like he already belonged to her, which clearly annoyed the people around them. Soyeon hinted that her boss had been interested in Han for a while, and would soon want to speak with him. She didn't reveal who she worked with, and simply asked him not to join any other clans. Han gave no answer, only looked straight into her eyes with calm focus. The girl smiled faintly and walked away, as if nothing had happened between them. She usually stayed close to the solo hunters, most often hanging around the healer Kang Min. There was no time left for extra drama, so the group had to enter the portal. When everyone was ready to continue the fight, a familiar and painfully disgusting voice echoed through the hall. The instructor mocked the adventurers, saying only complete fools would choose to fight the Demon Queen. As always, he had forgotten to mention one important detail. They didn't actually have to kill her to move on. They only had to survive the fight for exactly half an hour, and the mission would automatically count as complete. Right after saying that, the instructor disappeared, and false hope for an easy outcome spread among the hunters. But that was only an illusion, because the Demon Queen was the strongest test of endurance so far. Even Han had never faced an enemy like this in his current life, so the pressure inside him was especially sharp. Still, his experience told him things were not as hopeless as they looked at first. Standing before them was only a half-weakened version of the true monster that lived in the depths of the abyss. But even in that state, this fight was definitely not going to be an easy walk for the group of adventurers. They would have to give everything they had, knowing even their best might not guarantee victory. Han always preferred action over wasting time on pretty but empty words. Instead of giving a long motivational speech, he decided to show the right path by example. Without any preparation, he rushed forward and unleashed a series of attacks on the Demon Queen from every direction. The aggressive demoness answered with a loud laugh, accepting the challenge and revealing her true power. The queen summoned a massive werewolf and ordered it to feast on human flesh. Almost immediately, ghostly spirits appeared from the void, locking down the hunter's movements. All of this had one purpose: to completely cut Han off from his allies' support. At the same time, the clan alliance was in no hurry to step in and kept watching from the sidelines. They were waiting for the right moment to stab him in the back, and no one doubted it anymore. The queen sensed the division between the humans and knew perfectly well it worked in her favor. Even weakened, she still had a massive reserve of power and stamina. To truly weaken the queen, they first had to wipe out most of her servants. In this battle, Han could unexpectedly rely on people he had once considered direct rivals. Today they proved they could sacrifice themselves for the common goal and everyone's survival. By joining forces with them, Han briefly felt something rare, as if fate itself was on his side today. While he held back the Demon Queen's assault, Li Gu finally made his next, long-planned move. The red cloak suddenly flashed forward and landed a dirty backstab on a member of another clan. He used the chaos of battle, planning to eliminate all his rivals and move to the next level without interference. Even those who had called him an ally a minute earlier instantly became enemies. A bloody meat grinder erupted between the humans, and that chaos worked perfectly for the Demon Queen. Li Gu had never cared about other people's lives, only his own power and personal progress mattered to him. He dreamed of entering the abyss as a special figure, one of the strongest warriors of his era, and that path inevitably meant stepping over others and offering them up as sacrifices. Han managed to steal a few seconds and break away from his direct clash with the Demon Queen. He stood across from the Red Alliance, calm and in no rush to begin the fight. He had a plan from the start and knew exactly what words needed to be said now. Mr. Seven Stars had no intention of stopping what was happening, and instead offered temporary cooperation. Li Gu clearly hadn't expected that turn, but he decided it would be stupid not to hear the offer out. Their short conversation lasted only a few minutes, and then the battle continued as if nothing had happened. There were fewer monsters now, fewer humans too, while debris and bodies slowly filled the tower's main hall. Even the once majestic walls were stained with blood, giving the scene a dark, dramatic weight. After dealing with the Alliance, Han focused completely on the main target of this battle. His allies were exhausted and could no longer support him effectively. When the last servants fell, only Han and the Demon Queen remained on the battlefield. Her imposing figure could shake anyone, but Han refused to allow himself even a second of weakness. No matter how hard it became, he remembered his purpose and his responsibility for humanity's fate. He deliberately drew the queen toward himself and bound her with devil chains, limiting her movement. Han loudly ordered the others not to interfere and gave himself time to finish the fight. He had already read her intentions and was ready to face the inevitable fire attack. It was pure agony and a desperate, almost hopeless attempt to overturn the battle's outcome. For one moment, everyone truly thought he had died, because the fireball hit him directly and seemed to leave no chance. Almost at the same time, the system announced that the mission conditions had been completed, and a new portal opened in space. When the thick smoke cleared, Han rose from the ashes like a phoenix beginning a new life after death. The participants now had the chance to move safely to the next island. But the Demon Queen still hadn't said her last word. Despite her formal defeat, she decided to rise fully from the abyss, breaking the very nature of the trial. It seemed her rage over losing was so strong that she was ready to ignore the rules and interfere with the rookie's tutorial. For the first time, the instructor's appearance actually saved people's lives, because he personally stopped the queen. The message was clear: no one had the right to break the established rules, or the punishment would be truly brutal. Once the queen was forced back into the abyss, people finally breathed out and felt the relief they had been waiting for. Only the monster's weakened shell remained in reality, and now it had to be destroyed completely. The hunters fulfilled their purpose by surviving the full 30 minutes of brutal combat. Now they watched with grim satisfaction as the remains of their enemy were methodically finished off. The instructor pretended everything had been part of the plan, even though it was clearly pure improvisation. Once the formalities were complete, the path upward opened again, and the ascent continued. This trial had only one reward, and it had to go to the person who contributed the most to victory. Han deservedly received the reward, and was even briefly surprised by its true value. Now he had the Demon Queen's heart in his possession, ready to use whenever he needed it. This artifact could raise his stats to the absolute limit for a full day. However, afterward came a brutal backlash that would nearly reset all his stats to 0. An artifact like this could only be used once, and only at the most critical moment of his life. People congratulated each other on the victory, realizing they had survived the impossible. Soon conversations began about the Red Alliance, which had mysteriously disappeared. Many tried to understand what had happened, but Han stayed neutral and refused to show his cards. In reality, his secret negotiations had allowed him to remove unnecessary enemies in advance without starting an open war. He knew those people had already been eliminated somewhere deep in the forest on the next island. The cleanup was handled by one of his assistants, a man in a black cloak who worked without making noise. A few minutes earlier, the Alliance had calmly left the previous island and moved on to the next stage. They appeared at the foot of a massive tower where leveling up could be done quickly inside. All of this became possible thanks to temporary cooperation and a gift from Han. He asked the Alliance not to interfere with what happened next and handed them a small item to reach the new stage. Li Gu agreed without hesitation, since he gained an advantage while risking almost nothing. He thought he had outplayed fate, but very soon everything fell into place. The Alliance came under a sudden attack and lost every fighter in a very short time. They didn't even have time to understand who was attacking them, because the enemy stayed completely invisible. One fighter was enough to wipe out a professional clan of assassins. Within minutes, Li Gu understood this was the end, even if his body refused to accept reality. A piercing blade struck straight through his heart, and from that moment on, he would never cause trouble again. The surviving Alliance members begged for mercy and tried to buy their lives with money. The mysterious masked killer didn't listen and moved coldly, as if he was enjoying the slaughter. Soon it was over, and a suffocating silence settled around the heavy smell of blood. The killer removed his mask, and it became clear he was the main character's old classmate. San had fully accepted the role of executioner, as if he had erased his old name completely. Han had contacted his ally in advance and ordered him to handle this dirty work. When the right moment came, the executioner entered the forest without hesitation and removed everyone in the way. Now he calmly waited for new orders and his next meeting with his boss. Sometime later, another serious clan approached that portal. They saw the pile of bodies and tried to understand what had happened here. Their true motives remained unclear, but from their conversation, their intentions were easy enough to guess. These adventurers were ready to kill competitors for rewards and further progress. They took a favorable position and decided to wait until other participants started coming out of the portal. Anyone who appeared from there would be killed without hesitation, all to strengthen another monarch. The island map given by the instructor clearly showed hundreds of stages they would have to climb through. All the islands were divided into 3 main groups, and the path always began with the so-called Path of Ascension. Then came the second group, which included the central island where the battle with the Demon Queen had just taken place. And the final part of the tutorial was the dark, infamous Tower Island. The rewards there tempted many people and made them lose caution. But Han immediately warned his allies that this route was too dangerous and did not forgive mistakes. Many were eager to go to Tower Island, but he strongly advised against it. While greedily eating another portion of food, he calmly explained in detail where the deadly risk came from. He stressed that everyone had the right to choose, and everyone decided their own fate. But he honestly warned them that those who went to Tower Island would gain no progress and only die. The beauty in the short skirt listened closely to every word, never taking her eyes off him. Today she looked especially tense, though she tried to hide it behind an indifferent mask. After some time, most adventurers still decided to listen to the leader's words. They were exhausted after the long, brutal battle and didn't want to risk themselves again. Choosing the safe route and heading to a calm island made far more sense than fighting another abyss mutant. One by one, the adventurers passed through the portal, thanking Han for his help and support. He deliberately waited and made sure the last of them disappeared. In the end, only he and the mysterious beauty named Soyeon remained. She clearly wanted to wait until he entered the portal, and that was no coincidence. She understood what was happening, but acted like she was willing to play by someone else's rules. As soon as he disappeared, she immediately contacted her monarch and reported that the target was approaching Tower Island. All the professional killers instantly went on high alert and reached for their weapons. They were ready to behead the talented hunter without the slightest hesitation. The monarch personally took charge and coldly promised that this time, he would handle everything himself. Without middlemen or mistakes, he rushed forward, clearly sensing that the very opponent he wanted was about to appear from the portal. When a flash of light tore through space, he barely managed to stop himself, and only luck saved Soyeon from instant death. She had been sure Han had already passed through this stage and was long dead, so she allowed herself a relaxed confidence. In reality, Mr. Seven Stars had never appeared here at all, and had once again played an entire clan like fools. Those hoping to profit from his crystals, artifacts, and reputation were left empty-handed today. Soyeon reported that this man had warned the others about the danger ahead of time. He had done it loudly on purpose, without hiding, so everyone would hear him and refuse to go to Tower Island. Those words finally pushed the boss over the edge, and he stopped hiding his rage. He took the whole thing as a personal humiliation and promised to erase Han with his own hands. From that moment on, every member of the clan received a direct order to search for the hunter with devil chains. A large bounty was placed on his head, and the hunt officially began. The monarchs had long been used to removing competitors for easy loot and peaceful growth. They quickly realized that killing people was much easier and more profitable than risking their lives against abyss creatures. That practical approach slowly turned them into hyenas who had lost what little humanity they had left. After some time, everyone scattered, carrying the bitter aftertaste of failure with them. At that moment, the portal opened again, and the main character calmly stepped out. Another pause had saved his life again, as if bluffing had become one of his natural skills. He didn't rush and went to find the person who had helped him earlier in the dark forest. The executioner had completed the order perfectly and earned his master's approval. More than that, he had found the earrings of the 7 relatives, exactly as he had been asked. At first glance, these earrings looked like a useless trinket, but in reality, they gave a massive advantage. Once worn, even the toughest alpha male would turn into a stunningly beautiful girl. The appearance changed completely, and even an experienced killer would struggle to control his instincts. Meanwhile, on Tower Island, a colorful and extremely dangerous crowd had gathered. Not everyone understood how deadly this place could be, and many had come there chasing fast growth. Among them were some of Han's old acquaintances, people he had crossed paths with in earlier stages. In his new appearance, Han tried not to draw attention, but honestly, he was doing a terrible job. His unnatural beauty attracted more stares than gold or crystals. He approached one of his old acquaintances and offered temporary cooperation. A new quest would start soon, and it was a convenient time to form a team. Han used his usual language and familiar phrases, but no one recognized him. After a short discussion, several scattered groups prepared to enter the portal at the same time, each hiding their true intentions. The tower never knew peace. Adventurers endlessly ran missions, breaking their bodies and minds while leveling skills through blood. Some sincerely believed in teamwork and mutual support, while others lived by every man for himself from the very first step. Hardened professionals stood beside people who had simply been lucky enough to survive this far without understanding how. After a while, the group entered a dungeon, where they were immediately met by huge armored beetles with sharp mandibles. There was so much blood, screaming, and cracking shell that even the gods watching this were probably satisfied. In the very first clashes, Han felt how seriously the earrings of the 7 relatives restricted his movement. His stats had dropped by almost half. His body felt strangely heavy, and every movement required focus. Where brute strength and fists used to be enough, he now had to rely on a blade and precise calculation. Instead of one strike, he needed several, and that quickly drained his precious stamina. Despite the limits, he kept methodically destroying monsters even in the body of an attractive girl. The curvy figure drew plenty of attention, but no one recognized the real danger hiding behind it. By that point, troubling information had begun spreading through the tower floors. Anyone who found the hunter with devil chains would receive a generous reward from the clans. That was exactly why Han had temporarily changed his appearance, to disappear into the crowd. His cold, confident actions stood out, but no one even imagined who he really was. The guy in the red cap said with admiration that he wanted to meet Han one more time. In the past, he had seen Han pull civilians out of hell and protect inexperienced rookies. He had left a strong impression back then, pulling civilians out of chaos and covering those who could barely stay on their feet. To the guy in the red cap, Han had long since become something like a living benchmark, someone worth looking up to. Han was pleased to hear those words, but right now, his own progress and control over the situation mattered far more. After the monster squad was destroyed, the moment everyone had endured fear and pain finally arrived. The distribution of the portal's main rewards. For that one moment, the hunters had fought shoulder to shoulder, briefly forgetting clans, ranks, and personal gain. But, as often happens in the Abyss, someone decided to ruin everything at the worst possible time. The stronger adventurers exchanged glances and, without a word, stabbed the people they considered dead weight in the back. For the inexperienced fighters, it was a brutal shock, one that made many of their legs give out. People fell, screamed, and tried to run, while only the luckiest managed to survive. Han didn't back down and calmly accepted the fight, moving hard and without hesitation. Even in a woman's body, he moved faster and cleaner than most people around him, breaking their rhythm and confidence. The guy in the red cap relaxed too much and offered the girl a place to hide behind his back. He truly believed he was protecting a harmless beauty, never noticing the cold calculation in her eyes. When he turned around, the crossbow was already aimed right at his face, and there was no time left to understand. In the next instant, his world went dark, and his body collapsed onto the stone floor of the dungeon. The girl calmly took his crystals without a trace of doubt or regret. Right after that, she contacted her monarch and reported that Han had not been found on this stage. Once the call ended, Han decided to play her own game against her and stop hiding. When the devil chains closed in the air, the little assassin finally realized she had been hunting a predator, not prey. She stood there in silence, lips trembling as she stared at someone far more cunning than she had expected. Now she couldn't contact her monarch, because from this moment on, Han was the one setting the rules. He made it clear that he had been hiding behind the mask of a beautiful girl this entire time. He couldn't help remembering events from his past life that had suddenly become useful today. Back then, he had spoken with one of the adventurers and learned a great deal about Tower Island. It was not only the perfect place for rapid progress, but also an extremely dangerous and treacherous territory. The adventurer had advised him not to trust anyone and to keep looking around, because betrayal multiplied here at a terrifying rate. After analyzing his stats, Han felt that his growth had slowed down noticeably. Artifacts no longer gave him the boost he needed, which meant it was time to replace them with something truly valuable. Right now, many players were preparing to climb to the second floor of the tower, where the instructor was already waiting. Tower Island had only 3 floors, so there were just 2 steps left before the tutorial period ended. The second floor was associated with Treasure Island and enormous opportunities. Here they had to fight monsters and try to claim the relics those monsters guarded. To do that, they would have to work as a team and then decide the fate of others. Whoever obtained the artifacts would be able to decide how many people advanced to the third floor. Everyone hurried to split into teams, knowing that was the only way to succeed. Even clans that hated each other temporarily forgot their old grudges. The first minutes of chaos gave way to hunters slowly drawing closer to one another. Han paid no attention to any of it and focused entirely on his own goal. Today he chose the solo path again and decided to act without any support. One of the monarchs noticed the strange aura coming from him, but soon tried to push the thought out of her head. On this stage, it was possible to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, which Han had learned about from his close friend. Many artifacts could merge together and create more powerful weapons, and that was exactly how the Philosopher's Stone had appeared. Han, during his tutorial period, noticed that all the magic orbs he had collected fused into something greater. Thanks to that, he made a discovery and declared himself the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. In reality, he was just greedy, trusted no one, and only happened to notice the treasures merging on their own. Still, his words mattered now, because Han was seriously interested in finding the Philosopher's Stone. He drew his weapon and prepared to shape his fate with his own hands. To do that, he had to meet the local monsters and show them exactly who was in charge. Soon, many players heard loud noises coming from deep inside the forest. Almost immediately, the system announced that the second guardian was dead, just like the first. Adventurers gradually pushed deeper into the forest and ran into new monsters more and more often. The number of hunters slowly dropped because the battles were brutal and merciless. The monarch known as White Star sensed that the guardians were not being killed by the clans. She felt a special energy, as if all those clean, beautiful kills were being carried out by one powerful solo hunter. Yunhua ordered her team to stay alert and move faster, so they could claim at least some treasures in time. Meanwhile, many clans changed their tactics and began acting differently. Instead of fighting monsters directly and hunting relics, they took a wait-and-see position. The plan was simple: avoid risk and wait until another clan obtained a treasure. After that, they could attack, remove the competition, and take the main prize without unnecessary danger. It was inhuman and truly cruel, but those were exactly the kinds of plans that survived and thrived in the abyss. White Star accidentally overheard one of these conversations and immediately understood that the situation was heating up fast. She was careful and observant, but not enough to notice the approach of a strong, oppressive aura. Han appeared suddenly, caught her off guard, and almost immediately decided to offer something while pretending to be friendly. He calmly said the other clans were already preparing an attack, and the only way to avoid disaster was to strike first. White Star could destroy her rivals and then force or persuade some of them to join her team. That way, she would remove the threat and greatly increase her own influence at the same time. In return, Han asked for nothing, presenting it as simple friendly advice that would work in her favor. Yunhua listened to him because she felt the strange, uneasy rhythm of his heart. She didn't know why, but the moment she looked into his eyes, she felt drawn to trust this man. Dark energy slowly soaked into everything around them, making the space feel muted and the air heavy as mud. On top of that, Han immediately realized she was a monarch, even though White Star was trying hard to hide it. She promised to consider his words because in this situation she had almost no choice left. If she didn't strike first, the other clans would definitely win this battle, and there was no doubt about that now. It was still unclear why Han had chosen this tactic and was handing useful advice to his competitors. Most likely, it served his own interests again, and he was once more playing the game like an experienced puppeteer. After that, they went their separate ways, and all that remained was to prepare for the most interesting part. White Star and her team launched a counterattack and paralyzed one of the clans in a short time. They tried to intercept those warriors and force them to fight on their side. Few agreed willingly, but a harsh and merciless approach quickly changes how people respond to such offers. Soon, the system notified everyone that the main guardian had been killed, and the treasure had officially passed to the adventurers. One of White Star's assistants found the treasure near a nearby tree, as if someone had deliberately left it there. Everything felt strange, and she clearly sensed that someone hidden was behind this neat outcome. Either way, White Star's clan received the treasure, which meant the mission was formally complete. Now the monarch could decide for herself how many people would move on to the next stage. Everyone grew visibly nervous, realizing Yunhua could abandon them and move on alone. At one point, she even deliberately slowed down, deciding to mess with her team's nerves a little. In the end, she showed them mercy and announced that absolutely everyone would advance to the next stage. A little later, the portal opened automatically, revealing the way to the third floor of Tower Island. Frightened and exhausted adventurers rushed toward the safe zone as quickly as they could. They believed things would be easier there, not understanding that the tower's third floor was the place most similar to the abyss. Everyone was sure Han was already far ahead and had long since climbed to the third floor. In reality, he was still watching the other clans and had no intention of forcing things too soon. He wanted to overhear conversations and understand what plans the Dark Monarch was preparing. His task was to follow the members of that clan and make sure they led him to their leader. Remembering his past life, he couldn't forget the countless hours spent in Keldian's office. While studying theory with his friend, he had learned a lot and prepared for many things in advance. Back then, they had planned to clear this tutorial and destroy the Dark Monarch, who had become a serious threat. This man had committed countless horrible acts and had done everything to doom humanity, even without realizing it. The adventurer team had only one chance at victory, and they weren't going to waste it. Each of them clearly understood that the tower's third floor was the threshold to another world, filled with devilish creatures. The monsters living there had reached an entirely different level of power through endless twisted evolution. Attacking the monarch head-on was impossible, because his intuition had developed to a frightening degree. They had to do everything possible to make sure he never saw the attack coming, and only then would they have a chance. On the second floor, Han managed to obtain a worthy imitation of the Philosopher's Stone. It would boost his stats and help him finish what he had started in the next stage. The Dark Monarch was already waiting, and all that remained was choosing the perfect moment to end his pathetic existence. Meanwhile, the first clashes with monsters were already in full swing on the third floor. The Dark Monarch gave brutal orders and confidently led his team forward. No matter how others in the New World felt about him, this man was genuinely talented. He had gathered the strongest clan around himself, one that feared even the most dangerous monsters. Every member of the clan knew their role clearly and carried out orders flawlessly. Their cold calm stood out even in moments of extreme pressure. At the same time, their leader never hid behind others and always entered battle personally. He led the team from the front, cutting a path with his own magic sword. It was an almost perfect group, incredibly hard to catch off guard. The leader felt he had no right to retreat before completing the mission to the very end. For a long time, he had destroyed every competitor to reach the tower's third floor. And now that he was here, he knew he had to wipe out every monster and open the road to the abyss. While wandering through this horrifying world, he saw countless dead people sealed forever inside crystal. Among them was someone especially precious to him, and he realized it through intuition alone. The instructor had said anything was possible in this world, and advised him to look more carefully. Before him stood his beloved daughter, Sushan, lost at the very beginning of his journey. The strong, ruthless man collapsed to his knees, choking on bitter tears. This was his weakness, dragging him back to the past, before the world had completely broken. Back then, he had been nothing but a pawn in the clan, desperately trying to save his daughter. She had screamed and called for his help, bleeding warm blood right in front of his eyes. Her father did everything he could to save her, but his boss was against it. The monarch of the Shadow Clan said he didn't care about expendable pieces. He ordered his subordinates to protect only him and ignore everything else. Because of that decision, the father failed to save his daughter, and his heart turned black with hatred forever. Unable to control his emotions, he decided to take revenge on the man who had ruined his life. He killed the monarch with that very man's own dagger and automatically took his place. The system recognized him as the boss, and from that moment on, he became the shadow leader himself. With his own hands, he destroyed his competitors, doing everything for power and progress. The Dark Monarch still dreamed of reviving his dead daughter and finding his lost son, because that was his true goal. For that, he was ready to do anything, even sacrifice a huge number of his own people. The instructor had just told him that this was only a replica, not his real daughter, but that no longer mattered. She could still be revived if certain rules were followed. He only needed to sacrifice another soul to try bringing the dead girl back. The boss was immediately ready to offer up any of his subordinates, but it wasn't that simple. If it worked that way, everything would be too easy, and the instructor explained that right away. The sacrifice had to be an outsider, someone outside the clan, preferably a solo hunter. The Dark Monarch flew into a rage, and tears flooded his face again. At that moment, one of his aides reported that new adventurers had entered the third floor. That meant a chance to obtain the soul needed to save his daughter had appeared right now. The boss ordered them to find any adventurer immediately and bring him their head. The hunter who entered the third floor was Han, who had already killed several dark warriors. He knew these actions would draw attention, and that even amused him. The deranged Dark Monarch Levon finally came out himself to rip the heart from Mr. Seven Star's chest with his own hands. Listing all his crimes would be a problem, including even the ones he had yet to commit. The deranged Dark Monarch, unable to confirm his daughter's existence, would soon commit countless new crimes. He would fully focus on searching for his lost son, and become even more cruel and merciless. That was exactly why, to save humanity from this threat, he had to be eliminated as quickly as possible. Han finally revealed his true form and stopped hiding behind masks and deception. Everyone around was shocked, realizing the person they had been searching for so long had been right beside them the entire time. Levin burst into loud, insane laughter, feeling like he could kill two birds with one strike. He would gain the soul needed to save his daughter and destroy one of the strongest rivals in the tutorial at the same time. The opponents locked eyes, and the heavy silence of an inevitable fight settled between them. In the next instant, the Dark Monarch charged forward like a starving wolf rushing at its prey. Almost immediately, a powerful explosion rang out, making it clear that a third party had entered their duel. A huge worm burst from underground, drawn by blood and an old, endless hunger. While the clan fighters froze in fear and uncertainty, Han didn't waste a single second. He had come here to fight the Dark Monarch and had no intention of leaving before reaching his goal. His devil chains instantly came to life and tore the monster into bloody pieces. One movement was enough to show his true level and absolute superiority. Without giving the enemy even a moment to breathe, Han immediately rushed at the stunned monarch. Levon finally realized his opponent was far stronger than the spies had reported. Han had only been pretending to be on the level of ordinary adventurers, while in reality, he had always stood far above them. His precise attacks and flawless sense of distance immediately became a nightmare for the clan fighters. Levin temporarily slipped into the shadows, letting his people try to exhaust the enemy with numbers. But instead of making Han suffer, every one of them ran into overwhelming difficulty. Mr. Seven Stars waited coldly and didn't rush to end the fight. He waited until they were at their closest, then struck first, as if it took no effort at all. The speed he reached in this battle looked abnormal even by Abyss standards. Combined with perfect weapon control, it made defeating such an opponent almost impossible. Even after taking small wounds, Han never lost his pace or focus. Those scratches only fueled his rage and made him even more dangerous. When the clan fighters had thinned out noticeably, the boss's closest aide entered the battle. Using magic circles, she tried to confuse the enemy and distort the space around him. All the while, Levin shouted inspiring speeches, pushing his people forward. He reminded them they had come too far to retreat without avenging their dead families. Levon had always been a skilled manipulator and knew exactly which words cut the deepest. A short speech was enough to turn his fighters into mindless tools of his will. At some point, Han grew tired of this drawn-out madness and decided to end it. He wrapped all his enemies in devil chains at once, forcing them to writhe in unbearable pain. Even the boss's right hand didn't immediately understand she had fallen into a deadly trap. After sending her into a heavy knockout, Han forced the Dark Monarch into a one-on-one fight. Levon thought he had a chance, believing his opponent was exhausted, and moved faster. But Han had always been good at pretending to be weak in order to lower an enemy's guard. Even now, he masterfully acted as if he had been caught by a sudden attack. The strongest adventurer dropped to one knee as blood slowly ran from his wounded shoulder. Levon savored the moment, choking on bloodlust and openly enjoying himself. He believed he was about to save his daughter, not realizing this was all a carefully staged performance. Han had taken the hit on purpose to close the distance with an enemy dangerous at long range. He remembered perfectly well that Levon had always been weak in close combat. The Dark Monarch realized the trick too late. Understanding the fight was far from over, there was no time left to react, because Han always struck first. Many believed his strength was limited to the devil chains, and that was a fatal mistake. This surgeon had far too many tools hidden until the decisive moment. By the time the clan fighters realized what was happening, their boss was already one step from death. He deliberately took the piercing attack, and blood poured from his mouth, running down his chin and chest. No one expected an opponent to use his own body as bait just to close the distance. Han went all the way, accepting a serious wound as a fair price for reaching his goal. Even when dozens of adventurers rushed in to finish him at once, he didn't step back or lose his rhythm. A few minutes later, all of them were dead, because Han methodically cut down every last one without giving them a chance. That was when he earned a new nickname, Ghost, because his attacks landed before anyone could even see them coming. The defeated monarch writhed in agony, choking on words, curses, and hatred. His behavior was painfully familiar, because he had broken down and screamed the exact same way before dying in Han's past life. Back then, when Han and his comrades defeated him, all he threw at them were insults and hate. Levon had always been accused of mass murder and endless cruelty. The monarch never admitted guilt and coldly claimed those people would have died in the abyss anyway. He screamed, calling his executioners hypocrites and saying they were killers just like him. There was an ugly truth in those words, because when the situation demanded it, Han really did kill without hesitation. He hadn't even reached the abyss yet, but he was already drowning in other people's blood and wiping out entire families. Still, he never called himself a murderer, because he was acting for a goal he and his team had chosen together. Even in his past life, they hadn't rejected any method if it helped them prepare for the coming war. Sometimes it became clear that killing people inside the tutorial zone was the only path to victory. Monsters had to be destroyed, even if they looked human, and even if someone objected. Even Erez, who always tried to choose mercy and kindness, accepted that sometimes you had to cross the line. There were people who had to be dealt with before the tutorial ended, and too much depended on it. Han kept his team's plans in mind, and after receiving a second chance he acted almost the same way, without allowing mistakes. He didn't overcomplicate things, knowing that if scum stood in his way he would have to act harshly and without compromise. And right now, in this moment, Ghost was ready to pull the trigger and end it. Before dying, the Dark Monarch wheezed out a request to protect his son, but Han didn't even look at him. He slit his throat without hesitation and cleansed the new world of one more bastard. After that, his body seemed to grow lighter. He took a deep breath of the third-floor air and stopped noticing the heavy wound. Then Han took on the female form again and headed to the portal where members of another clan were waiting. White Star greeted him with obvious joy, since they had grown closer during the previous stage. Han stayed silent as he walked past, as if no one existed beside him. After he disappeared, White Star and her companions decided to check what had happened in the center of the floor. At the scene of the massacre, the instructor was already waiting for them, smiling with satisfaction. Every second, things were becoming more exciting, because all of this had been arranged for the gods' entertainment. The instructor greeted the adventurers and told them to prepare for the beginning of the show. He was going to tell them everything about the Red Cross, which allowed the dead to return to life. After returning to the safe zone, Han took back his true appearance and finally gave up the female form. He was in a zone where scattered travelers gathered after clearing all the exhausting stages of the tutorial. The fourth floor was essentially a preparation area, the final filter before the road to the abyss. The main character had come right up to the transition to a new level, with only one step left between him and the next stage. On the fourth floor, you could technically do nothing, but most adventurers chose exhausting training to prepare for the hell ahead. This place was home to many monsters and dangerous creatures, each of which could easily become a deadly problem. The instructor stated directly that threats would be hiding everywhere, and letting your guard down was basically suicide. The massive forests stretching toward the wall made it clear right away that tracking prey here would not be easy. It was easy to hide in the thick brush, especially if you were a mutant chameleon or a killer anaconda patiently waiting for the right moment. Before heading out on the mission, Ghost met an old acquaintance, the Executioner. San was genuinely happy to hear that the Dark Monarch had been destroyed and that their risky plan had finally worked. Secretly, he had hoped to see Han again as a beautiful woman, but reality quickly crushed those expectations. In the meantime, the Executioner had managed to gather a small clan and build cooperation with Yumi. During that time, she had made serious progress and was no longer the weak girl from the beginning of the journey. Now standing before them was a real Sicario, almost fearless and ready to challenge anyone who got in her way. Han didn't care much either way, but for his loyalty, he still decided to reward his old friend. The little snake that could transform magic stones no longer held any value for him. There was no time left for empty talk, because the red zone after the tutorial promised to be truly deadly. Those who failed to prepare in advance would die, so wasting even a single minute was unacceptable. Finally, the Executioner thanked his mentor and admitted that he had grown stronger because of their cooperation. They would meet again in the future, but for now, their paths split once more so each could take the final step in their progress. When the space around them emptied, members of White Star's clan stepped out of the portal. They spoke in whispers, as if afraid someone was watching them. Then the portal widened again, and two truly strange figures emerged from it. It was Legion, somehow risen from the dead and completely stripped of his memories. He came out with his daughter, trying to understand what world he was in and what they were supposed to do now. The instructor gave them clear directions, and the adventurers obeyed every word without hesitations. They tried to stay in the shadows, not even noticing that the attentive Executioner had been watching them the entire time. There was no doubt he would use this information and pass it to his boss. Meanwhile, Han pushed deeper into the forest, deliberately separating himself from the other participants. He walked without hesitation, as if he already knew everything around him was just an artificial imitation of a training forest. It looked as if the tower ended on the fourth floor, but in reality there were 5 floors. The dungeon with the hidden treasure was very close. All he needed was a few extra steps. Drawing his weapon, Ghost began destroying the protective barrier without hesitation. After tearing several openings through it, he stepped beyond the 4th floor, into a place no one before him had reached. He found himself high above, looking ahead and clearly understanding that this step had brought him to a point of no return. Before the next mission, he quickly scanned his stats and began climbing toward the sealed floor without hesitation. The long, exhausting path he had taken for this mission had finally reached its final point. The entrance to the 5th floor dungeon activated automatically, and Han's heart skipped, pounding heavily in his chest. He laid out several weapons, checking their balance and grip, and remembered Ralph Lauren's warnings about this dungeon. Here he had to win at any cost, even if that meant making a deal with the devil himself. In the next instant, a massive portal flared open, revealing the local resident in all its terrifying majesty. The horrifying monster that had been sleeping all this time was now only a few steps away from the main character. A cold drop of sweat slid down his cheek, and for the first time in a long while, his body reacted with fear, tightening his muscles until they hurt. That reaction rose from the depths of memory, from his past life, where he had once stood before this monster. Back then, he had fought shoulder to shoulder with his entire team and the woman he loved more than his own life. The battle against the Golden Dragon had forced them to squeeze out everything they possibly had. Everyone pushed beyond their skills, broke through their limits, and contributed to the shared victory. Even the insane NBRN, whom Han had mentioned near the very beginning of his journey, fought beside them. His friends tried to contact Han, but he didn't answer, gritting his teeth and keeping his eyes fixed on the battlefield. He had just lost the person who gave him a reason to keep moving forward and growing stronger. His gaze was locked on her broken body, and his hands trembled, unable to answer one simple question: why? Her name was Kiriel, and she always followed her heart. In moments like that, stopping her was impossible. She flew toward her goal like a moth to a flame, never thinking about the cost. Right before dying, she smiled because she could see that Han was still alive and standing. She asked him not to stop, not to look back, and to go all the way to the end. When her soul left her body, Ghost broke, forgetting the image of an invincible monster. He screamed and choked on tears like he had just watched Iron Man die in Infinity War. Those memories burned through his mind, and he suddenly snapped back to reality. Raising his eyes, he saw the greatest enemy of his life before him, the golden dragon named Bellium. The corners of his mouth twitched faintly, as if he were thanking fate for the chance to fix everything. Before him stood a weakened version of the monster, but even that demanded everything he had, with no room for mistakes. The imitation philosopher's stone he had obtained not long ago had arrived at the perfect time, especially if he linked it with the crystal gained after defeating the Demon Queen and strengthened the vampire ring. The effect of that crystal could not be forgotten. Without it, fighting the dragon would be suicide. All his stats would rise to their absolute limit for the next 24 hours, which meant Berserker form was now active. The next day, Han would be hit by exhaustion and total emptiness in his body. But right now, that price didn't matter. What mattered far more was standing his ground here and now, throwing away any thoughts of tomorrow. Gathering his will, he charged forward, and after the very first clash, he felt it. His strikes slid off without cutting deep. This dragon's golden hide couldn't be pierced with ordinary technique. Something much harsher was needed here. On top of that, the dragon had no intention of staying on defense and immediately answered with golden ratio counterattacks. One of those fireballs could turn a human into a handful of ash, so freezing in place was the same as dying. When golden flames flared in front of Han, the corners of his lips twitched for a second, as if he had met an old friend. Madness had always been part of his nature, but for now, it was worth moving the camera away and looking at his allies. Deep in the forests of the fourth floor, the main character's classmates were preparing to enter the abyss. The fourth floor existed not only as final training, but also as a required stage of the mission. They had to gather all the marked components to build the ship that would carry the adventurers into the abyss. The Executioner and Yumi often thought about Han, and for them, that became a stubborn source of motivation. Each of them wanted to become stronger and one day truly be useful to him, and that was what pushed them forward. While they were fighting an ordinary lizard, he was challenging the golden dragon alone, remaining an unreachable standard. The fire attack missed, and the hunter dodged aside at the last moment, barely avoiding the flames. Ordinary weapons were useless against the scales, and this fight demanded an unusual solution. Daikrato's judgment and justice had originally been created as paired weapons, revealing their true power only when used together. That meant it was time to use the enhanced version and go all out. The vampire ring's second authority activated at the same time as the devil chains. The effect was instant, and for the first time in its life, the dragon tasted its own blood. It roared in pain and backed away, while the hunter pressed even harder, giving it no breathing room. In that moment, Han got too carried away by success and lost caution, forgetting exactly who he was fighting. The counterattack dragged him back to reality, breaking his ribs and knocking the air from his lungs. Then came Golden Ratio, powerful enough to send Han into a heavy knockdown. After touching the edge of the world of the dead, he no longer had the right to take blind risks. His stamina was draining fast, and only one path remained: reach the weak point. The chains closed around the dragon's body again, squeezing it and stripping away its freedom of movement. But chains alone couldn't defeat a monster like this. They were only restraints. The decisive blow required a blade, close range, and one precise thrust straight into the heart. Preparing for the final rush, Han felt his heart pounding wildly, giving him no peace for even a second. The clash became the climax of the exhausting battle, and a flash of light swallowed the entire fifth floor. Meanwhile, events on the fourth floor continued unfolding, bringing the end of the tutorial closer. The materials for the ship were being gathered not only by Han's allies, but also by direct competitors ready to fight for resources. The executioner told his friend what he had noticed in the safe zone. He spoke about people who should have been dead, yet had somehow risen again like phoenixes from the ashes. This information had to be passed to Ghost immediately, but right now he was busy with far more dangerous things. Meanwhile, the little lich hurried toward the safe zone as fast as he could, trying not to fall behind the others. He shouted to his friends, begging them to stop and wait until he climbed aboard the ship they had just built. In response, instead of a helping hand, arrows and heavy spears came flying at him. It was pure betrayal, because the people he had helped refused to wait for him. They mocked him, called him a dwarf, and said they didn't need an ally like him. After using him to gather resources, they calmly took all the materials and left him to die. Richard took off and ran back into the forest, knowing there was less and less time left to build a ship. He shook with hurt and rage, but his legs kept carrying him forward, forcing him to search for materials again. While scanning the woods, he noticed a bright blue flash tearing through the air at the spot where the barrier had cracked. Out of nowhere, a person appeared, and the sight filled the little one with genuine fear. The guy in the torn shirt was covered in blood, exhausted to the limit, and barely standing. His arms and legs moved forward with heavy steps, as if his body refused to obey his will. But a moment later, Ghost seemed to wake up, straightened himself, and silently headed toward the material gathering points. The little one couldn't think of anything better than following him, feeling a crushing and frighteningly powerful energy nearby. At first, it looked like this man was about to collapse, but then he suddenly pushed off the ground and shot high into the air. At that moment, the lich finally understood he had found a real diamond, someone he couldn't afford to lose sight of. Deep in the forest, many adventurers were still wandering around, unable to succeed. Gathering ingredients for the ship turned out to be far harder than many had expected. The instructor had deliberately made the task brutal, requiring them to kill the most dangerous monsters. Time was running out, and Han moved without stopping, refusing to allow himself even a second of rest. Even without a weapon, he didn't slow down, ready to fight with his bare hands. He charged at a huge poisonous crocodile, and in an instant painted the ground with its dark blood. Everyone else could only watch this insane berserker in silent awe. The little lich managed to catch up to his hero and saw the terrifying scene with his own eyes. No one had ever killed a poisonous crocodile with their bare hands before. From the torn open body, Han ripped out the parasite, a required material for building the ship. He didn't stop there, because other components were still needed to finish the job. The key part for the enormous vessel was the heart of a stone lizard. The more dangerous and difficult the materials were to obtain, the larger and stronger the ship would become. If the other adventurers wanted Han to pull their souls out of this hell, they had to help and gather everything they could. He took the most dangerous part of the work himself. That was the unspoken deal. A few hours later, the survivors gathered in the safe zone, nervously waiting for the leader to return. The little lich began doubting again, remembering the betrayal and fearing he would be abandoned a second time. He had done his part of the plan and anxiously waited to see whether Han would return, not knowing his panic was premature. A little later, a dull rumble sounded, and everyone saw the spikes of a massive stone lizard being dragged across the ground. Terrified people thought this was the end and started running in every direction, clinging to any chance of survival. But the monster had been dead for a while. Han had simply dragged its corpse back to hand over to the instructor. A small devilish entity immediately popped out of the shimmering portal, reacting to the completed condition. All the materials had been gathered in time, which meant the mission was successfully complete. A huge number of people wanted to get onto the ship, and Mr. Seven Stars didn't stop them. After all, he still had to save humanity, and one extra good deed didn't seem out of place. Lately, he had only been killing and destroying, and even he understood it was time to change something. When the huge ship was finally created, the joyful hunters rushed aboard in a crowd. Over the next few days, they would travel by sea, slowly approaching the long-awaited abyss. The instructor promised not to interfere anymore, though nobody truly believed his words at this point. Everyone thought only about getting a little rest, surviving, and finally feeling the atmosphere of the world they had been warned about for so long. When the tutorial zone was left behind, a vague and troubling feeling settled deep inside each of them. All this time they had dreamed of finishing the endless training and finally feeling free. But at the moment of truth, it became clear that the abyss would be far scarier and more dangerous than anyone expected. At the same time, every adventurer noticed that Arkang had acted fairly by letting them board without any conditions. He didn't react to the gratitude and kept focusing on his own skills. The first skill he had gained in this life was called Dragon Energy Art. From that moment on, he became extremely careful with absorbing skills, choosing only the truly special ones. Suddenly, an alarm rang out, because one of the nearby ships had been destroyed. The drowning people choked in the poisonous water and screamed, begging for someone to give them a hand. They were the same guys and girls who had abandoned the little lich, and he didn't even think about helping them. In the next second, a strange sound came from the poisonous depths, and monsters began rising to the surface. These monsters looked like humans completely twisted by mutation. With tridents in hand, they rushed at the survivors without hesitation, killing them without mercy or doubt. There were too many of the creatures, and they clearly had no intention of returning to the bottom. They were interested interested in ships they could smash to pieces for cruel entertainment. Han instantly changed the ship's course, and from his face it was clear he was ready for a sudden strike. The confused adventurers didn't understand why the route had been changed or what it meant. The captain still didn't realize that the mutants would attack very soon, and then everyone's problems would begin. He didn't even try to explain his actions, moving as if he were simply carrying out the undeniable will of heaven. Every move served a greater goal, and every decision echoed in his head with the voices of the few people he called friends. By then the survivors had managed to climb onto the ship, clinging to the sides with bloodied hands. They looked so miserable and mangled that even veteran hunters were disturbed. On top of that, those guys and girls were boiling with anger because no one had helped them when it mattered most. They lashed out at the little lich, calling him a traitor, even though they had done something far worse. With one look, Han made it clear he would not allow mob justice on his ship. He coldly warned that anyone who broke the rules would lose their head in seconds. He was in command here, and right now, staying together mattered more than anything with a real enemy closing in. The sea mutants were already approaching the ship, preparing for another, far more dangerous strike. They acted in a simple, crude way, stabbing their tridents into the bottom of the ship again and again. Once a ship began to sink, they rushed at anyone who panicked and jumped into the poisonous water. To deal with creatures like that, he had to strike first, in classic Han style. He launched himself off the deck and jumped straight into the toxic sea, while people screamed that he was insane. No one even believed he would come back, because that jump looked like pure suicide. After sinking into the poison, he activated his protection and moved like he was relaxing in a hot jacuzzi. Basic red magic protected his body completely, ignoring the toxic effect. These monsters were deadly only to ordinary hunters, the kind who feared even touching the poison. Their techniques weren't complicated, so he could act calmly and without panic. The dragon energy art allowed him to control the power of ancient monsters. A human body would slowly change, moving closer to a dragon's form and unlocking possibilities no one could have dreamed of before. The mutants quickly realized today would be their last day alive. By the time panic spread among them, it was already too late, because the hunter had begun his hunt. He would not leave a single one alive, and would chase down every last monster, no matter the cost. The adventurers staring at the poisonous sea saw only flashes and shadows that made their blood run cold. It looked to them like the mutants were tearing the captain apart and eating him alive. At that moment, panic broke out on the ship, because the bottom was leaking more and more water. People rushed around trying to patch the holes, but there were nowhere near enough hands. Suddenly the captain emerged from the water, holding Poseidon's trident in his hands. The shocked passengers froze speechless, as if they had all swallowed their tongues. Ghost had prepared in advance by cutting planks to plug the holes in the hull. He quickly showed them what to do, and within minutes taught the adventurers to work together. After that, he calmly returned to the deck and only then allowed himself to catch his breath. The cursed trident of Poseidon became another deadly weapon in his arsenal. In a worst-case scenario, it could even work as a fork for an especially filling dinner. Looking at the horizon, the surprised hunters shouted with joy after spotting land. They thought the journey was finally over, not realizing it was only an illusion. In reality, what stood before them was not shore, but a giant root of the world tree. The captain told them to enjoy the view, because the most interesting part was only beginning. The ship suddenly rocked hard, and falling overboard became terrifyingly easy. It became clear that the sea mutants had only been the warm-up before the real storm. The true sea monster had only just revealed itself, and next to it, the ship looked like a tiny ant. One movement from that creature was enough to raise a giant tsunami. The travelers ran across the deck in panic, trying to escape the poisonous wave bearing down on them. The monster looked so terrifying that even Godzilla movies seemed weak compared to it. Han knew that sooner or later this creature would come for him, so he remained ice cold. He had studied ship control theory in advance and rewatched every Pirates of the Caribbean movie. That experience turned out to be surprisingly useful, letting him take control of the ship and avoid instant death. He knew the ship would struggle, but speed and maneuverability gave them a chance to survive. The creature that devoured the roots of the world tree had long carried a name that inspired terror: the calamity fish. The calamity fish was considered one of the 5 calamities, slowly tempting and devouring the world tree. Long ago, the beings born in this red zone desperately tried to preserve their species from the hostile environment. They created the world tree using forbidden magical genetic engineering, tying their lives to its roots. Everything stayed in balance until the 5 calamities appeared, and turned that paradise into a nightmare. Over time, Elfenheim crumbled into ruins, and the locals cursed the day everything went wrong. It felt as if all these mutants had been created for one purpose only: to destroy the world tree. In the past, Han had failed to stop it, but now he intended to finish what had been started. People begged him to turn the ship around and give up on the insane idea, but as always, he listened only to himself. Ghost steered the ship straight toward the monster, as if deliberately challenging it. He openly stated that anyone who disagreed could leave the ship if their fear was stronger than their will. Han explained that he had to follow this creature and had no intention of forcing anyone to stay. In the end, they decided to stop near the closest roots of the world tree and let people rest before the coming battle. Here near the top where the roots began, the atmosphere was noticeably calmer. What had once been a great wonder of nature now looked like a dying creature unable to save itself. The adventurers scattered across the roots, looking for a place to sleep and trying not to think about the future. The instructor had warned them in advance that they had several weeks, so there was no need to rush. Han advised them not to waste time, but he did not join the group himself. The calamity fish would return to the roots in 10 days, and before then he needed to find the right ally. He refused to let the ship be used again and destroyed it with his own hands. The adventurers slowly calmed down and tried not to get involved in the mad captain's business. As they moved deeper into the root island, they noticed a strange metal cross. With the captain gone, the little lich decided to take the lead despite his small size. He suggested they not approach the cross all at once, suspecting a trap, and insisted the group split up. His words caught the attention of the mysterious figures who had been staying nearby the entire time. 2 armed men and an elderly woman calmly assured them they had no intention of fighting. One of them confidently jumped down to speak with the travelers in person. Standing before them was a representative of the Valkyrie clan, an assistant named Aaron Pat. Until now, the strange instructors had only guided the adventurers, but from here on they would be working with much more human helpers. The Valkyries promised to explain how things worked here and help the rookies settle in. Behind Aaron stood Pam Ferris and Mr. Pak, also ready to offer support. During the conversation, they learned that their monarch was the legendary Valentina Heiress. She was the one who had ordered this support system created for those finishing the tutorial period. The little lich and his group had no real choice, so they decided to trust the Valkyries. Some had doubts, but moving forward without guides was far too risky. Aaron immediately warned them not to start conflicts just because they had the numbers. There were more than 30,000 assistants on the island, so in an open fight the adventurers would have no chance. The group moved north, toward the main Valkyrie camp. On the way, they heard a strange rumble and saw flashes of powerful magical energy. Someone was clearly fighting without holding back, showing everything they were capable of. Of course it was Ghost, but the more interesting question was who he had run into. After taking one hit, he felt his own wounds burn for the first time in a long while. His opponent sharply told him to shut up and mercilessly finished off the wounded rookie. To the Valkyrie named Sophia Varaza, anyone who came from the tutorial zone was nothing but a pathetic slug. If she flew into a rage, the only smart move was to run as far away as possible. To understand what was happening, we need to rewind and see how this conflict started. Sophia walked to the edge of the island and saw the monster she hated more than her own life. The calamity fish was her personal curse, a problem she had failed to solve for many years. The girl stood motionless with clenched fists, while inside, everything crumbled from helplessness. After her parents died, she swore to kill the calamity fish, but that vow still remained unfulfilled. Those thoughts tore her apart from the inside, because even now, she had not come any closer to her one true goal. Because of that vow, people had long called her crazy, since no one seriously believed the calamity fish could even be killed. No one wanted to risk their life against a creature bigger than an entire mountain. Things stayed that way until a strange traveler appeared. Someone who knew her name the moment he saw her. Han, looking like he had walked out of an Aquaman legend, found Sophia himself and offered cooperation without any long introduction. He needed her strength to destroy the monster slowly poisoning the entire world. Sophia immediately decided he must be another messenger from the Quadratus clan. She stayed on guard, and Han decided to use an old friend's advice. He told her directly that he would help her avenge her parents and do everything he could to help her fulfill her destiny. Those words triggered a violent reaction, like he had stepped on an open wound, and it became clear the advice had been dangerous. Sophia snapped without warning and attacked the rookie with rage, leaving no time for explanations. Her movements carried the clear desire to rip the heart from his chest, and anyone could feel it even without magic sense. Ghost clearly hadn't expected a fight, especially not a deathmatch against this woman. Victory was genuinely questionable, because standing before him was a member of the legendary Valkyrie clan. Sophia was not only an outstanding fighter, but also a dangerous mage capable of summoning destructive spells. She fought just as confidently at range as she did up close. She had almost no weaknesses, and in any critical moment, she could summon the 3 jade orbs of ice light. Seeing all this, Han decided to show that he had his own trump cards too. He activated a special move from the Dragon Energy art, even though it was still only at the first level. The ice strike was stopped, and it became clear Sophia wasn't trying to kill him, but deliberately cripple him. She was bothered by how he knew about her parents, but by then, Han had already entered berserker mode. Talking no longer meant anything, because both of them now needed to prove who was stronger. Their clash was the kind you watched with your mouth open, like two titans had met in front of the crowd. There were so many flashes, spells, and explosions that it was impossible to look away. The monumental air road gave Sophia the advantage and let her force her own pace. Another strike put Ghost in a bad position, and for a moment he truly looked shaken. Watching her fight, it was hard to believe a woman like this had failed to kill the calamity fish. That only showed how dangerous the monster was, if it kept surviving battles against a real demoness. When a massive sword loomed over him, it became clear that one mistake would mean death. His reaction didn't fail him, and once again he dodged at the very last moment. Then came a rare pause, as both fighters ran out of breath and stopped for the first time. Continuing a pointless fight was stupid, so Sophia finally agreed to hear him out. She carefully judged his movements, aura, and style, noting every detail. She rarely met rookies with such a strange mix of powers and energies. His strength was obvious now, but the main question remained: why would he risk dying for the calamity fish? People had given up long ago after watching that creature sink ships and kill thousands without effort. The fish had stopped being just a monster and become a disaster, yet madmen still kept appearing. After one defeat after another, even Sophia had started losing faith in victory. No matter how badly she wanted revenge, reality kept crushing her hopes again and again. Han said he had a clear plan to win, and that everything depended on joining forces. He asked her not to give up and to see it through, so she could finally fulfill her purpose. Sophia Varaz was known for her uncompromising nature, and remained the only one who openly stood against the calamity fish. It all began the day her parents were killed in front of her, while she failed to save them. Since then, she had challenged the disaster again and again, suffering defeat after defeat. At some point, her allies turned away and refused to follow her into the next battle. 13 failed attempts had cracked even her spirit, though she still had not let go of her goal. An alliance with the right person could finally change the balance of power. Han promised to kill the calamity fish, speaking almost word for word the way Val, the great mage of the past, had taught him. He knew Sophia had trained under Keldian, and those names were sure to strike the right nerve. She stared at him for a long time, trying to understand why he cared and why he was willing to take such a risk. Ghost answered simply, saying he wanted to save billions of lives, and he didn't need any other explanation. It sounded basic, and even a little ridiculous, but for some reason, the strange pink-haired girl believed every word. Two madmen who had long stopped fearing consequences joined forces, and now all that remained was to wait for the clash with disaster. Aaron watched their fight from a distance, unable to understand where such a powerful rookie had come from. Just as he was about to catch up with the main group, the cursed trident of Poseidon blocked his path. Han had no intention of letting this man go, because they were connected by fragments of a past only he remembered. Aaron didn't know it, but in Han's past life, his advice had become the foundation of Ghost's current progress. After their strange introduction, they headed to the Valkyrie base to catch their breath and recover a little. It turned out there were many people here, since those who finished the tutorial kept arriving non-stop. If the calamity fish started eating the root, the locals would have to evacuate immediately, so everyone lived on constant alert. In the central building, rookies were briefly taught the local rules, given clothes, and fed. Food, however, was a serious problem here, especially for anyone who liked normal cooking. The local cook claimed he knew how to cook, but reality quickly destroyed that illusion. The seaweed dishes looked like they had been prepared as slow poison. Rookies struggled to get used to the food, especially knowing there was no alternative. They had to chew in silence and thank fate that it was even edible. The local masters noticed that rookies grew stronger with every stage. The trials became harder, and those who made it all the way had a noticeably higher level of skill. Many still struggled to accept that the calamity fish existed, but almost no one had any illusions left. The person everyone cared about most was Han, because he was the one who dared to challenge the insane Sophia. Rumors about him spread quickly through the settlement, and everyone wanted to know who he was and where he came from. His arrival even caught the attention of the strangest and most dangerous fighter in these lands. A devilish smile was already searching for Ghost's face, looking forward to an interesting proposal. After a short walk through the safe zone, Sophia found new clothes for her partner. She handed them over without a word, showing a surprising amount of care. Han saw no reason to feel embarrassed and was ready to change right in front of her. He even tried to joke and show her his magic wand, but she calmly refused. Apparently, constant battles had made her awkward in situations like this, and she simply needed time. Then they headed to the Rookie Support Center so Han could finally eat properly. There they agreed to split the work and prepare different parts of the overall plan. Ghost had enough time to think everything through and decide each step in advance. Time was running out, so he directly asked Sophia not to drag things out. She had to deliver him inside the monster, where he would use the weapon at the one point where the fish's defense didn't work. For killing an actual disaster, the plan sounded suspiciously simple. Sophia called him a fool who overestimated himself, but still decided to take the risk. It could be done with a ship, though after the recent attack, that ship would have to be repaired first. Han's behavior raised too many questions, because ordinary rookies didn't have this kind of knowledge or confidence. As always, he joked it off, saying he simply had a lot of superpowers. It sounded awkward and unconvincing, but he couldn't come up with a better cover story. His way of carrying himself reminded Sophia more and more of the master who had taught her the art of war. Maybe that was why she promised to help and went to gather materials. Han also decided not to sit around, and Sophia immediately picked a suitable weapon for him. This was the same axe she had held in his past life, when they first crossed paths in battle. The past was pleasant to remember, but Han never let himself forget why he had started over. They split up to gather materials and prepare for the battle. To create a poison capable of killing the calamity fish, they had to collect every piece of the deadly puzzle. The monsters had to be lured out of their nests, and that turned out to be much harder than it sounded. Sophia tried to pull the prey out, but instead she got a completely different problem. Behind her appeared a man with a painfully familiar face, someone she definitely didn't want to meet. A guy named Yang Ge-su was exactly the kind of lunatic who should have been sent to hell long ago. No woman could tolerate his behavior, but he kept forcing himself on her and begging for a date. Long ago, both of them had been swallowed by the calamity fish, but by some twisted miracle, they managed to escape from its stomach. Exactly how they got out is better left unimagined, and that question remained unanswered forever. Every time they met, he deliberately provoked his partner, testing how far her progress had come. They clashed again and again, pretending they didn't know each other and had no connection at all. Sophia had been trying for a long time to cut every thread tying her to this guy, but he stubbornly kept following her. Apparently the pretty boy dreamed of a date, though for a fiery woman like her, one magic wand clearly wasn't enough. Sophia despised people who entered fights without knowing their place. In moments like that, her hand naturally reached to deliver justice and erase scum like him. At the decisive moment, Yang opened his third eye, the main skill he was truly proud of. The thousandth eye of a man soaked in envy worked with frightening precision and never missed. The skill was so unpleasant that even Yang's closest allies didn't know all its details. In truth, Yang had come with a specific goal directly connected to Sophia. He had heard about a rookie named Han, and wanted to recruit him into his team. Sophia immediately stood in his way, but Yang didn't know how to accept rejection. In his opinion, she should have joined Quadratus long ago, back when she was given a chance. But Sophia didn't sell her conscience, and she had no intention of starting now. The monsters poisoning the red zone were known to every local. The Quadratus organization had turned fear into a cult and started serving those creatures. They didn't care that their actions were pushing humanity toward destruction. They earned resources and influence by sending rookies to certain death. Put simply, they fed people fairy tales and promised them a safe path into the abyss. Then the ships were served up to the monsters, so they could later collect loot from the dead hunters' bodies. Yang justified it by saying those people would have died in the red zone anyway. By his logic, the weak and naive had no place in the abyss, and there was a scary amount of truth in that. But Sophia made it clear she would never work with people like that. After that, Yang vanished just as suddenly as he had appeared and went looking for Ghost. Long ago, he had been charming and genuinely handsome, but after the monster digested him, it was like his soul had rotted from the inside. Sophia shook off the conversation and focused on gathering materials again. Meanwhile, Ghost continued tracking monsters alone. Wearing new clothes and carrying several axes, he wasted no time. After entering the most dangerous part of the island, he began carefully scanning the area. Monsters known as kuldzas hid near the outer roots, escaping the calamity fish. They built nests there and stayed invisible to anyone who didn't know what to look for. A man who used the dragon energy art was ready for that kind of situation. He activated his skill and openly challenged the stinking creatures to a fight. He had to kill them one by one and gather the materials. For Ghost, this was routine work, the kind he always handled without emotion. The number of monsters in these waters was abnormally high. He had to work at his limit to clear the area without becoming dinner himself. After several hours of slaughter, Han felt he could allow himself a short break. The moment he let his guard down, more monsters crawled out of nowhere. Methodically and without rushing, he chopped off their heads like he was prepping meat for stew. When the fight ended, it was hard to tell where the blood ended and the poisonous water began. After collecting the valuable crystals, he felt his body slowly returning to normal. At that moment, Mr. Seven Stars sensed someone behind him. A sudden attack knocked him off his feet, but his reaction kicked in instantly. He stopped the strike at the last second, a blow that would have killed a less experienced rookie. The attacker calmly walked through the danger zone as if he were strolling along a beach. It was the lunatic with the third eye, Yang. He had come to offer cooperation and lure Ghost into Quadratus. While Yang described the organization's benefits, Han didn't waste a second. With one move, he nearly sliced off his ear, making his opinion of the offer perfectly clear. His cold stare was the only final answer needed. Yang went red with surprise, clearly not expecting that reaction from what seemed like an ordinary rookie. He had come to talk and make an offer, but instead of respect he got a cheap shot. One Eye made another attempt to convince Han to join the team and fight on the same side. He began listing the benefits, but Ghost refused with confidence before even hearing him out. Han knew perfectly well that the man in front of him belonged to a group that worshipped the calamities. They fed the calamity fish and wiped out huge numbers of red zone travelers year after year. They called it tourism, but in reality they just watched the calamity fish devour people. The more brutal the show, the more money they made, and the whole industry was drowning in blood. Everything here was built on suffering, and Han wanted nothing to do with it. He would rather kill every member of Quadratus one by one. And the one-eyed fool was a good place to start. Han's confident smirk made it clear he feared no one and was ready to fight right now. He deliberately provoked his opponent until Yang grabbed his weapon and prepared for battle. Yang's first strike was much faster than expected, and dodging it was impossible. Ghost failed to react in time and noticed his opponent smirking back at him. Blood poured from his shoulder, and the main character's confidence instantly took a hit. In his past life, he had never fought this guy, and hadn't had time to adapt to his technique. Now that he had taken one hit, Han understood what to do and would not let him get that close again. Fired up by his success, Yang rushed forward, eager to finish off the wounded prey. His next swing was too wide, and he immediately took a counterattack straight to the stomach. His breathing broke, and for a long while he greedily sucked in cold air, trying to recover. That was when Yang finally realized this rookie wasn't nearly as simple as he looked. To press the advantage, Mr. 7 Stars activated his red-grade runes and boosted his stats. From that moment on, he was the one setting the tempo, while his opponent desperately tried to survive. It was obvious Han was enjoying every second of the fight and gladly kept the game going. No matter how One Eye tried to respond, his attacks stayed too wide and easy to read. Even his magical side-slash-skill looked slow compared to Ghost's speed. At the last moment, Han vanished, appeared from an unexpected angle, and activated new artifacts. When he got bored, he decided to fight barehanded and activated Nirma's ring. For 1 second, Yang believed he had won as his sword neared his opponent's throat. But the next moment, Ghost stopped the blade with his bare hands and didn't even flinch from the pressure. It looked impressive, especially when the sword shattered into pieces and became completely useless. The fight was coming to an end. All that remained was finishing the victim and showing who was in charge. Several crushing blows reminded Yang that deep down he was just a loser who didn't deserve mercy. He collapsed into a puddle of poisonous swamp water, not even feeling the foul sludge burning his wounds. It was still too early to kill this fool, especially if he could give up useful information. To make him talk, all Han had to do was knock out a few teeth and break his nose. Yang had just lived through the most brutal beating of his life. Even being inside the calamity fish's stomach had been more comfortable than this. At some point, the pain became unbearable, and he begged Han to stop, promising to tell him everything. Ghost was ready to listen, but still decided to land one last hit. Han realized he had gone too far when pain shot through his hand. Today, he had lost control of his emotions. A moment later, Yang was finally allowed to speak and spilled everything he knew. One of the bosses of the Beacon clan had ordered him to find a talented rookie named Han, known as Ghost. The man who ordered the search was Karl Moran, someone Han had never encountered in his past life. Beacon was an alliance of 6 clans that controlled the upper roots of the world tree. They had enormous resources and power, though in Han's past life, Beacon had served a completely different hunter. After getting all the information he needed, Yang suddenly became an unnecessary and dangerous witness. Trying to save his life, he claimed he had already used his eye to contact his allies, and they had seen everything. Han calmly replied that he had known about that skill for a long time and wasn't afraid of meeting Karl Moran at all. He had never hidden his location, and if anything, he enjoyed meeting new enemies. Han was about to leave, but then remembered he needed a new weapon and a couple of runes. One precise strike was enough to finally knock One Eye out and finish the plan. He took the rare relic of the Forgotten Warrior and claimed another magic sword while he was at it. At that moment, a small bird appeared in the sky, a sign that Beacon's warriors would soon arrive. Han would gladly accept Karl Moran's challenge, because to him it was valuable experience first and foremost. Meanwhile, the terrifying monsters known as Gerts sensed danger and began gathering together. Standing before them were 3 people in cloaks, moving like one perfectly tuned machine. Sensing the threat, they immediately activated their concealment technique. In the next instant, the group was safe, high up in a tree. These people belonged to Quadratus, and they were led by a guy named Chen. After finishing the mission, they remembered they were supposed to meet Yang. One Eye was supposed to return with the rookie everyone on the island was talking about. Chen and his team had no doubts about his success until they received an urgent message. A blue messenger pigeon approached them, reporting One Eye's complete defeat. Without wasting time, the group set out to find Yang and figure out what went wrong. When Yang opened his eyes, he immediately realized this was not a dream. It was hard for him to accept that he had lost without a single real chance to an ordinary rookie who had just finished the tutorial tutorial. His weapon and runes were gone, and a strange, unfamiliar wound remained on his arm. In the final moments of the fight, Han had given him some kind of gift, but the memory was blurred. Now Yang had to return to the ship and meet Carl Moran to decide what to do next. He immediately activated the blue messenger pigeon and sent a message to his boss. When Carl received the news, a flash of rage instantly hit him. That is what always happens when you send people to do dirty work and they fail. Looks like the man in the red mask would have to handle things himself again, or the plan would collapse. A few minutes later, Yang was already on the ship, feeling his body start to shake with fear. The creaking deck and the smell of wet wood filled him with animal terror, because he knew how cruel Carl Moran could be. One of Beacon's leaders and the commander of its assault troops was a truly merciless man who did not believe in pity. For failing the mission, he immediately punished Yang with several crushing blows straight to the chest. While One Eye struggled to catch his breath, everyone else froze, afraid one wrong move would anger the boss. Then strange sounds rang out, and it became clear that everyone on the ship had serious problems. A huge pack of Gerts had gathered near the shore, ready to attack and begin a bloody hunt. No one understood how they had gotten here, since monsters like that always moved in a straight line. Chen and his squad had deliberately led the Gerts to the center of the island, then returned to protect the ship. That meant only one thing. Someone had broken the rules and deliberately brought the monsters here. Catching a familiar scent, Carl instantly understood what had happened and threw a knife straight at Yang. The blood that attracted monsters had soaked into his clothes, making him the source of the threat. There was no doubt this was Ghost's technique. A message sent straight to his enemies. Even as a rookie, he had shown a frightening level of knowledge. Strangely enough, Carl laughed when he realized he had finally found a worthy opponent. He ordered Chen and his people to bring Han to him immediately, unless they wanted to be fed to the monsters. The captain decided to handle the dirty work himself, since he needed to warm up anyway. He made it clear that if his subordinates failed again, they would regret ever being born. After those words, Carl activated a mass of magical energy, showing exactly why people called him a madman. That kind of technique could kill an unprepared rookie, but in the hands of a master, it became a weapon of mass destruction. All he had to do was launch the magic sphere toward his enemies, and nothing would remain of them. The massive pack of monsters stopped being a problem, and Carl Moran finally got the warm-up he wanted. Han heard the dull explosion and immediately knew his trap had worked exactly as intended. He smiled faintly, winning himself a little time, but he understood perfectly well that he had to hurry now. To prepare for the next fight, he needed to recover at least some of his strength. There were no juicy steaks or burgers with cola on this island, so he had to pull nutrients from the world tree's roots. Lately, that had become a serious problem, because the tree itself was growing more and more exhausted. Han managed to recover only part of his resources, and build a small reserve for the coming battle. After a short break, he headed toward the eastern lake, where especially many monsters lived. He planned to hunt for a while, and gather the materials he was still missing. Using magic beans, Han grew massive plants and built a temporary bridge over the deep water. Not even a few minutes passed before a huge pack of Gerts appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Carl examined the remains of the destroyed monsters and called in a girl named Rachel for help. She always handled the captain's most important tasks, and many considered her his right hand. Carl ordered his assistant to take him to the last place where the guy named Han had been seen. It looked like the captain had decided to take control personally and kill the overconfident rookie with his own hands. Now the main character had nowhere to run, and somehow he seemed to enjoy that. After wiping out another pack of monsters, Han felt tired, which almost never happened to him. A single moment was enough for him to lose focus and miss the enemies closing in. A flash of light appeared, and as Han turned around, he felt an arrow of death flying toward him. He dodged only by a miracle, even though Chen had never missed before. This shooter's accuracy skill let him kill almost with his eyes closed. That meant one thing: enemies like this could not be fought at long range, where they felt completely in control. Ghost tried to close the distance but immediately took a hard hit, and warm blood flowed from his arm. Few people know this, but Gerts are often compared to sharks, since they hunt by the smell of blood. The moment the main character's blood touched the lake, the monsters went berserk and rushed toward the wounded man. Now Ghost had to fight two kinds of enemies at once while seriously injured. The members of Quadratus decided to take advantage of the situation, especially the aggressive and slightly naive Miller. She had always preferred close range and direct clashes. Landing beside Han, she challenged him, fully confident her allies would support her. Mages really were hiding in the trees, and they immediately strengthened Miller with streams of magical energy. Once boosted, she charged forward like a bull, seeing a matador's red cloth. Han had no intention of going down without a fight, so he drew his sword and accepted the battle. whatever the cost. The smell of his blood still attracted monsters, forcing him to fight on two fronts at once. Miller felt the momentum was on her side and tried to end the duel as quickly as possible. Before the mission, she had been told she would fight an ordinary rookie who had just finished the tutorial. She didn't take it seriously and hadn't even bothered to properly warm up. But after the first exchange, Miller realized this victory would have to be earned. Han quickly analyzed the situation and understood that the initiative was clearly not on his side. To turn the fight around, he needed help from a truly powerful artifact. Not long ago, he had reached a new stage of growth, and Nirma's ring had unlocked its second form. The next exchange looked ordinary, but it was exactly what allowed Han to take control. He managed to leave only a shallow scratch, one that should have healed instantly. But it didn't, and warm blood suddenly poured from Miller's arm. For the giant monsters, that was a perfect signal, and they immediately charged forward, aiming for the girl. Once the Gerts smelled blood, they had no intention of stopping, eager to taste this beauty's flesh. The second skill of the vampire ring allowed him to activate a bleeding technique. This wasn't just a wound, but a lasting blood loss that clouded the mind and drained the body. Now all the monsters rushed toward Miller, and Han finally had a chance to escape this hell. The other mercenaries were busy desperately trying to save their teammate. Shen understood that if the mission failed, Karl Moran would personally rip out his heart. Gathering his last strength, he tried to turn the situation around and destroyed every berserk monster with precise shots. After that, the squad immediately rushed after the fugitive, but Han had no intention of playing tag. He knew perfectly well that speed was not his strong suit, so once again he decided to bring monsters in to help. They appeared as if from nowhere and instantly turned into a living shield protecting Ghost. The members of Quadratus had to get distracted again and hurriedly clear the area. The huge number of monsters put all their plans on pause, because survival had suddenly become more important than the chase. At the same time, Han calmly watched the fight, smiled, and felt he was one step ahead again. After shaking off the pursuit, Han continued searching for roots that could ease his hunger and give him useful nutrients. There was still a lot of work ahead, and right now, he had no intention of pushing himself to exhaustion. Conflicts over food were slowly starting to break out among the hunters in this zone. Rookies were kept away from the higher roots rich in resources, leaving the best spots for the strong. They were thrown down to places where almost no food remained, which usually meant a slow death. The abyss mercilessly dragged out the darkest parts of human nature. No one here shared resources out of kindness. So many rookies suffered even after finishing the tutorial. Little Johann Leach, who had arrived here with Ghost, couldn't believe this was how things were ending for him. He ran into the local rules far too quickly and realized he had almost no chance of surviving. That was when help arrived, and no one had expected it. Without warning, Han attacked the boss of one group and clearly showed what happened to people who refused to share food. The other bandits didn't even think about stepping in after seeing their leader lose consciousness in seconds. Most of them scattered in every direction, leaving all the food they had gathered to the rookies. In truth, Han hadn't come here to save anyone. He was just hungry himself. He even struggled to remember Johann Lech, even though they had sailed together and cleared the 4th floor of the tower. If the rookies were truly hungry, they could eat with him because Han had never been greedy. Before leaving, Johann asked for a ship and offered cooperation to reach the higher roots of the tree. He thought that would let all the rookies forget about hunger. But Han had a different opinion. He said he was going to destroy the calamity fish and clear this zone of danger once and for all. Soon the territory would begin to thrive, and travelers would no longer have to fear starving to death. From the outside it sounded like pure madness, because only a lunatic would challenge the calamity fish. They were about to say goodbye, but Johann still wanted to understand why this guy helped people and tried to save humanity. Han answered that this was exactly why he had returned, though deep inside he felt the real reason was something else entirely. Before leaving, he gave the boy the precious stone he had received after defeating One-Eyed Yang. It was actions like these that gave ordinary hunters hope for a brighter future. Johann looked at Han and saw a hero who might one day save the entire world. He dreamed of following his example and getting even a little closer to becoming a living legend. Maybe one day he would manage it. But for now, he was still just a little boy with big dreams. The conversation with the child forced Ghost to look deep into his own mind. He was on his way to meet Sophia, but still had not found an answer to the question of his true motivation. By then, she had already gathered most of the ingredients and was fully ready to act. Sophia warned him that the members of Quadratus were causing serious trouble and were unlikely to back down easily. When Han said Karl Moran was personally hunting him, the girl immediately said that was an extremely bad sign. No matter how confident the rookie was, meeting enemies like that could easily cost him his life. Han suggested not getting stuck on it, and reminded her that their goal was killing the calamity fish, not going to war with Beacon. One of them would gather materials, while the other would act as bait for Karl. To beat an opponent that strong, they first had to understand exactly what he could do. Beacon was known for having many veterans who had survived in the Red Zone for years. Every one of them could have left this place, but they stayed for power and profit. The most dangerous among them were the assault troops, commanded by Karl himself. Challenging them required an unbreakable mind and insane confidence. Han had never lacked either one, and that was exactly why he was ready. Meanwhile, Karl activated his main skill and set out to hunt his target. On the way, he ran into a group of rookies and coldly slaughtered them all, leaving only the smallest one alive. Karl could tell Johann knew where Ghost was, but the boy stubbornly kept repeating that he knew nothing. Because of that, the torture had already gone on for several minutes, and the boy slowly began losing hope of staying alive. In the old days, Karl had been called the Tracker because of his frightening ability to sense a target's scent. He could track anything and anyone, which meant a meeting with Han was only a matter of time. Realizing he would get no useful information, the assault commander decided to get rid of the final victim. His key energy was already ready to kill the little boy, despite the monstrous gap in their levels. At the very last moment, the madman stopped and looked to the side, as if sensing something more interesting. Before him appeared the shadow of a man, belonging to the very person they called Ghost. It was Han, the confident legendary hunter who always laughed in the face of danger. In reality, what stood before Karl was only a copy, created by the activation of the illusion stone in Johann's pocket. At first, Karl didn't understand that and was seriously prepared to win. When the illusion vanished, he realized he had been tricked, and uncontrollable rage flared inside him. The commander hated being mocked, and in moments like that he became cunning and bloodthirsty, like a predatory whale shark. Watching all of this with the last of his strength, Johann realized his friend had just gained a real problem. The real Han was at the Kukul's birth lake, the place where those monsters reproduced. When Kukul's tear open the outer roots of the world tree and pull nutrients from them, the water is cleansed of poison. Those nutrients are useful not only to monsters, but also to ordinary people, greatly strengthening their bodies. After the illusion disappeared, Karl quickly found the trail and caught up with his enemy. Right now, he was also on this island, seeing his opponent with his own eyes. Han didn't even try to hide and honestly admitted that he had led him here on purpose. The fun had officially begun, and the commander promised to turn the rookie to ash with his very first attack. Han chose an unexpected tactic and suggested they play hide-and-seek. Normally, he accepted any fight and never backed down, but today he had to be flexible and lure the enemy into a trap. Karl Moran was known first and foremost for his key cultivation technique, called the Red Jade Art. That power resembled magical flame, burning everything in its path to ash. To move confidently across the swamp, Han once again used chia seeds. The plants grew almost instantly, building a path that carried him away from danger. He had no intention of getting dragged into an open fight where his opponent's technique could cause serious trouble. He had to maneuver, use speed, and force the fight into close range. On top of that, Ghost clearly understood he should summon monsters for help and throw chaos into the battle. They all rushed toward Karl, blocking his path to the rookie. Any other hunter would have been scared and backed off, but the mad assault commander only laughed loudly. He truly enjoyed brutal fights, and in moments like this, he looked like a psychopath who had escaped from an asylum. After tearing the monsters apart, he immediately pointed his finger at Han. Karl felt perfectly comfortable in the water thanks to the artifact called Ahol's Breath. Most likely he planned to chase Han underwater, and that could be used against him. Ghost dove deep, but unexpectedly, Karl refused to follow. He said he felt like fishing today and started blasting the water non-stop with balls of chi energy. His plan was simple: force his opponent to surface for air. Thanks to magic, Han could stay underwater for quite a while, and he had time to find a way out. He had prepared for this in advance by finding plants that allowed him to hold his breath for a long time. Using Elmham's pocket, he drank a magic potion and immediately felt relief. The second problem was the huge number of Kukul's hiding deep underwater. This lake was their breeding ground, and the monsters had no intention of tolerating intruders. He had to use another trump card: an eagle's gallbladder. The smell was so disgusting that not a single monster dared to come close. After clearing a path for himself, Ghost remembered that every lake eventually led to the open sea. He was already close to escaping when the assault commander appeared from nowhere. From his eyes, it was clear how badly he needed to beat this guy, and one of his attacks finally landed. Despite the shallow cut, the pain was agonizing, and the hunter instantly curled up, gasping and suffering. Pulling himself together, he tried to fight back, hoping to buy even a little time. Karl quickly got tired of it and decided to end the fight with a clean, absolute victory. Just as he was about to attack, Karl suddenly felt himself choking, even though a magic artifact should have been around his neck. It turned out that during one of their exchanges, Han had quietly stolen the artifact, taking away his enemy's mobility underwater. Now nothing threatened Ghost, and he could stay in these conditions for as long as he wanted. With all the other artifacts on his body, you could almost say he was untouchable right now. His next attack with the vampire ring opened a heavy bleed on Karl. It was a simple, almost crude trick, but that was exactly why it worked so well. The monsters from the depths of the lake instantly rushed toward the source of blood and surrounded the commander in a tight ring. Karl tried to hold them back with his jade flame technique, but every second made it harder. His energy was draining fast, just like the air in his lungs, slowing his movements and stealing his strength. Continuing the fight became impossible, and for the first time, Carl chose to retreat. He promised he would come back, take revenge, and settle this personally. Han used that chance and headed to the meeting point with Sophia as quickly as possible. The girl was tired of waiting and kept wondering who she had gotten involved with, and where this guy's confidence even came from. Little by little, she started losing patience and even wondered if he had gotten scared and abandoned the plan. The moment that thought settled in, a real tsunami suddenly rose behind her. A ship climbed out of the sea like the Flying Dutchman, ruled by some sea devil named Davy Jones. Sophia flinched in fear and almost attacked, but then she saw a familiar figure. Exhausted and drained, Han had raised his ship from the bottom of the sea and gestured for her to come aboard. He hadn't destroyed the vessel, only sunk it on purpose so other players couldn't use the find. When the ship became useful for the hunt, Han calmly lifted it from the seabed with magic crystals and his own strength. His strange, hard-to-understand skills made Sophia more and more curious. She had never met anyone with this much experience right after finishing the tutorial. As always, Han stayed quiet, explained nothing, and focused on preparing the magic solution. All his attention was locked on the hunt for the monster that had turned the red zone into a lifeless wasteland. At some point, they heard a familiar sound that warned of an approaching disaster. Looking out across the sea, the travelers saw the enormous calamity fish cutting through the endless water. First, they had to attract the monster, and it seemed they knew exactly how. Everything was going according to plan until spears suddenly came flying into the ship. That meant only one thing. A third party had entered the game, and now they had to improvise. The deck took serious damage from Carl and his assault team's sudden attack. He wanted revenge and felt that this time he would not back down under any circumstances. Han, who was used to calculating every enemy move, found himself in a situation where calculations no longer helped. Strategy was useless now, so all that remained was to trust his instincts. While he searched desperately for a way out, Sophia used the last of her strength to hold the ship together with defensive magic circles. Finally, an idea flashed through his head, and he asked Sophia to stop resisting. The ship was already damaged, which meant they had to adapt to the situation instead of fighting it. No matter how hard Sophia tried to understand his plan, everything happening made absolutely no sense to her. In the end, she chose to trust him and do exactly what he asked. First, Han started throwing every unnecessary material overboard. Then he used magical plants to build something truly unusual. The assault troops thought they had cornered him and were already starting to celebrate their coming victory. These fools didn't understand that he was only buying time, knowing someone else would soon rise from the sea. When the seabed let out a sinister rumble, Carl finally realized he had signed his own death sentence. Right above his ship, a terrifying kraken rose up, starving after months without food. It looked like the monster had sailed in from some distant Caribbean sea to claim new territory. This beast almost never came out to hunt, but once it rose from the depths, no one escaped. This couldn't be a coincidence, and everyone felt that Han had been the one to summon the kraken. With a slight speed advantage, Ghost had already started closing in on the calamity fish. He had to get inside, and to keep the assault troops from recovering, they immediately began chopping the kraken into pieces. The local chef even managed to ask for ingredients for squid soup, but there wasn't a second for that nonsense. They had to catch Ghost at any cost and kill him with their own hands. Carl's thirst for revenge slowly swallowed his mind, making him look more and more like a man who had completely lost it. He no longer noticed obstacles and thought only about destroying the arrogant rookie. If before he had focused only on truly important goals, today he was ready to take any risk. Even when his assistant tried to stop him and remind him of higher priorities, Carl completely ignored her. For him, this had become personal. He felt he had been outplayed and wanted his lost superiority back. For that, he was ready to sacrifice not only his plans but his own team as well. If someone refused to follow an order, Carl could kill that person with his own hands. The assault troops decided not to anger their commander and followed him without another word. Meanwhile, Han was already inside the stomach of the calamity fish, where the Bay of Dead Ships was located. The place felt like a grim dungeon, filled with the smell of rot and thick slime underfoot. Once inside, Yang took a few confident steps forward, as if he had entered familiar territory. This was where he used to lure desperate tourists before the monstrous fish swallowed them. Mountains of treasure lay everywhere, long abandoned by their former owners. For people like Yang who had lost their conscience long ago, this was easy and familiar money. Seeing those piles of valuables, the assault troops briefly lost their minds. They should have snapped back to reality faster because the enemy was already close. Ghost had deliberately lured them into a trap and was getting ready to pull the trigger on his game. His huge ship triggered a magical explosion using ice artifacts. It wasn't done for show, but to call someone for help and turn everything around them into a bloodbath. At first, no one appreciated the move, and Carl even mocked his opponent as an upstart who overestimated himself. Han stayed calm, and from One Eye's expression, it was clear that calm meant trouble. The icy magical explosion awakened the dead, who had been craving a warm-up for ages. Galadriel's cursed army appeared from nowhere and immediately crashed into the assault troops. These were people who had died inside the monster's stomach years ago, their souls never finding peace. Now, every time they were summoned, they were ready to rise from the dead again and keep fighting. Han had brought these beings here to tie up the assault troops and clear a path for him. He needed to distract Carl and his people as much as possible so he could carry out the real plan. At first, the mad assault troops thought this would be an easy walk, and that burning the skeletons would be enough. They assumed these were the same weak monsters they had faced at the beginning of the tutorial. The first waves really did fall, but only Yang understood that this was just the beginning. Slowly, the skeletons started rising again, reconnecting broken bones and limbs. It became clear they couldn't be killed, and they would keep getting back up to challenge the living. Blue flames pushed them forward, feeding their hatred for those who had lured them into the trap. Long ago, Quadratus and Beacon had led legendary knights straight into the stomach of the calamity fish. Now they finally learned what real payback looked like. Yang didn't want to risk his own life, and even considered running for a moment. He looked around and realized Han was gone, then frantically tried to find him. Ghost, however, hadn't wasted a second and had been moving toward his target the entire time. He was searching for the monster's core, because that was the only weakness this calamity had. The calamity fish's skin couldn't be damaged, but the core was a different story. If there was any way to destroy the monster, it was right in front of Ghost. One Eye still caught up to him and tried to interfere because the calamity fish was the foundation of his business. It brought him enormous money, made him important, and gave his life meaning. If the fish disappeared, he would lose everything and be forced to accept a new reality. Of course, he had no intention of allowing that, and decided to stop his enemy at any cost. Han had no time for talking, so he immediately closed the distance and landed a clean strike right on target. Before dying, the madman tried to say a few words about why the calamity fish must not be destroyed, because he knew what it was capable of. In reality, he was only stalling, waiting for backup, and hoping to buy a chance to heal. We had already seen how accurate Chen was, but back then he had failed to land a decisive shot. Today he strengthened his accuracy skill and was sure he wouldn't miss this time. The arrow really did pierce Han's neck, and it looked like that kind of bleeding couldn't be stopped. But no one in the clan celebrated, because everyone noticed that not a single drop of blood hit the ground. All this time, Han had been saving his strength for a reason, deliberately delaying the moment until he could activate dragon form. When the dragon energy art let him transform again, he felt better than ever. The next attacks no longer mattered, because the man had become a truly untouchable monster. He had to hurry and kill the calamity fish, which meant removing every obstacle in his path. As for the assault troops, they were still hopelessly fighting the dead. Carl, known as an experienced and fearless commander, looked completely different today. Looking around and seeing his squad slowly but surely shrinking, he began to understand that he was trapped in hell. The dead kept rising again and again, which meant this battle could only have one ending. The gathered warriors begged their commander to activate his strongest skill and give them at least a chance to escape. To do that, he had to use the World Tree Feather and trigger a powerful burst of energy. This one-use artifact, broken from leaves that could no longer be reached, allowed emergency evacuation for himself and those nearby. Everyone hoped it would work, but Sophia only smirked and said they had no chance. You couldn't escape the stomach of the calamity fish that easily, or the ghost knights of Elfenheim would have left this place long ago. Faced with another wall, Carl finally snapped and broke his own promise. He had planned to focus on Ghost, but for a warm-up, he decided to cut the little girl's throat. Apparently, those words only fired Sophia up, and she decided to play with the black cat. The clash promised to be as brutal as possible, because both fighters had long since gone beyond normal limits. Magic spells flew in every direction, and blinding flashes of light cut through their eyes. The commander blocked the attack and immediately sent a stream of ki straight at the defenseless girl. The explosion was so powerful that even the calamity fish began to move. Carl landed dramatically and was already choosing his parting words for Sophia. He believed in his victory too soon, because people like her know how to rise from the ashes. Some might call her a failure for failing to kill the calamity fish after 13 attempts. That was partly true, but the important thing was that Sophia had never once died in those battles. Her actions made the monster panic and fully seal every entrance and exit in its stomach. Now everyone inside was trapped, whether they wanted it or not. After fulfilling her role, she turned around and calmly walked away. No matter how hard Carl tried to stop her, the solid ground beneath his feet began to crack. The man who was used to controlling everything panicked and even started asking his assistant Rachel for advice. The ghost knights rose from the dead again and began slowly but surely pushing the assault troops back. There was nowhere to run, and the commander no longer planned to save his mana. The red jade art was turned against the monsters and reduced them to ash. Carl ordered his fighters to follow him, but after a few steps he suddenly stopped. Ahead stood the calm and fearless ghost, holding one eye by the throat. He threw the half-dead enemy to the ground and calmly turned around. It was a silent challenge, and words no longer mattered. Han stopped waiting for an attack and began dictating the flow of the duel himself. He jumped with the speed of a tiny grasshopper that was impossible to track. At the same time, every strike hit so hard it felt like the commander was being rammed by an angry bison. Carl already understood this was no ordinary rookie who had no idea what he was doing. Rachel tried to talk sense into the commander, but he had long since lost his mind. In desperation, he chose a final attack that was supposed to bring him victory. It was a clash of two approaches. Uncontrolled aggression against cold calculation. Han dodged the first blow, but failed to notice the second attack in time. The strike landed right in his heart, followed by a dull breath and the sad groan of a fallen predator. Carl instantly burst out laughing, feeling that luck had finally turned his way. Fortune had practically kissed him on the forehead, but even that wasn't enough to guarantee victory. A strike to the heart should have killed any human, but not someone who had already become a dragon. Han had taken the attack on purpose, letting Carl close the distance and step within arm's reach. After that, reaching him was easy. All Han needed was the right moment. A dragon didn't need extra artifacts because raw physical power was more than enough. The blow landed cleanly and tore a massive hole through the assault commander's chest. No one could survive a wound like that, not even with the best healing pills. Carl died, and Han immediately tried to pull the poisoned blade out of his own body. He survived only because he had pushed his body to its absolute limit. When dragon form begins changing a person, 2 extra hearts appear in their body. Only because of his experience and memories from his past life did this victory become possible. After finishing the fight with the strongest enemy in the red zone, Han felt relief for a moment. The remaining energy had to be directed properly so he could finish what he had started. There was almost no time left, and Han rushed to finish off the calamity fish. Yang, already close to passing out, tracked his movement with his third eye. It was as if he was broadcasting the scene to someone else, proving that Ghost wasn't a legend, but a terrifying reality. Destroying the monster from the outside was nearly impossible, because its skin was impenetrable. The internal core remained the safest and most realistic way to win. But first, he still had to reach it by breaking through a defense system that had grown far more complex over the years. That defense kept evolving, rejecting every internal threat. Thanks to his theory lessons with Keldian, Han knew exactly how to act. For the perfect outcome, he needed a full energy reserve, but right now that was out of the question. Before his strength left him completely, Ghost rushed to use the poison he had prepared in advance. With every second, his chances melted like ice under a blazing desert sun. Even so, he caught the right moment and flooded the defense system with poison that allowed him to break straight through to the core of the terrifying monster. All that remained was to raise both swords and deliver one final decisive strike. At that same moment, the enormous calamity fish screamed in its death agony. Aaron and Paik, watching everything unfold, couldn't believe their own eyes. Sophia had asked them to come here during the day, and now they understood that trusting her had not been a mistake. No one fully understood yet that the monster was dying, though the feeling was already hanging in the air. Meanwhile, the beauty with pink hair left the danger zone. Paik tried to warn his friend to dodge, but Aaron, as always, wasn't listening to anyone. Because of that, Sophia crashed straight into him, and there was nothing romantic about that collision. She almost broke his ribs and spine, then acted like nothing had happened. The monster screamed louder and louder, and everyone needed to get away as fast as possible. Watching it happen, the fearless princess saw her whole life flash before her eyes. She remembered her promise to kill the calamity fish and avenge her dead parents. Even if she had not done it with her own hands, Sophia felt that thanks to Han, the goal had been achieved. Her eyes filled with warm, salty tears of joy. This was a true victory. The fish's inner core was tearing apart, and energy slowly drained from the monster's body. Sophia grabbed the 2 stunned guys and dragged them away from the danger. Only now did they realize the monster was truly dying, and the girl everyone had laughed at had actually done it. A man named Mikhail was watching everything unfold. His assistant warned him that if the monster's rampage grew worse, the territory could suffer serious damage. Mikhail ordered a report to be sent to all allies immediately. Watching the event unfold, he felt that a new era was beginning. The death of a massive calamity would destroy the fragile balance that had held the Red Zone together for years. Now the rules of the game would change forever, and no one knew where that would lead. While everyone tried to understand how such a massive monster had even been destroyed, we need to rewind and see the process from the inside. Han had an incredibly hard time, because the calamity fish's core was far from the only target in his way. Human strength was nowhere near enough, so he drew on the dragon's energy again and again, risking losing control. The only way forward was through direct attacks, and every single one required a deadly risk. The monster's defense mechanism kept trying to tear the tiny invader apart. He refused to fall for the system's tricks and didn't allow even the thought of weakness. Like a knight carrying out his king's will, Han moved forward, ignoring pain and exhaustion. Finally, his swords reached the target and sank into the huge, pulsing core inside the monster. As we already know, the first step to guaranteeing the calamity fish's death was destroying the core in its stomach. After that came the second stage, moving through the stomach toward the artery directly connected to the core. That was the closest path to the monster's heart. Han planned to carry the poison outward using the dragon energy art and the breathing artifact. At first, everything went perfectly, but then a brutal fight with the defense mechanisms began inside the artery. The fish's internal system desperately tried to destroy the human who had dared to violate its body. Sometimes Han took especially heavy hits, leaving his body on the edge of complete collapse. Only support from countless artifacts allowed him to keep even a faint hope of success. At one point, he was forced to stop, and when he opened his eyes, he saw countless tentacles reaching out to tear him apart. He gave up attacking and focused entirely on defense, buying precious seconds. As soon as some of his energy returned, Han pushed off the ground and moved forward again. To reach the goal, he had to gamble, and this was the kind of bet only a true addict would make. He swung two swords with the skill of a top-class swordsman. Another attack finally succeeded, and he reached the fragment of the divine stone. That stone had once been part of the world tree's foundation, but now it had been broken into fragments and hidden inside the calamities. The goal was right in front of him, and only one final step remained. Here, completely different defense mechanisms appeared, resembling long-living snakes. Ghost had no intention of backing down, because he had come too far to surrender now. Only moments later, the giant snakes lost their heads and every reason to keep existing. The remaining monsters used the last of their strength to bind him, grabbing his arms and legs. Without a sharp sword, Han would have stayed inside this nightmare organism forever. He cut through everything holding him, and moved right up to the legendary fragment. When Han touched it with his hands, he felt energy fill every cell of his body again. Without the fragment, the calamity fish's inner structure began collapsing on its own. He had to escape immediately, but one tentacle suddenly struck him in the back. The hunter lost consciousness, and the last thing he remembered was the fragment slipping from his hands. His body went completely limp, and everything that happened after that remained a mystery. With his actions, Han had drawn enormous attention and seriously shaken the established order of the Abyss. A few days later, the monster's body washed up on the island, and crowds gathered to see it with their own eyes. One of Beacon's strongest warriors, Mr. Lu Hong, arrived to personally investigate the incident. He had heard the assault troops had suffered a complete defeat, and that almost nothing remained of them. The mask they found was direct proof that Karl Moran had failed to defeat a rookie from the Red Zone. Mr. Lu was genuinely interested in getting to the truth. He refused to believe an experienced commander could have been so helpless, because it didn't fit his view of the world. Liu knew there had been someone in the squad with a third-eye skill, someone who should have preserved the memory of the battle. He decided to search for that man himself and see the assault troops' defeat with his own eyes. Before he could even enter the dead monster, an assistant reported troubling news. A huge number of people had gathered near the island's shore, wanting to see what had happened. Rumors were already spreading through the Red Zone, and everyone cared about one question. Was the calamity fish really dead? Among the crowd were many figures in dark hoods. All of them followed the orders of the executioner, whose name was quickly gaining weight and authority. He waited for a short pause, then declared that he would not allow the lost artifacts to be monopolized. The executioner did everything he could to wake up people's most primitive instincts of greed and hunger. Within a minute, almost every hunter was shouting that they would not be robbed of their rightful reward. The enraged crowd, feeling their numerical advantage, rushed to attack Beacon without hesitation. This was extremely dangerous, especially since Mr. Liu was not used to losing and always answered harshly. Even so, everyone was willing to take the risk, and a real bloody slaughter broke out around them. Small magical birds belonging to Sophia watched everything unfold. She had been gathering information for a while, trying to understand how the world was changing after the calamity's death. Sophia had specifically asked her friends to spread the right rumors and gather everyone near the monster's massive corpse. She was also interested in the figures in black cloaks, who stood out far too clearly from the crowd, but her main source of worry remained Ghost. For more than 3 days, she had been searching for him with her magical birds, without success. The girl couldn't believe that the man who had defeated a calamity could simply die inside its stomach. Her instinct was right. Han really was alive, though he didn't know it yet. By some miracle, he had been thrown into the open sea and eventually washed ashore. Several painful slaps to the face forced him awake, where he saw something unpleasant. The demonic instructor was not supposed to be in the red zone. It seemed he had decided to break the rules today just to personally greet the hero. The massive calamity fish crystal was still under Han's control. He had no serious wounds and had every reason to be satisfied with the result of his work. His actions had drawn the attention of the entire world, making him the first person to kill a true calamity. Acts like that deserved respect, and the instructor had appeared to hand over a reward. He offered a choice, either a small gift or a great artifact in exchange for extra work. Han wasn't going to settle for scraps and immediately chose the second option. Now he could obtain the skill ranked 8th overall, known as Lord of the Dead. This skill allowed him to turn the dead into phantoms and summon them to his side. It was hard to even imagine how powerful and valuable it really was. To obtain it, he had to destroy the remaining calamities, and that was a challenge for anyone. Without thinking long, Han agreed, saying he would gladly cleanse the world of insane creatures. Anyone else would have been called a madman, but the instructor could feel that this guy was actually capable of doing it. They said goodbye, and Ghost jumped into the water without hesitation. Even simply finding all the calamities of the red zone was not easy, let alone defeating each one. The depths of the red zone were home not only to fish, but to far more terrifying creatures. The erupting root looked especially aggressive and unstable. It had not heard the calamity fish in a long time, and it seemed to have decided this was the time to act. Looks like Han had a new opponent, and where this would lead was still unclear. The main character wanted to cleanse the world of monsters threatening to destroy humanity as quickly as possible. At the same time, he had to hurry, or the situation could turn against him. The deeper he interfered with the past, the faster the corruption of the abyss accelerated. Now it was becoming clear why he had been sent back in time. No one wanted to take on this dirty work, but it was far too late to complain. All he could do was gather his strength and see it through to the end. He probably wasn't doing this for humanity. Somewhere deep inside, his motives were something else entirely. Even now, he sometimes saw his beloved like a mirage, pushing him forward. Then the image vanished, leaving him alone with the harsh gray reality. But to meet her again, Han was ready to go even to the edge of the world. According to theory, to attract the other calamities, he had to carry part of the dead fish with him. It sounded primitive, but it was supposed to work. Ghost's actions drew the attention of hunters gathered in search of artifacts. Their greed was so strong that they forgot their survival instincts. If they didn't want to fight seriously, that was their problem. Ghost gladly accepted the challenge and began methodically wiping out the slugs. After fighting a calamity, battling humans felt like a light walk before breakfast. After knocking out every last one of them, he finally felt the relief he had been waiting for. Too much rage had built up inside him, and at last it broke free. He headed toward the giant tree, but unexpectedly ran into a magical barrier. At that moment, Levon Mikhail of the Valkyrie clan appeared on the island. He was an assistant who often made life easier for rookies in the abyss. But sometimes Mikhail acted only in his own interests, forgetting everyone else. This time he decided to deal with Han personally and drew his magic sword. A familiar energy hung in the air. There was another mage here. Sophia had finally found her lost friend and hurried over to help him. She was genuinely happy to see he was alive, which could not be said about Mikhail. He suggested she step aside and let the men talk alone. In response, Sophia immediately activated her spellbook, making it clear she wasn't backing down. Mikhail admitted the fight would be too dangerous and decided to keep it to a conversation. He had already heard that someone called Ghost had killed the calamity fish, and he wanted to confirm it himself. Mikhail offered Han his hand and proposed a contract. In return, Ghost would receive guaranteed support from the assistants. Mikhail promised to reshape this place so the red zone would become an ideal territory for rookies. He had long needed a storm strong enough to break the stagnant waves. Mr. Seven Stars didn't need much time to think and accepted the offer right away. He had already started calculating the benefits when he felt a powerful vibration in the ground. A huge, terrifying monster began crawling out from beneath the island, devouring everything in its path. The demon's massive mouth opened before the hunters, making it clear today would not be an easy walk. This was only a stem of the erupting root, one of the calamities, capable of dragging everything around it inside. The hunters' first instinct was chaos, and they scattered in every direction, hoping to buy even a chance at survival. Not everyone managed it, and in the first seconds of the attack, the ground was already soaked with blood. The wounded screamed and begged the captains for help, but in that hell, giving orders was almost impossible. Mikhail panicked and seriously considered running, until another adventurer suddenly grabbed his arm. To Han, this was the perfect moment for him to prove himself. At least that was how he saw it. Mikhail himself had promised to cleanse the red zone and start a revolution here, so now he had to stand by his words. Han stepped forward and set the example, delivering a precise, crushing, lightning-fast strike with his magic sword. As soon as there was a chance to jump into the monster, he grabbed his new partner's hand without hesitation. In the next moment, they were flying straight into the creature's mouth, leaving themselves no path back. From the inside, the demon's mouth looked even more horrific, and the smell was like an ancient, forgotten graveyard. Mikhail kept yelling at Ghost and calling him insane, but Han honestly couldn't care less. The green-haired guy had volunteered to help, so now was not the time to panic or embarrass himself. All calamities had one thing in common. Inside their mouths were hordes of monsters and deadly traps. You couldn't relax for even a second, because the creatures were only waiting for a chance to tear into human flesh. Again and again, Mikhail searched for escape routes, trying to protect himself from unnecessary and dangerous fights. Fighting in a place like this was deadly, especially among endless waves of enemies. Only Han wasn't thinking about retreat, showing through his actions what real leadership looked like. He understood there was no way back, so he tightened his grip on his weapon and moved forward like he had nothing left to lose. When the green-haired adventurer, who had been stuck in this zone for years, saw Ghost's technique, he froze. Fear seemed to evaporate, replaced by pure interest and almost childlike excitement. Sofia Viraj felt something similar and instantly activated magic circles to support her partner. Together they cleared the first wave of monsters from the area without much effort. Sofia had come here for her friend and had no thought of running, unlike the terrified Mikhail. It was time for him to choose who he was, a cowardly boy or a man ready to go all the way. The second wave of monsters was already approaching, so they had to move cleanly and as one. For a mage like Sofia, that had never been a problem, especially now that she had help. Mikhail finally made up his mind, raised his sword, and activated the whirlwind of 1,000 heavens. He was ready to stay here if it meant seeing the true power of the Seven Phantoms, the group Sofia belonged to. He also wanted to understand who this guy was, the one who knew no fear and always moved forward. There was a power in him that could change the people around him. True leadership and natural fearlessness. In battle, he moved so calmly it was as if he had been killing monsters since childhood. Soon it became clear that Mikhail was also well-trained and highly skilled with a sword. The number of enemies slowly decreased, leaving a faint hope for a breather. Thanks to her observation skill, Sofia managed to obtain valuable information. The erupting root turned out to be the next calamity. With a body similar to the fish, attacks from outside were useless, and the demon's mouth was only a crab-like organ of another calamity. It could only be killed from the inside, but its true body was hidden beneath the world tree. Sofia analyzed almost the entire organism and finally found a path to victory. They had to strike the right point to stop the flow of monsters and the calamity's heart itself. Reaching it would be extremely difficult, and they would need the dragon form of the man from the past. Even after everything she had seen, Sofia kept being amazed by his skills. His body transformation art had grown even stronger and looked almost like magic from the outside. Mikhail still couldn't understand who this guy was or where he had come from, because rookies simply didn't have abilities like that. Body transformation through energy couldn't last long, so they had to hurry. No matter how strong Han was, he couldn't handle this alone, and Sofia was ready to support him. By then, Mikhail had already sent a request for help to the clan on the surface, and was waiting for an answer. A new wave of monsters was closing in, red-eyed creatures rushing forward with frightening speed. For a brief moment, Han seemed distracted, sinking into warm memories of his past life. That feeling of real support, calm confidence, and someone standing beside him was painfully familiar, echoing something from his past life. He let himself stay in that feeling for just 1 second, felt the warm nostalgia, then snapped back into the brutal reality of battle. Now he had to use every resource he had stored and squeeze the absolute maximum out of his body, even if it broke. The massive crystal was deliberately shattered to release the energy sealed inside and bend it to his will. The moment went beyond epic, when Han raised his sword over his head and knowingly let the monsters attack him from every side. A massive green beam of light shot forward and burned the first beast to ash before it could even scream. Now the task no longer looked hopeless, because one strike like that was enough to wipe out whole groups of enemies. The Blade of the Forgotten Knight was an ancient relic of Galadriel, giving its wielder an overwhelming advantage in battle. His partners didn't even need to interfere. They only stood and watched, trying to process the scale of power unfolding before them. Then the magic crystals resonated, empowering his allies and filling their bodies with dense energy. The united group pushed forward so confidently that the endless monsters around them felt like background scenery. At the same time, real chaos erupted on the surface, where fear, screams, and panic blended into one. Everyone who survived hurried to join forces, trying somehow to hold back the flood of monsters. That was when the magical messenger pigeon Mikhail had sent earlier appeared in the air. It called for allies to come help, and under these circumstances that seemed like the only right move. Liu Hong saw it differently, and roughly grabbed the pigeon, as if it were interfering with his carefully built plans. This guy in the Beacon organization had no intention of doing dirty work to save strangers. He cared only about his own goals and the search for the man known as Ghost. Everything connected to the calamities fell under their boss's jurisdiction, and interference from other clans was considered a violation. Liu Hong felt completely untouchable and acted like he owned the place, openly showing contempt for everyone around him. A few moments later, he and his fighters were inside the demon's mouth and dragged into the battle. He once again declared his authority over this zone and demanded that Mikal and his friends leave immediately. The conversation was so tense that the air itself seemed to vibrate with hidden aggression. As Lu Hong moved deeper into the mouth, he still didn't understand how badly this place limited his abilities. When the walls began moving, squeezing together and creating new monsters, he felt like a helpless ant. Every movement here was difficult, and one mistake could instantly become a disaster. Turning his head, he saw a man in dragon scales destroying monsters calmly and without hesitation. This was their first meeting, though until now, Lu Hong had only known Ghost through rumors and legends. Getting out quickly was no longer possible, which meant the assault troops had no real choice. They had to join the fight and hold their positions while Lu Hong prepared a message for his boss. Dealing with Ghost right now was too dangerous, so he decided to put that conflict aside. But the thought of the bounty on Han's head kept sinking deeper into his mind. Ghost sensed everything happening around him and deliberately mocked Beacon's fighters. He had expected much better preparation and decided to show them the gap in their levels. One movement of the magic crystals was enough for a thick aura to fully wrap around the Dragon King. Every warrior inside the mouth felt a powerful stream of magic pass through their body. It felt strange and unfamiliar, like their skin was being tickled and shocked at the same time. That massive borrowed energy allowed Han to grow stronger with every second of battle. In these conditions, he finally had the chance to show his true limit. But time was running out, because the second calamity was already preparing to interfere. The demonic root held a huge blue cube in its branches, like some ancient magical relic. It sensed the invasion and understood that the threat had to be removed immediately. That was why it chose to summon legendary warriors from the past for help. At the same time, the battle inside the mouth flared up again with even more rage and speed. The arrival of another group of adventurers only added more chaos, pressure, and tension to the fight. People could think whatever they wanted about Lu Hong, but no one could deny his magical talent. Once he got into the rhythm of battle, he decided to use the chaos and get rid of Han right now. That promised promotion and recognition, but choices like that often came with a brutal price. Instead of focusing on the fight in front of him, the chief assault fighter was already thinking about another battle. When the monster wrapped its tentacles around him, Lu Hong trembled like a scared little kitten. If Sophia hadn't helped in time, there would have been nothing left of him. Han borrowed energy from ordinary warriors, but in return he gave his allies part of the magic crystal. That was necessary to keep the balance and make sure they could handle the fight. Right now, Ghost was already far ahead. After warning Sophia that he was going to deal with the main threat, she tried everything to stop him, begging him to fight together as one unit. Moving forward while leaving monsters behind was impossible, so Han chose to split up. His allies had to secure the area, while he risked his life to destroy the second calamity. Inside the central root area, the atmosphere felt truly unsettling. Two massive blue warriors immediately stood out, as if they had risen from their graves. These two monsters were part of the defense system protecting the root's inner section. Han quickly figured out that standing before him was the last of an extinct race, the only survivor of Elfenheim's army. Fighting a warrior like this would be a real test even for a talented adventurer. Simply swinging a sword wouldn't be enough here, because Han had no advantage in experience. Before him stood a monster from the past, one that made even the strongest human look like a tiny bug. Wide, crushing blows came from every side, as if King Kong himself had dropped onto Han. He had to fall back into defense again and again, temporarily forgetting about offense completely. With no better option, Han used the vampire ring, adding its power to the relics he already had. The Authority of Destruction activated, and for the first time in the battle, Ghost launched a counterattack. It was difficult, because beside him stood one of the 5 generals of Elfenheim's army. This monster was named Ekidron, one of the strongest mages serving Fabian. Together they formed a combination that almost no earthly creature could break through. Han thought differently, which was exactly why he had come here alone, without any support. Before leaving, he had divided his power and left several crystals to help his friends deal with the monsters. He was still missing some relics, but that was no reason to regret lost opportunities. The giant elves protected the massive root, which glowed even in complete darkness. Whenever they struggled, they immediately summoned Galadriel's army for support. The blue undead, risen from their graves, rushed at the man who had never learned to fear. By that point, Beacon and the 2 strongest adventurers had finished off the monsters and hurried to catch up with Han. They expected things to get easier, but instead, they saw the dead from the past. Harsh reality quickly dragged the hunters back down to Earth, and every one of them felt the fear of death. Even Sophia, a member of the legendary 7 Phantoms, was shaken for a moment. If this kept going, Lu Hong's clan could be considered completely useless. While they fought just to survive, Ghost was on another level, battling titans. Even getting close to him wasn't easy because his magical pressure could be felt from far away. Magical monsters from the past pressed in from every side, and Han was being torn apart. The moment he found even a little progress, the elf generals appeared in front of him again. Blood ran down his lips, leaving the bitter taste of defeat and dragging him back into memories of the past. But his goal stayed the same: the central heart, and that was where he had to strike. The Elfenheim people were beings who once ruled the red zone through magic, genetics, and biology. After creating the world tree, they wanted to preserve balance, so they created another plant and hid it deep beneath the roots. Over time, because of the calamities, that plant stopped performing its original function and became distorted. It had been created to support the tree, but eventually turned into one of the calamities. Right now it lacked power, and all it could do was stall for time. Now it became clear why the demonic root had activated its defense systems. The 5 generals existed only to protect this internal system. Over time, they became an undead army that obeyed every criminal order from the demonic root. These monsters were far stronger than ordinary people, and fighting them was difficult even for the Dragon King. The dead elves' regeneration was beyond insane, making them feel like endless zombies. Again and again they rose after falling, as if damage meant nothing at all. The 5 generals were only a distraction meant to make Han forget the real target. And that was exactly what the demonic root wanted. Using the vampire ring once more, Ghost decided to change the balance of the duel. He gathered all his strength and charged forward at the same time as his vicious, terrifying opponent. At last the battle entered its final phase, and the last round began as suddenly as the one before it. But this time, things were different, because Han finally landed a crushing strike and drew his enemy's blood. He moved with maximum brutality, making it clear he would not waste another minute of precious time. The first attack succeeded, but he couldn't forget the second magical elf. It had been nearby the whole time, waiting for the right moment to strike from behind. Han reacted in time and saw a new mass of magical energy flying toward him. Reacting to attacks like this was getting harder by the minute as his strength drained away. Even the strongest warriors eventually run out of energy, and that is when character shows itself. Character is what separates legendary figures from ordinary champions. Han had to hurry, because the other hunters couldn't hold back the undead from the past for long. The adventurers felt confident, and for the first few minutes things even went their way. They thought this would be an easy walk, but the problems began right when victory looked guaranteed. Instead of dying, the monsters somehow kept restoring their health. The moment they fell, they got back up and attacked from behind without warning. Mikhail began acting more confident as a leader while watching Ghost's actions. A fresh surge of motivation rose inside him, and he decided to follow the example of the greatest adventurers of his age. The same could be said for the legendary member of the Phantoms. Sofia Veras drew attention not only with her looks, but with her deep knowledge of magic. At the same time, Lu Hong remained far too mysterious and refused to reveal his true intentions. This guy couldn't be trusted, because the moment you relaxed, a knife in the back was inevitable. The situation forced him to cool down, since it was clear Ghost was stronger than he had first seemed. Right now, Lu Hong preferred to simply survive, meet his boss, and report everything he had seen inside this monstrous creature. The Dragon King kept fighting, even though several of his bones had already been broken. His movements slowed, and the magical general, sensing it, pressed even harder. It was too late to block the attack, so all he could do was grit his teeth and charge forward, risking his life. In a way, Han could be called a gambler, because he always took risks without thinking about the consequences. That was exactly what allowed him to bypass the Dark Mage's defenses and finally strike the real target. The blow was so powerful that the magic sword almost cracked under the pressure. Han had stayed in this territory too long, lost control of his emotions, and decided to destroy everyone like a berserker from the world of the dead. When his patience ran out, truly bloody minutes began. A few swings of his sword, and the legendary generals of the past were destroyed. He could have used this technique from the start, but instead wasted too much time trading blows. As soon as the generals fell, their immortal army also went straight to the world of the dead. No matter how happy the adventurers were about the victory, this was only the beginning, and new trials were waiting ahead. Ghost had to move on, but Lu Hong tried to stop him. He and his team weren't stupid enough to willingly walk toward death through dangerous paths. Today they had followed Han because of an emergency, but that would not happen again. Ghost didn't object to splitting up and suggested everyone go their own way. He swung his sword in front of his opponent's face and stunned him with speed that was impossible to follow. It was a show of dominance, making sure everyone understood who the real boss was here. Only then did the adventurers notice that the sword swing had actually cleared the path ahead. Han cut through the monster's insides, and a moment later, everyone felt a tsunami approaching. A frightening red liquid rushed toward the adventurers without warning. The assault leader screamed and blamed Han, but by then no one was listening to him anymore. It felt as if history itself didn't want anyone leaving this nightmare party. The assault leader decided to use his strongest artifact, hoping it would work. It was long past time for him to accept reality, and realize he was currently in Ghost's hands. That feather would not work against a calamity, so it was better saved for calmer times. The Divine Stone blocked artifacts like that and prevented adventurers from taking full control of the territory. Here, the demonic root was parasitizing the world tree to fully control the center of the red zone. Han had to get closer to where the plants were, and for that he had brought the relic of the 5 generals with him. By using a piece of the divine stone, he could awaken the relic and stabilize all the energy flows inside his body. The assault troops kept accusing Han of dragging them into dirty games. They had wanted to go home for a long time, but couldn't because of this guy's game. Now they were all trapped, whether anyone liked it or not. Until the Dragon King finished his business, they would have to live by his rules. Anyone who followed him would definitely find a safe way out of this place. Han guaranteed it. He promised the red zone would finally change and become much calmer than before. Guys like Mikhail had wanted change for years, and this was their chance to take a step toward the future. During his very first meeting with the Dragon King, he had voiced his desire to change the balance of power in the red zone. Now, seeing this fearless man in front of him, Mikhail no longer doubted that he would follow him even to the edge of the world. He smiled confidently and called for every adventurer on his team to move forward. Beacon wasn't left without a choice, though of course they pretended they would act independently. While Lu Hong kept throwing out accusations, Sophia didn't waste time and noticed something. Her observation skill detected movement nearby, which meant everyone needed to grab their weapons. Something was crawling out of the world tree's trunks, and this entity looked like something worth fearing. Distorted monsters could scare an inexperienced viewer, but not Ghost, who was living his second life. Tricks like this would never stop him, especially after he had claimed the relic of the 5 generals. Let's leave these guys alone for a while and see how the Valkyries' battle against the monsters ended. A huge number of casualties was impossible to avoid when fighting such horrifying monsters. In the end, the adventurers still managed to win, and simple guys like Johann Leach deserved a lot of credit for that. Over the last few days, he had experienced the full range of emotions, from the certainty of death to the thrill of victory. Remembering the fight against the monsters and seeing the calamity fish with his own eyes, Johann could still feel his heart pounding like crazy. Lost in those memories, he didn't even notice a guy in a black hood quietly approaching him. This mysterious person wanted to find Han, whom he saw as his leader and spiritual mentor. Johann got scared and thought another criminal group was hunting his older brother. When the executioner finally removed his hood, he quickly explained that Han was his friend. The two quickly got acquainted, and Johann hurried to ask every question on his mind. He had been trying to find Han's friends for a long time and learn what goals this guy was chasing. Of course, the executioner knew nothing, because he only pretended to be truly close to Ghost. They were simply using each other for their own goals, and that could never be called real friendship. San had long dreamed of catching up to his leader's progress and promised that sooner or later it would happen. He thanked Johann for the valuable information and quickly said goodbye. The search would continue, just like the progress that should never stop. The executioner had no doubt that while he was searching, his boss was locked in a savage fight against death. And in truth, that was exactly the case, because Han couldn't stand still for even a minute. Whenever he saw a chance to fight, he immediately activated his skills and charged straight in. With every minute spent watching him, everyone around understood that he was truly special. Not long ago, the assault leader had wanted to fight Han, but now he was afraid to even think about it. Looking at them, Ghost reminded everyone that no one was allowed to fall behind. A moment later, he shot forward like he had binge-read every Flash comic in the DC universe. The frightened adventurers ran after him, because no one wanted to be left with the monsters without the Dragon King's support. They really had to hurry before the demonic tree finished the process it had already started. The creation made through the perfect implantation of internal plants was almost complete. This had created the Alpha, and now the awakening technique needed to be activated. The Alpha was supposed to follow the demonic tree's orders and maintain the balance of the red zone. The monster ordered the Alpha to destroy the intruders immediately and secure the territory completely. Unexpectedly, the blue monster rejected the order and said even the gods could not force him to kneel. The demonic root kept insulting the clone and demanding obedience. All of this was funny, because a true alpha would never trade his honor for any price. He instantly closed the distance and made it clear he wanted the key to the arsenal, the one that opened incredible possibilities. The demonic root had never seen such nerve before, and for him this was a hit below the belt. The alpha told him to calm down and think about the current situation, so he could see the full picture. Wasn't the demonic root tired of constantly creating monsters for self-defense? Because it wasted precious resources on that. Restoring the plant had become impossible. That was why the Alpha suggested handing him the key, so he could change the outcome of the battle himself. The sudden attack shocked the demonic root, but now it realized the Alpha was still acting in its interest. It decided to take the risk and give this monster everything he wanted. The key opened, and for a moment it seemed like these two really were working as a team. But in the final second, the blue monster smiled and reached for a completely different relic. This whole time he had been after the divine stone, not anything else. He ripped it from the center of the demonic root and felt the energy lift his body. The Alpha would keep his promise and fix the situation by taking full control of the red zone and changing its rules. Han and his team couldn't even imagine how bad things had had become. Right now, they had run into another wave of monsters, though this time they fought like it barely mattered. Even the most inexperienced fighters were slowly toughening up under these insane battle conditions. Their progress was visible to the naked eye, especially among the talented adventurers. Still, in this area, the monsters always had the element of surprise, which meant they could still catch people off guard. Humans weren't built to fight in tight spaces, where the environment seemed to press in from every side. At times, the situation turned against them, and that was when full-blown panic began. Han even had to slow down and help his allies, or most of them never would have made it back. With his magic sword, he carved a path forward, even when hope was leaving the hunters. Not one of these terrifying monster species could scare this man. As if carried by divine skills, he floated like a butterfly and stung like a bee. Looking around, Han noticed that his team was handling itself pretty well. Each leader took the initiative and confidently cleared monsters from the area. Even people who normally played by their own rules were fighting for the greater good today. That meant Ghost finally had a chance to forget about the ordinary monsters and move closer to his real target. Using his speed attribute, he didn't waste much time reaching the magical element. Entering the wooden castle, he saw the same magic cube burning with blue flames. The plant had lost its power source, and the moment Han realized that, he heard a strange sound. An unknown voice called him downward, and it clearly wasn't friendly. This guy never turned down an adventure, and this time he stayed true to himself. He realized someone else had taken a piece of the divine stone. Han thought he would have to fight a person who had dared to interfere with his plans, but he was genuinely surprised when he saw a creature that looked like one of Elfenheim's warriors. At that moment, it became clear another battle was waiting for him. And this time, victory was far from guaranteed. Now it's important to talk about the key, because that was the true name of the 5 lippies held by the 5 generals. Whoever gathered all these relics would gain power and control over the world tree. Right now, Han had the key of one general, and it looked like the Alpha badly wanted to take it for himself. Only people from Elfenheim called the relics keys, which helped Han understand exactly who was standing in front of him. It wasn't hard to guess this was only a copy, created from dead fragments of the original. The elf asked him to hand over the key, and in return he would kill no one. Han looked carefully into his opponent's eyes and decided to make a counter-offer. He suggested handing over the piece of the divine stone, because a fake had no right to hold such a powerful relic. It was a serious challenge, and for a moment the elf even froze, unsure what to say. A second later he laughed so loudly it sounded like he was auditioning for the Joker. He finally realized the human in front of him didn't know his place, and that left him no choice but to destroy this guy. After chanting several spells, the Alpha created a weapon for himself and prepared to fight. He thought he was facing an ordinary human, which was exactly why he acted so relaxed. He had to show this human his real place and take everything he needed. The black portal that opened before Han was so huge an entire army could fit inside it. The guy who challenged an ordinary clone felt his muscles tighten like steel cables. That only happens in moments of extreme pressure, when the body tries to preserve every bit of energy. 2 incredibly powerful forces finally collided, and the battle officially began. Han used the sacred spheres and showed that writing him off this early was a mistake. Even if he looked like a normal weakling at first glance, that didn't mean he couldn't fight back. If his opponent wanted to act aggressively, Ghost was more than happy to accept the challenge. He didn't hesitate to use his magic, not only stopping the strike, but taking the damage like it meant nothing. The Alpha felt the ground slipping under him when the human began controlling his sacred spheres. The weapon wasn't working the way it should, and if he wanted to win, he had to change something. Only someone who knew the magic code could pull off tricks like that. Han had warned him not to underestimate him, and now he smiled like victory was already his. In his past life, he had met elves from Elfenheim and learned plenty of useful information that was helping him now. The clone in front of him didn't scare him at all, because he had already faced the original before. A good weapon only shows its value in the hands of a true master, and Han was ready to prove it. He swung hard, trying to take his opponent's head clean off. The clone's eyes looked confused, and his hands refused to stop the death coming toward him. Only at the last second did he get lucky, break free from the paralysis, and dodge the devastating attack. Then the Alpha remembered he had come here to win and threw himself back into a head-on battle. For the next half hour, they traded blows without holding back, trying to destroy each other. Both fighters had their moments, and at one point it looked like Han had taken firm control. His confidence was backed by incredible skill and deep magical knowledge. Until now, people remembered him mostly for his raw strength, but today he showed a different side. His magical knowledge forced the Alpha to admit that the man in front of him was a real devil. Compared to this human, he felt small and almost defenseless. His frightened eyes and the cold sweat on his forehead made it clear the Alpha was completely lost. At some point, he remembered he had been created from the remains of a legendary warrior. That awakened an incredible hunger for victory inside him, along with renewed confidence. From that moment on, the battle flipped upside down, and the Alpha revealed a new weapon. The 6th ranked item was the Heavenly Soldier armor, which could make up for a lack of skills. It was an invincible armor set that absorbed weapons to grow stronger. No absorbed weapon could pierce it, which meant Han now had one more reason to win. He would have loved to claim an artifact like that. But from this second on, his advantage was no longer as overwhelming. Every attack he launched caused less trouble, while his stamina slowly drained away. The Alpha, on the other hand, gained confidence after being so close to death. His growth was happening too fast, and the odds in this battle had evened out perfectly. The pressure on both sides was so intense that each fighter was losing far too much energy. If this continued, neither of them would last, and both would die right after the fight ended. Han couldn't allow that, so he kept taking risks and pushing forward, even when it made no sense. It was exactly that insane risk that allowed him to obtain the Heavenly Soldier armor. The absorption didn't go as planned, and stabilizing his body became extremely difficult. The Alpha felt he didn't even need to fight anymore. He could just let this guy choke on his own greed. He handed Han full control over the armor, and the human instantly felt unbelievable pressure. Every system in his body screamed for help, making it clear that one mistake would kill him. It felt like his organs were trying to crawl out of his body just to escape a sinking ship. Han tried to gather every bit of strength he had and pour it into absorbing the dark energy. The poisoned armor had to be stabilized, or his body wouldn't survive. The Dragon King tapped into every reserve he had, and after that, the armor slowly began to obey him. The magical explosion shattered not only his dragon scales but also the relic he had just obtained. Ghost lost consciousness and dropped to the ground, trembling from cold and exhaustion. When he found the strength to stand, he staggered like a drunken master from a Shaolin village. Blood poured uncontrollably from his mouth, showing serious damage to his internal organs. Right now, Han wasn't at a level where he could safely use such a powerful relic. He would have to give up the armor for a while, until his body grew stronger in the red zone. After realizing what had happened, he finally prepared to finish off his opponent, but it was already too late. The Alpha had managed to escape with teleportation, though he left the magic stone unattended. Apparently, he realized Han had survived the armor absorption and got seriously scared. Now the Heavenly Soldier armor was fully under the control of the man whose name had already become legendary. It felt good to know his achievements were becoming more meaningful by the day. Besides devouring weapons, the artifact had another ability. The legendary armor could manifest defensive traits and protect its owner even in critical situations when no energy remained. For example, during a war, when Han was completely exhausted, the armor could shield him from thousands of attacks. After getting what he needed, he felt a surge of strength and forgot about his injuries. Meanwhile, the monster flood stopped, and the rest of his team finally felt relief. They saw that Han had disappeared somewhere, but had no idea how to find their way to him. The assault commander didn't miss the chance and started mocking Ghost. He called him a cowardly runner who had used the moment to escape to a safe zone. All those jokes ended when the real legend appeared behind him. After that, Lu Hong immediately apologized and said it had all just been a joke. He reported that the demonic root was already dead, though he wasn't the one who had destroyed it. There was no time to talk about what had happened. First, they had to return to the surface. Han had promised that everyone who followed him would find safety, and he was ready to keep his word. Despite talking with his friends, his thoughts were still filled with the Alpha clone he had fought just minutes earlier. If that monster used the authority of the king, the situation would become much worse. Most likely, the Alpha had gone straight to the magic flower. Even after giving up the Heavenly Soldier armor, he hadn't lost out, because he had claimed the authority of the king. Even so, after gaining that authority, the main body was still asleep. The world tree had dried up, and Elfenheim was gone, so humans would have to be used as replacements for the elves. The Alpha was ready to revive his people and restore the legendary glory of Aragorn. The previous king had failed to save his race, along with his beloved and irreplaceable Elfenheim. In the end, he lost himself, leaving behind only a twisted essence and weakness in his most desperate moments. The Alpha wanted to fix all of that, and to do it, he needed the key held by that one human. He also had to recover Galadriel's sword, Akadran's prayer beads, and Fabian's bracelet. After restoring the administrator's authority, he would enter the flower, which required true strength and courage. If the Alpha really wanted full control of the Red Zone, he couldn't do it without one of the calamities. Ouroboros had to help, because a true king had the right to command even massive disasters. The Alpha hurried to meet the monster, leaping easily from branch to branch. He ran into a huge army of killer bugs and immediately told them he was in charge now. If anyone had a problem with that, they could challenge him, though he would paint the entire tree with their blood. Not a single one dared to look into his dangerous eyes, because everyone understood a new king was now moving here. The original warrior had lost and given up all his authority, so the Alpha took his name and officially became Aragorn. All this time, the humans were slowly returning to safety, enjoying a few minutes of rest after endless battles. No one thought they would make it back alive from inside that devilish creature. A second calamity had been destroyed in such a short time, and all of it had become possible after Han appeared. Together with Mikhail, Sophia studied this guy and tried to understand how he kept doing it. He killed calamities like he had been born for it, then didn't even accept gratitude. After his arrival in the Red Zone, many things had changed, even though the Chief Phantom had once said it was impossible. Now people realized that even calamities could be killed by one person. All that remained was to wait until the Chief Phantom met this guy in person and saw what he could do. From now on, the Red Zone would become safer, and people would have an easier time entering it after the tutorial. A little later, another messenger pigeon appeared in the sky with unexpected news. Usually these birds arrived alone, but today there was a whole flock of them. Apparently the news was extremely nasty, and it would drag people right back down to Earth. A small group of adventurers was currently trying to run from death itself. One of them tripped and fell, and the other two didn't even notice. He screamed and begged them to help him, begging them not to leave him behind. No matter how hard his friends tried to act like a team, when death reaches out, everyone thinks only of themselves. They ran away and left him alone, and a few seconds later they heard their friend's final scream. A giant bug tore him apart like he was a tasty strip of bacon. Then the monster continued its journey and ran into a group of adventurers. It studied each of them while the new king's orders echoed in its head. Aragorn had ordered the bugs to hold the adventurers back until he gained full control over Ouroboros. They couldn't be allowed to leave this place and reach the Orange Zone. Of course the bug wasn't alone. An entire army was behind it. They all hissed and screeched, then moved out to carry out the king's command. Rumors spread among the adventurers very quickly, and people already knew what to expect. They trembled in fear when they saw the terrifying army of bug monsters approaching. Instead of getting a safer red zone and some comfort, people were facing an even more dangerous threat. Every clan and team in this zone had to unite if they wanted to preserve even a shred of balance. If the bugs broke through, it would mean the complete collapse of the red zone. Right now, it didn't matter what clan anyone belonged to. Beacon, the Valkyries, the Phantoms, and ordinary adventurers all united in the face of danger. Looking at that massive, terrifying monster army, it was hard to understand how anyone was supposed to stop them. These horrifying mutants swept through everything in their path like they felt no resistance at all. This entire disaster was meant to limit the humans and keep them from interfering with Ouroboros' resurrection. When Mikhail learned that the entire horrific swarm had come out, he refused to believe it at first. You don't hear every day that more than 100 million monsters are coming to destroy you. Even gathering all the clans together wouldn't be enough to solve a problem like this. The weight of the situation made people panic. While Han, on the other hand, tried to find a solution. He didn't understand why the swarm had suddenly decided to attack, though there had to be a logical explanation. The monsters guarding Ouroboros' inner body didn't leave their warm, cozy little bed for no reason. They protected anything that could enter the sleeping titan, so they couldn't abandon their post without cause. Most likely, the clone of the ancient king who called himself Aragorn was behind all of this. They could have expected him to become another problem, but no one imagined it would get this bad. The head of the assault troops didn't miss his chance to blame the Phantoms for everything. He said this place had been stable and comfortable for years, right up until Han arrived. His friends immediately defended the Dragon King and told Beacon's people to shut up. This was not the time for stupid conflicts. Finding a way out mattered far more. First, they needed to know how long Ouroboros would need to descend. Apparently, people still didn't understand that the Locust attack was not the end of their problems. They couldn't even imagine that another calamity was waking from its sleep to attack. Even though Aragorn was only a clone, he still held royal authority, at least part of it. His orders were enough to move the bugs forward and seize control of the calamities. Taking full control over one of the 4 calamities would take some time. Once the process was complete, Aragorn would send the monster down to the ground and order it to kill every living thing. That was why they urgently needed to know how much time they had. Sofia Vereza, known for her experience and knowledge, quickly analyzed the situation and said they had 2 weeks. At first glance, that sounded like a lot, but in reality, the time would vanish before they knew it. Lu Hong realized it was over, and no orders mattered anymore because the red zone was in danger. He ordered his people to report what had happened to Sir Miyamoto and prepare to retreat. This guy had no intention of sacrificing himself and fighting alongside the others. If a chance to run appeared, he would take it without hesitation. To do that, he would need the so-called mirror, a massive lake located between the 6 great pillars. This mirror was the path to the next zone, and the portal opened only once a month. When the lake turned mirror-like, only those who had earned the chance through aggression and fearlessness could enter the portal. Weak hunters would be forced to stay in the red zone and become victims of the monsters. The head of the assault troops had clearly decided not to fight and to wait for the portal to open. Did he really not care about Valentina Eris's orders or Sir Miyamoto's? It looked like everyone who failed to leave this zone would die to the parasites gradually taking over the territory. Even if someone survived, they would have almost no chance in a battle against the 3rd calamity. Lu Hong wasn't going to think about orders from 20 years ago. Right now, he was thinking only about himself. After that, he and his team said goodbye to the other adventurers and walked away. At this rate, all the remaining travelers would be picked off one by one, and that would be the end of it. Besides, as one of the phantoms, Sophia understood perfectly well what could happen next. If the seal was broken, a terrifying creature would be able to break free. In that difficult moment, she felt a friendly hand of support. Han was sure 2 weeks was a long time, and they had everything they needed to prevent a collapse. Looks like he had another plan to defeat a calamity, just like during the battle with the fish. It only seemed impossible at first glance if you thought in the usual predictable way. The locals couldn't understand that sometimes even brilliant ideas and plans could be incredibly simple. First, they had to gather every clan to repel the parasite swarm. The second condition for victory was support from the strongest travelers in the red zone, the 7 phantoms. If they combined those two decisive factors, this could actually work. No matter how strong Ouroboros was, it was still just another worm that needed to rot in the dirt. Mikhail quickly said the plan only sounded simple and doable at first glance. In reality, uniting the clans was almost impossible, because every one of them had its own interests. Sophia had always supported the man who made her cry tears of joy. Still, she had to remember that the 7 phantoms couldn't leave their posts, even if they wanted to help. Han knew that, and he also knew how to solve the problem that had been tying the phantoms down for years. Before that, they had to unite the clans and force them to stop the parasites. Time was running shorter and shorter, while the new king of the local monsters slowly took control of Ouroboros. He had entered its central nervous system and could see everything the bugs encountered. All the local leaders caught Aragorn's attention as he analyzed their strengths and weaknesses. At first he was bored, because everything was going exactly according to plan. The humans were holding out much better than expected, though it hardly mattered. Killing too many people wasn't part of his strategy, because he would have to turn them into other beings later. Then something more interesting caught King Aragorn's attention. He knew it. Among humans, there would always be rats trying to run from a sinking ship. A large group was trying to reach the passage to the next zone, and it was disgusting. There was nothing good in those filthy slugs because they were trying to save themselves and their own kind. The Alpha promised to punish those brats and called his plan divine punishment. One of Beacon's squads really had gathered near the great and powerful Mirror Lake. All these people felt like they were cheating fate and that their lives would turn out beautifully. Several of the strongest warriors had also decided to run once they learned how bad things were. They only had to wait for the mirror to open and take their chance as quickly as possible. Even Yokmo was here, the leader of the Hikarim clan, who had also chosen to run with his cowardly tail tucked. He decided to tease the phantoms a little, reminding them they weren't supposed to run away with their allies. Liu Hong replied that the great phantoms would stay at their posts, while he personally preferred to escape. The conversation was cut off when the man who had started all of this appeared in the sky. His presence made everyone nervous and uncomfortable all over again. The assault leader couldn't believe someone was blocking his path again and stopping him from calmly heading to the orange zone. Han ignored that worm and calmly logically explained his plan. The 6 great clans had to stop the parasite swarm. At the same time, he would pour all his inner resources into the battle against Ouroboros. The travelers started discussing the terms and calling him a lunatic. They thought he had escaped from a mental hospital and had no idea what was happening here. His friends warned him that no one would follow the plan, because everyone cared only about their own survival. Sophia decided to say a few words on behalf of the leader and the entire 7 Phantom squad. She reminded everyone that the Phantoms protected the Red Zone and did everything to keep this territory stable. They followed the orders of the great Valentina heiress, as well as Sir Miyamoto. Han knew perfectly well that Miyamoto had already died in the abyss, but before that he had helped people here. The information reached every clan and caught the attention of the strongest fighters. Everyone already knew he had killed 2 calamities and proven what he could do. At the same time, all these people had to do was wait a few days and safely move into the orange zone. It was hard for them to understand why they should risk their own lives. Han knew that would be their answer, so he had prepared in advance. Suddenly, near Mirror Lake, the footsteps of approaching monsters echoed out. The parasites were done waiting. They would attack together with Ouroboros' giant tail. That massive tail appeared like a messenger of bad news and terrified every warrior gathered there. The monster only moved its tail, yet it felt like an earthquake was trying to destroy the galaxy. In reality, the monster's task was to block the lake so no one could leave the territory. It was the king's order, and it had to be carried out as quickly as possible. Most of them managed to dodge the strike, but their dreams of escape vanished into nothing. Sophia reacted in time and used magic to protect herself and her allies. She might not always play the loudest role in this story, but her contribution was impossible to overstate. Now that the lake had been destroyed, people had to admit their plans had been ruined. Adapt and survive would be the main slogan for the next few weeks. As soon as the monster's tail attacked, the parasites arrived to start a new war. For the humans, it was a living nightmare. they trembled with fear and felt their hands go numb. The assault leader immediately ordered a retreat. The other clans didn't rush and took a moment to think before acting. The situation was horrifying, and for experienced adventurers this was the critical moment where courage had to win. Defeating all these monsters seemed completely impossible, but there was nothing else to do, so it felt like only one option remained: to stop the frightened, weakened travelers from scattering in every direction. Sophia prepared a little trick. Her ice show was designed to block escape from the danger zone. Running made no sense anyway, because the monsters would pick people off one by one. It was time to unite and fight together, even if nobody liked the idea. The swarm was already too close, and people trusted their instincts instead of overthinking everything. Many grabbed their weapons, though most were still paralyzed with fear. They needed a leader who would move first and show them how to fight. That leader became Han, who mercilessly beheaded the general of the bug army. He killed monsters so easily and naturally that his example became incredibly contagious. He asked people to trust him and promised that if they did, most of them would survive. There was no point running with their tails tucked, especially after Mirror Lake had been blocked. The sooner everyone understood how serious this was, the better their chances became. After those words, total silence fell over the crowd. This was a moment of truth not only for every traveler, but for the entire Red Zone. Unite, defeat the calamity, and survive, or keep following their selfish desires. Feeling the weight of the moment, even the monsters seemed to pause for a second. Then they charged forward to bury the humans alive in the Red Zone. By then, a titan like Yokma had already made his decision and was only waiting for the right moment to announce it. He smiled viciously and said he had always liked guys like Han for their aggression and drive. After that, a magical beam created a weapon for the titan, and everyone understood a bloodbath was about to begin. One strike was enough to make people rally behind their leader. From that moment on, they had to make sure the swarm filling the lake could not leave this place. The order was given for full mobilization and preparation for a bloody war. For the first time in history, the 6 great clans united to protect the Red Zone, and if anything went wrong, Han would be blamed for everything. But that was a different story. Dropping all the pretty speeches, the adventurers grabbed their weapons and did what they did best: kill monsters. The parasites had something to say about that, because this many monsters could not be ignored. Until now, only one small beacon assault squad had stayed out of the battle. They were trying to figure out what to do next, looking lost and afraid to take responsibility. Everyone tried to rely on their commander's words, but when the time came to decide, Lu Hong had disappeared. He had always been a frightened little boy, and today only proved how weak his character really was. He was sure Ghost had set up this bloodthirsty war, and he didn't want to risk his life for other fools. Meanwhile, a real man got to work with his partners. The Dragon King moved like there were no limits for him, as if he had written the rules of this world himself. His scales saved him from the hits that slipped through, and his magic sword guaranteed clean attacks. After the Hikarim clan joined the war, other squads followed, and in battle they finally showed unity. That helped slow the parasites descending from the surrounding mountains and plains, at least a little. Now Han had other business to handle, and Mikael would be responsible for controlling the war, whether he liked it or not. No one warned him. They simply informed him when it was already too late to refuse. At last, it was time to meet the leader of the 7 Phantoms, a man named Miyamoto. Mikael had always wanted change, but it seemed he didn't understand that change had to start from within. Today, an unbelievable responsibility had fallen onto his shoulders, and it would be interesting to see whether he could handle it. Even though he looked scared at first glance, there was no doubt this guy would show his best side. Meanwhile, a serious meeting was taking place at Beacon headquarters. The 7 Phantoms were already here, and they were in no hurry to join the meat grinder against the parasites. These people had formed a team to guard an ancient seal, and today it was time to discuss their next move. Besides Sophia, the team included the aggressive attacker Paik, the mage Mariant, the healer Tina, and the support fighter Kyle. All of them followed Miyamoto's orders, and today he looked especially troubled. Annoyed by the constant shouting, he ordered them to shut up, then spoke with a calm expression. No one should be arguing with each other, especially since both options had merit. He could understand those who wanted to join the battle and help people, but the Phantom's first duty was guarding the seal. They had sworn to follow the plan and had no right to break that agreement under any circumstances. First, they needed to find the cause of what was happening in the Red Zone, and only then move forward. The talks were interrupted by the sudden arrival of the chief assault fighter. He came to report what had happened and ask his leader for advice. Liu Hong immediately began describing the battle that had taken place near Mirror Lake. In all his panic, he completely forgot to explain what he had been doing near the portal in the first place. His boss quickly guessed that his subordinate had planned to run and immediately accused him of cowardice. No matter how hard Liu Hong tried to justify himself, it no longer mattered. because he had no business being near the lake. Now Miyamoto demanded an explanation, unless the assault leader wanted to learn what heavenly rage felt like. The phantoms looked at him warily, but there was clear contempt in their eyes. Unlike people ready to abandon their friends, they had never feared danger and always moved forward. Liu Hong started apologizing and making excuses like a scared little boy backed into a corner. His boss found the right words to calm him down, and the conversation quickly ended. Miyamoto had always been a wise man, and after analyzing the situation, he understood why everyone wanted to run so badly. The situation really was difficult, and every cowardly adventurer was at least somewhat understandable. According to the reports, a hunter named Han really had stirred up this whole mess and thrown the red zone into chaos. The Phantom leader assumed this guy might help fix the situation and even wanted to meet him. At that exact moment, news arrived that an unknown warrior had just appeared near headquarters. He had come to the meeting himself, even though no one had invited him. And so the long-awaited meeting between two legendary figures finally happened, and very soon it would end in something terrible. For now, no one could even imagine that these two men would soon become enemies. They introduced themselves easily, with Han acting as if he were talking to an ordinary person. He decided to get straight to the point and said he wanted to kill Ouroboros, which meant he needed the Phantom's help. At first, silence filled the room, and everyone stared at him, wondering if he was joking. To prove he was serious, Han said one word: Akuma. Now everyone truly took him seriously, and even Sophia went pale as cold sweat covered her skin. Han called on the phantoms to remove the seal, and a moment later, several sharp blades were already near his neck. They didn't tolerate jokes like that here, and made it clear that disrespect was punishable by death. Miyamoto did not rush to conclusions, though he was curious how this guy knew about Akuma. In the Red Zone, travelers knew about the four main calamities. Besides the demonic root, there were Ouroboros, the queen bee, and the calamity fish. But deep inside the trunk of the world tree, there was another horrifying monster hidden from sight. Not a single traveler knew the secret known as Akuma. When this monster was first discovered, it became clear it had to remain sealed. A creature that dangerous could never be released, or the world would fall into chaos. Compared to that thing, the other calamities looked like little animals you could play with. Akuma's very existence had been kept secret, and the only people who knew about it were Miyamoto and his Phantom team. They understood clearly that if Akuma broke free, the travelers in the Red Zone would die. Han understood perfectly well what would happen if the seal was removed, and he still insisted on it. It was all because of the relics under the monster's control, namely Akem's chains and Kargorn's spear. The clan leader tried to understand where an ordinary guy had gotten that kind of information. Sophia immediately made it clear she hadn't told him anything, though it looked extremely suspicious. The other phantoms treated Han with great caution, and even suggested beheading him. Looking at the situation from the outside, they could see that all this chaos had started because of him. Most likely, this guy had only come for the relic rewards and cared about nothing but enriching himself. He supposedly didn't care about other people's lives, but Sophia believed otherwise. She told her friends she had fought beside him against the calamity fish and the demonic root. With her own eyes, she had seen that this guy could be trusted because he was special and one of a kind. Her support affected the other phantoms, and the swords did not pierce the traveler's heart. Then Miyamoto stepped forward to explain just how complicated everything was. He didn't dress it up with pretty words, wanting to show how cruel and heartless Akuma could be. He tried to explain why the monster could not be defeated, testing Ghost's resolve in the process. Han immediately accepted the challenge, activated a magical flash, and prepared to fight. To prove he could defeat Akuma, this guy activated almost every magic skill he had. He had to defeat the phantoms all at once and force them to respect him. If it worked, they would at least give him a chance to approach the sealed creature. For seasoned warriors, this was a challenge they could not refuse. In less than a second, they drew their weapons and rushed forward to behead the imposter. Magical flashes and sword strikes could be seen from several kilometers away. From the outside, it was impressive to watch how coordinated the Phantom team was. They moved like one single machine, each member completing the others. The moment one attacked, the second covered the rear, while the third provided extra magical support. It created an incredible effect for anyone who had to face the phantoms. But the same was true in the other direction. None of these people had ever faced someone with such overwhelming aura and powerful artifacts. Ghost turned out to be the phantom's kryptonite and quickly trapped them in his iron grip. Victory was guaranteed, and now no one looked down on him anymore. Remembering the past, Han felt as if he had returned to the moment when he was trying to understand who Miyamoto was. Back then, it was already known that this man had managed the territory and later died after the abyss opened. Valentina honestly admitted that Miyamoto was different from other clan leaders because he always acted like a true leader and never demanded praise. His natural talents helped him stand apart from all the other heroes who chased rewards. This man had stayed in the red zone alone to help rookies get through the brutal stage. It had been his own decision, and you could say he sacrificed himself to guard Akuma's seal. He could have chosen a completely different path, made progress, and even become the greatest hunter. Valentina Eris was sure that if Han ever met Miyamoto, he should trust him. Those were beautiful words, but was reality really that beautiful? The clan leader ordered his people to stop and admit defeat. He understood that Han truly deserved respect and called for proper negotiations. For the next few hours, they discussed every possible outcome in a long and tiring conversation. No one could predict what would happen once the seal was removed, because nothing like this had ever been done before. Even approaching the seal was extremely dangerous, because the aura of death hung in the air and struck down inexperienced fighters. To get Miyamoto's permission, Ghost had to present a clear and understandable plan. He never did anything without a strategy, and today was no exception. Of the 5 existing relics, 2 were used in the seal, while the other 3 were already under Han's control. If 2 relics could suppress Akuma's power, then with all 5, destroying it should be possible. It all sounded logical. Maybe even a little too simple. The plan made the Phantoms think and take a closer look at this guy. Everyone felt that he carried a great responsibility and could become a catalyst for change. In 20 years spent in the Red Zone, Miyamoto had only met one traveler like him. That person was Valentina herself, the one rightfully known as the monarch of the Valkyries. It all sounded beautiful and promising. But what if the Phantoms lost? Miyamoto had once wanted to wage a full-scale war against the calamities, but the number of casualties forced him to abandon the idea. If Ouroboros merged with Akuma, the Red Zone would turn to ash. Plans only look pretty on paper, especially when relics like these are involved. It would be much better to combine the artifacts and strengthen the seal, at least in Miyamoto's opinion. In that case, the Phantoms could finally leave this place and help destroy the parasites. That would allow everyone to unite against the third calamity and secure the Red Zone. Han listened to the proposal carefully and very calmly. Then he found the right words and said the relics were not meant to be used that way. He offered another option and said he could personally win the battle against Akuma. If something went wrong, the seal could be restored, and that seemed like a reasonable solution. The Phantoms accepted the terms, and the long negotiations finally came to an end. Their leader gave his support and promised to launch the operation tomorrow morning. The next day, after a proper rest, the group of madmen headed into a place covered in mist. The smell of smoke and the cold wind made everyone feel a little uneasy. The air in this area felt like thick mud, and only Miyamoto stayed calm and confident. Han looked at him with contempt, as if he still didn't trust this leader. He had noticed something strange during the negotiations and kept replaying those memories in his head. It had to do with the Chief Phantom's drink, which was clearly magical. Sophia could see her friend's nerves, but she was afraid to say anything unnecessary. Right now, uniting mattered far more, because the task ahead of them looked impossible. After long years in the darkness, Akuma finally woke up. He smelled change, and his body prepared for battle. Before we see what happened next, let's go back 20 years. The legendary team arrived in a strange area and tried to understand what had happened there. The human-shaped stones showed that these people had once been alive. They had all died from an attack of unbelievable power, most likely from the creature locked away by the seal. This dangerous being could not be allowed to awaken, because even from a distance, its deadly aura could be felt. Over time, the seal weakens and it cannot be ignored, or sooner or later the monster will break free. In simple terms, the adventurers were now standing in front of a ticking bomb. They decided to come up with a plan to deal with it, and one member of the team took the lead. That man was Sir Miyamoto, who said he knew what had to be done. His weapon eater technique helped in a difficult situation that had seemed completely hopeless. He understood clearly that in the next zone he would have to start over, and he still took the risk. The seal was weighed down by weapon eater, and that was the price Miyamoto paid. Because of that, Akuma would not be freed, though the master would have to stay here to maintain the seal. He could have reached incredible heights in the abyss, but instead made an unexpected choice for ordinary people. He said his goal was humanity's survival and that he was sacrificing himself for good intentions. The Chief Phantom stayed in the Red Zone and protected the seal for many long years. After 2 decades, those old memories left him a little sad. Then he returned to reality and activated his legendary seal. The monster that had spent its entire conscious life in deep sleep felt the signs of awakening. To keep the seal working, they had to keep feeding it a large number of weapons. That was exactly what the Phantoms had been doing, supplying their boss with weapons. Even so, something still bothered the main character. He felt there was a catch hidden here. Looking at Miyamoto, his instincts told him not to relax under any circumstances and to be ready for any twist. When the seal was removed, the monster woke up immediately and prepared for a storm. It looked like a demon rising from hell, spreading fear with nothing but its appearance. Some of the Phantoms felt they couldn't move, even though Akuma hadn't even attacked yet. In front of them stood a true monster, one that wanted to have dinner with its long tongue. Because of its aura of death, it didn't even need to fight. Getting close was enough. Very few people could ignore that insane aura and challenge the devil. At the last moment, Han not only saved the girl, but also landed the first serious wound on Akuma. From that moment on, the battle everyone had waited for finally began. From the start, it was important to say that Han would fight alone. The Phantoms would not interfere. They would control the situation and wait for the outcome. If everything went according to plan, they would congratulate Han on his victory. If he lost, they would have to quickly restore the seal and block the monster's movement. Ghost had to fight the devil on his own, and he had definitely never faced an opponent like this before. As the clash of two forces approached its peak, even people on the surface felt the ground shake. This clearly wasn't the approach of ordinary monsters, and only experienced adventurers understood what was happening. Deep underground, a real war had begun, with only two fighters involved: a man who had returned from the past to save humanity, and against him, a monster freed for the first time in ages, hungry to seize power over the entire abyss. The spectators were lucky to see sparks flying in every direction with their own eyes. Han quickly used his artifacts to gain an advantage. During the battle, he constantly felt uneasy and spent a long time on defense. First, he wanted to expose his opponent's weaknesses, and only then switch into Scorpion mode for one precise strike. For the first time in a long while, he faced someone who could match his speed. Again and again, there were moments where Han simply couldn't keep up with Akuma. It nearly cost him his life, and that long tongue was already ready to taste human flesh. No matter how hard things became, Han did not ask the Phantoms for help. He kept his unshakable expression and did everything he could to carry out his part of the plan. After the seal was unlocked, two great artifacts lay on the ground. The monster seemed to be guarding them, challenging his opponent with a confident stare. Everything was happening so fast that getting bored was impossible. The most shocking part was that the battle lasted for hours, and during that time neither side held the advantage. At one point, Han managed to seize one of the great artifacts, and it looked like victory was close. But then he felt as if his body was refusing to obey his mind. It was like someone had activated a magic attack and was trying to lock down his movement. At first, Ghost ignored it, but then he realized the magical interference was coming from behind. He turned around and saw the Phantom standing there. Looking closer, it became clear that the traitor was Miyamoto. The Dragon King was distracted for just a moment, and that was enough for him to take a devastating hit from the devil. The trident flew off to the side, and the man was left on the edge of life and death. When the dust cleared, it became clear Han had survived the attack, and now everything fell into place. He finally understood why Miyamoto had wanted so badly to preserve Akuma's seal. Many small details had been bothering the hunter. Now, digging through his memories, he finally understood how all the puzzle pieces fit together. This whole time, the Phantom leader had simply been protecting that horrifying devil monster. Valentina had said this man pursued higher goals, without realizing how deeply wrong she had been. As soon as Han understood the full weight of his situation, he broke free from the magical effect. His speed increased, and he moved closer to defeating the monster. Then Miyamoto landed another invisible weakening strike. An inexperienced viewer wouldn't have noticed it at all, because the magic was completely invisible. Sophia had to intervene and decide what she was going to do next. She could see something was wrong, because at first Han had the advantage, and then everything went off plan. Now he was only defending, and the girl immediately remembered their earlier conversation. Ghost had warned her that if he could no longer attack properly, he would need her help. Han had asked her to distract Miyamoto for at least a minute, and that should be enough. Sophia asked her leader to intervene in the battle, but he refused. He said only a fool would stop Han from finishing what he had started. Those were just pretty words hiding a terrible secret. Finally, Sophia said the right thing and accused her boss of trying to kill Ghost. Her teammate immediately asked her to calm down and respect the chain of command. At the same time, the Chief Phantom remained unmoved and repeated that no one could interfere. They could only act if Han lost the battle, and the monster had to be sealed again. Deep inside Sophia's mind, a serious fight was happening right now. Han had asked her to watch the leader carefully, especially during the battle. He knew Miyamoto would eventually betray the Phantoms. They only needed the right conditions. This man had rotted from the inside long ago and was only pretending to be some holy angel. The Phantom leader wanted to keep monsters in a cage and use them for his own benefit. The weapon eater skill would keep progressing and helping its owner. Sooner or later, Miyamoto would take control of the entire red zone. That was exactly why he wanted the arrogant fool to finally die so badly. But at the last moment, his plans went completely off the rails. As soon as Miyamoto got distracted, Han broke free from the magical effect and landed a crushing blow. The main villain's face twisted with rage, even though he should have been celebrating. At that same moment, Han could barely stand, feeling the strength draining from his body. One clean hit wasn't enough to fully erase the problem. Akuma restored his health and moved forward, then realized more people had joined the battle. Sophia Viraj could no longer stand aside and entered the fight. Her leader tried to stop her, but she was no longer listening to anyone. No matter how pretty Miyamoto's words sounded, He could no longer restore the trust he had lost. Sophia was ready to risk her life for the man trying to stabilize the red zone. That was why she had joined the Phantoms in the first place, not to listen to a stupid old man. Han felt as if extra strength had entered his body. It gave him the chance to push off the ground and deliver a blow strong enough to kill even Godzilla. The monster screamed in pain, and bright blood poured from its body. This was the beginning of the end, and all they had to do was increase the pressure. By joining forces with Sophia, Ghost gained a serious advantage and pushed forward. He no longer thought about defense. Only the target mattered now. When the final strike landed, a magical aura threw everyone several meters back. It looked like Akuma had already received his death sentence, and nothing could save him. Miyamoto watched the fight with hatred, trying to figure out how to stop it. He wanted to give the monster a little time to recover, but by then the weakening technique no longer worked, because Han had destroyed it. The blood-soaked Ghost looked at the Phantom leader and ordered him to stay back and not twitch, or his head would fly off his shoulders. The insulted man clenched his teeth and felt old memories rising. Long ago, he had already faced a hero who filled him with awe. Back then, he and the other strongest fighters had stared at that legend with their mouths open. It was Valentina Eris herself, the leader of the Valkyries and the strongest monarch in the abyss. One look from her was enough to make even the strongest men tremble with fear. Now Han radiated that same aura and seemed unbeatable. Meanwhile, Miyamoto was choking on the envy that had always eaten away at him. No matter how hard he tried to stay in reality, the past kept calling him back. A memory surfaced of him standing before a giant monster, its mouth already open for a killing blow. Back then, he had no strength or desire left to keep fighting and resist the inevitable. The great warrior simply closed his eyes and prepared to accept death as it came. At the last second, Valentina appeared in front of him and stopped the enemy with a series of powerful magic attacks. She looked gently into his eyes and said everything was fine now, and there was nothing left to worry about. She was the strongest monarch of the New World, and at the same time, the person who had earned the greatest trust from people. Every traveler in the Red Zone respected her and placed her on an unreachable pedestal of success. At the same time, Miyamoto began to feel hatred slowly growing inside him toward his best friend. Everything he believed should have belonged to him went to her instead, and envy devoured his heart and mind. One day, he got a chance to fix everything thanks to Akuma, who was considered a hidden calamity. Maintaining the seal only required keeping an average level of mana, so the Phantom deceived his friends and stayed in the Red Zone. That was when he fully put on the mask of a cheerful, kind man hiding a rotten corpse underneath. Now all his dreams of unbelievable power were starting to crack and fall apart like old glass. And it was all because of the young, arrogant guy known as Ghost. The Chief Phantom's aggression crossed every line, and he revealed his true colors without hesitation. A massive surge of magic was aimed at Han, but he managed to react in time. The main character of this story was not only a strong fighter but also a first-class mage. His experience and knowledge let him act even when dangerous people like this challenged him. For the first few seconds, everyone thought Han had been destroyed and had no chance left. But when the dust cleared, the real Ghost appeared out of nowhere with a magic sword ready to deliver justice. Miyamoto definitely hadn't expected that speed, and the moment hit him like a punch below the belt. In those seconds, a brutal inner battle began inside the main character's head, just like it had in the past. Again and again, he returned to the memories and words of his two closest friends. The mage Keldian always said that to save humanity, you had to kill anyone who stood in the way. But then Valentina's voice would cut in, speaking of kindness, mercy, and second chances. The monarch of the Valkyries always believed a person could change if given the chance. The choice was painfully difficult, because a person's closest friends influenced them the most. At some point, the doubts ended, and Ghost moved with more decisive action. He left the traitor alive, but with one swing of his sword, took his right arm. You could call it either a final chance or an act of harsh, painful mercy. Instead of thanking Han, the Chief Phantom called on his comrades for help. He ordered them to attack immediately and kill the hated man, but no one rushed to grab their weapons. Then Sophia decided to speak and ordered her boss to shut his rotten mouth. She reminded him that they had always sworn to think about the fate of the Red Zone, not personal gain. Now that the deception was too obvious, not a single Phantom sided with the hypocrite. It was clear the Phantoms were shaken, but deep down they supported Sophia. Miyamoto, who was used to commanding this group of adventurers, suddenly found himself without support. He was left alone against the elite warriors of the Red Zone, who had exposed his lies. No one obeyed him anymore, because all his authority had been built on lies. The defeated old man looked at his greatest rival and saw painful echoes of the past in him. To him it felt like the great Valentina was looking at him again, always one step ahead. His mind couldn't handle that cruel reality, and Miyamoto finally lost it. He began laughing like a madman, then instinctively strengthened Akuma, whom everyone had almost forgotten. By then the monster had fully restored its health and looked even more dangerous. Dodging attacks like that was almost impossible, even for a fighter with massive experience. Miyamoto used the confusion and tried to escape while he still had the chance. The Phantoms ignored him, but Han stepped in, He ordered them to capture the traitor immediately, saying he would deal with the hidden calamity himself. Leaving him alone against Akuma was deadly dangerous, but Ghost insisted on his decision. A few moments later, the team split up, and everyone began carrying out their task. The main character stayed alone with the monster, but then Sophia's calm voice came from behind him. She wanted to see the end of this creature with her own eyes, and couldn't miss a moment like that. Suddenly, Han threw away his weapon and stepped toward the monster, choosing to fight with his bare hands. It looked insanely bold, but the adventurer was absolutely sure he was making the right move. For one short second, the monster froze and didn't even rush to attack. Its enhancement kept boosting its strength and regeneration, turning the fight into something that could last forever. They needed another path. A way to win not with power, but with brains. Of course, first they had to calm the monster down, since it had already charged forward. Using a magic artifact, Han suppressed its authority and began the dangerous process of negotiation. He blocked its kinetic energy and completely paralyzed the hidden creature. One careful touch to its head was enough to awaken its true self. Standing before him was a little child from the ancient settlement of Elfenheim. In that moment, everything fell into place, because Akuma was, first and foremost, a boy of royal blood. He wasn't a monster that had lost itself, but an elf who had lost control. The enhanced regeneration forced on him by the Phantom was what made him so dangerous. After a short flash of light, he regained the consciousness that had once drowned in rage. Han immediately asked the boy if he remembered his father. Those words made the child tremble, awakening painful feelings inside him. He was back in the past again, where his bloodied father had wished for his death. To the child, it had been an incomprehensible betrayal, and rage had swallowed him after that. That anger ate him from the inside and slowly turned him into a creature that had to be hidden from the world. Remembering it was unbearably painful, and he couldn't understand why everyone around him hated him. No matter how badly Han wanted to help, Akuma kept resisting until the very end. He struck his opponent with all his strength, trying to stop the endless flood of memories. Aragorn had killed his own son for power, and that was the true price he paid. While Ghost was pulling himself together, Sophia blocked the monster's spikes flying toward her. When Han finally stood up, he moved forward like death itself meant nothing to him. The spikes flew past him, and it was either incredible luck or cold calculation. One more touch to the head was enough to calm Akuma again. Han found the right words and said neither the father nor the son was to blame for what happened. After that, the monster turned back into a child, frightened and defenseless. Now he could finally breathe and rest a little from the darkness and chaos. Akuma was caught between the form of a monster and the form of a child. His body no longer looked as terrifying, though the red form still remained. His rage had been fully suppressed, and now he could move like a free person. In a way, it was healing, though with time he would still return to his old state. It was impossible to completely erase rage that had grown for years inside a frightened little boy. Even so, he didn't want to return to that insane form and feel the hatred of the whole world again. To avoid that fate, Han offered him a way out: join their team. In a way, his original plan had cracked, and now he needed help from other beings. Han promised that when Akuma's rage rose again, he would help him keep hold of himself. The offer was accepted almost immediately, and there was nothing surprising about that. The problem was that the demonic instructor had been watching all of this. He hated moments when the gods' plans collapsed and the written script went off course. The instructor made it clear he had come here with one goal: to get rid of the bloody monster. And Han had to do it with his own hands, because only then could he receive the precious prize. All this time, the demonic bug had calmly watched the battle and openly enjoyed the slaughter. Up to a certain point, everything had gone exactly according to plan, until Han decided to pull Akuma onto his side. After that, the instructor had to interfere and ruin everything, just like he had during the tutorial. He said Akuma could now be killed with magical interference, without any resistance. The monster writhed in pain, and the instructor coldly added that the sooner he was put out of his misery, the better. He reminded Han that to get the main reward, every calamity had to be destroyed without exception. On top of that, there was also an intermediate prize: a separate reward specifically for killing Akuma. Those words were enough to make Ghost seriously think. He now had a choice: the precious prize, or the monster he wanted to bring into the team. Grinding his teeth and clenching his fists to hold back his rage, Han stepped toward Akuma. The little demon looked at him with hope in his eyes, though he understood perfectly well how this world worked. He quietly admitted that he understood the decision and would have done the same thing himself. In his words, he had already become a monster once, and from that moment on, he deserved only death. After listening to his short speech, Han slowly and calmly dropped to one knee. Using telepathy, he decided to answer Akuma so no outsider could hear their conversation. He reminded him that Aragorn's son was not just a demon, but the Prince of Elfenheim and the rightful heir to the throne. Han even said his real name, reminding him that as a child he had been called Sean. Right after those words, he killed the monster without hesitation in front of Sophia. Even the instructor couldn't hold back his laughter at such a sudden and brutal turn of events. The dragon hand pierced straight through the monster's body like a hot knife through butter. In the end, Akuma calmly said he would be waiting and sank into eternity without resisting. His body scattered into a massive pile of precious runes, filling his new master with powerful energy. With such a generous reward, it became clear why the adventurer had still given in and killed him. In reality, the crystals barely mattered to the man who had done it. His eyes were fixed on only one artifact, the memory shard that held the demon's memories. Sophia hurried over to her friend to make sure he was truly okay. He looked a little broken and shaken, as if the act had torn him apart from the inside. Han pretended everything was fine, but the moment he killed Akuma kept replaying in his mind again and again. He saw the faces of his own friends and tried to understand what they would have done in his place. The instructor seemed to mock him, though he did it carefully and coldly. Han decided to warn him and said in advance that very soon he would witness something truly extraordinary. With that, the conversation ended, and it was time to inspect the new trophies. This battle brought Han not only an extra gift from the instructor, but all 5 main relics as well. Now he officially received the Administrator's mark, opening new possibilities before him. An administrator could control Ouroboros, and that was only one of the benefits. Still, there were some strange details, because the Administrator badge was supposed to look a little different. It looked like this was only a temporary form, while only Elfenheim people could become true administrators. Ordinary humans received only temporary rights, but even that could be called a real gift from the gods. Now Han could finally stand against the strongest fighter in the Red Zone, in the battle for the World Tree. Right after the fight ended, a blue pigeon brought urgent news from the Phantom team. They reported that they had captured Miyamoto and were waiting for Ghost to decide his fate. Han was ready to go to them immediately, but first he had to send a message to his allies. Meanwhile, the leader of the Phantoms behaved in an unexpectedly disgusting way. He collapsed to his knees, sobbing and groaning loudly like he was being brutally beaten. He apologized and begged for mercy, promising he would never cross the line between good and evil again. These people had been close comrades to him, and it was hard for them to watch his humiliation. Even so, no one planned to release him, and everyone waited for Han to arrive. One short moment of loosened focus was enough for Miyamoto to seize his chance. A powerful burst of magic instantly took out every phantom without exception. No matter how strong they were, their boss had always stayed one step ahead. A monstrous explosion rang out, and the legendary adventurers were torn apart. While Miyamoto bathed in other people's blood, the brave warriors of the Red Zone were barely holding back the parasite wave. The situation got worse with every minute, and even Mikhail was seriously thinking about retreating. Looking over the battlefield, he saw an endless flood of monsters, and that was very bad news. The moment he finally decided to order a withdrawal, a huge flock of blue pigeons appeared in the sky. The message Mikhail received was completely unexpected and instantly changed his mood. Without hesitation, he began killing everything in his path, just like the executioner fighting beside him. In that moment, Sophia felt her heart crack and shatter into tiny pieces. The dead bodies of every phantom had just appeared before her eyes. For years, they had fought shoulder to shoulder, and to her, they were not just a squad, but a real family. While Sophia was being torn apart by pain and despair, Han tried to remind her of the higher purpose. He acted like a heartless bastard, but he was speaking the harsh, ugly truth. Right now, saving the Red Zone mattered more, and as painful as it sounded, the phantoms could not be brought back. Looking at her leader, Sophia realized he was right, and accepted fate as an unavoidable reality. They had to return to the mirror immediately because countless ordinary hunters were on the edge of death right now. They needed a strong leader, and with every lost minute, their faith and optimism were fading. Over the past few months, the executioners had managed to gather a surprisingly solid and well-rounded team. Among them, Han noticed an old acquaintance named Yunhua, whom he had already met on the final floor of the tutorial tower. The executioner constantly argued with this girl, as if they were locked in a quiet struggle for influence inside the group. Sometimes it feels like you can watch Fire, Water, and Yunhua calling the executioner a little slug forever. Distracted by the conversation, they didn't notice monsters sneaking far too close to the squad. Once tightly surrounded, the hunters lost control of the perimeter and started to panic. The executioner charged forward first, trying to destroy part of the monsters and open a path for the others. Lucky for him, someone appeared at that exact moment, beat him to it, and did the job even faster. At last, the leader everyone had been waiting for came to help. Han and Sophia wiped out the entire monster squad in seconds, as if it took no effort at all. The reunion with old friends filled people with optimism and a cautious belief that change was coming. The executioner felt he had grown a lot recently and was now ready to fight beside his boss. He knew he had to hold on to that mindset, because only then could he earn the right to walk beside Ghost. Soon the squad leader noticed a silent man in a dark cloak. This was no illusion but the real Dark Monarch, reborn after his own death. It looked like he had managed to revive thanks to the cross hidden on the third island of the tower. The Dragon King tensed and even prepared to start a new battle with his enemy from the past. But soon he realized that nothing frightening remained of the old Shadow Monarch. This man had finally reunited with his daughter, and now thought only about her safety and future. As soon as Han allowed himself to relax a little, the mysterious Yunhua immediately approached him. She studied him closely and tried to figure out whether he had a real sister. During their first meeting, Han had looked a little different, and now, in her opinion, everything lined up. He had neither the time nor the desire to answer stupid questions, so he simply ignored the blonde. After that, it was time to decide what came next and set clear priorities. From this point on, the entire team had to work with Han to destroy Ouroboros. Some took that goal as openly unrealistic and looked at Ghost like he was insane. He had long since gotten used to looks like that and no longer paid them any attention. Yunhua had always been hot-tempered and had no intention of blindly following someone else's orders. She didn't want to risk her own life, even if doing so might save humanity. The executioner tried to talk sense into her and immediately took a hard punch straight to the face. That's what happens when you tell a girl she's wrong. Sophia had never seen a team with this many internal conflicts and open contradictions before. She tried to understand whether this was normal, and Han even had to calm her down. Looking at these people, he saw his old team in front of him, as if he had briefly returned to the past. Little by little, this new reality was shaping into something almost the same, and strangely, he liked it. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, and the beautiful Yumi stepped out of the forest. It was nice to see her again after she had promised to make real progress. Han hoped that in time this team could be considered a replacement for the Phantoms. Meanwhile, Ouroboros was gradually gaining strength and would soon become a serious threat. All this time, the new king of Elfenheim had been carefully watching his enemy. He couldn't believe a human had gained administrator rights and was practically screaming with rage. Ghost should have died from being poisoned by the legendary armor's power, unable to withstand its pressure. That didn't happen, and now he had administrator rights, making Aragorn feel extremely uncomfortable. While the new king tried to deal with his own problems, equally important events were happening elsewhere in the Red Zone. Members of Beacon ran into a wave of monsters that suddenly attacked their territory. There were so many parasites that the defenders simply didn't have the strength to fight them off properly. Liu Hong kept hiding behind his allies, desperately looking for a chance to escape somewhere safer. He didn't care that he was throwing others under the bus, because this guy had always thought only about saving himself. Suddenly news arrived that the boss had returned and urgently wanted to see his deputy. Miyamoto had really come back, and he was in terrible condition. It looked like he had been through true hell and somehow managed to survive. As soon as Liu Hong entered his room, the boss ordered everyone else to leave immediately and give them privacy. After that, he exploded into angry shouting and started blaming Ghost for everything that had happened. According to him, this man was the reason disaster had struck the Red Zone. Miyamoto demanded that Han be killed immediately, before it became too late. For that, he wanted his assistant to handle all the dirty work. Everyone knew Liu Hong had dreamed of this for a long time, but he clearly understood he didn't have the strength for such a mission. The boss told him not to worry, and promised to reveal the location of a secret weapon. Hearing that the Phantom leader had a real plan, the clan deputy burst into loud laughter. He was already imagining himself killing Han and finally becoming someone worthy of promotion. While a conspiracy was being prepared against the main character, he was thinking about nothing except the endless parasites. They had to methodically destroy the monsters, clear the territory, and move closer to the goal step by step. His new Phantom team was slowly starting to come together and get used to one another. It was obvious they still lacked coordination, but there was no doubt these people were talented hunters. Once they started moving like one machine, their clearing speed and efficiency would rise sharply. The adventurers were lucky to have experienced leaders like Han and Sophia Varaz nearby. People like that could always be relied on, as long as you had enough resolve to keep going. Yunhua looked the most frightened and still didn't fully understand whether she even needed all this. She wanted to stay with the team, but every time she was afraid to risk her own life. After another cleanup, she finally decided to tell the truth and admitted that her people would leave the forest. The risk seemed unjustified to her, and she honestly admitted her own weakness. Ordinary adventurers do not try to influence the fate of the world. They only want to find at least a little peace. The executioner once again accused her of cowardice and said he had never met a girl this weak. It wasn't hard to guess where that led. When those two started a full-on gladiator showdown, Sophia wasn't even surprised anymore. She was slowly getting used to this new reality, just like the other adventurers around her. As for Yumi, she had wanted to follow Han from the start and saw him as a true leader. He needed a full team, one he planned to call the Avengers, and he had even prepared a speech for it. He needed allies to help ordinary adventurers make it through the abyss. Without support, all these people would die fighting parasites, never getting a second chance. Everyone gathered here had the right to decide their own fate, and no one was forcing anyone. But if they agreed to walk with Ghost, they would never regret it. The right words at the right moment can light a fire even in the most frightened heroes. Yunhua felt that the man in front of her could be trusted. And in the end, she decided to take the risk. From that moment on, the Avengers Squad was officially formed, though very soon they would regret it. The road was so long and exhausting that even the executioner couldn't believe the boss hadn't chosen an easier path. He begged Ghost to take at least a short break, then admitted that Han seemed like a completely different person. The girls ignored his complaints completely, and even managed to become somewhat closer during that time. Sophia found common ground with Yumi pretty quickly, especially considering how close they both were to Han. Each of them wanted to be near this guy and saw something truly special in him. At the same time, they understood perfectly well that deep down he was still a lone wolf who needed no one. Maybe that was the whole charm of the main character, his strength, and at the same time the vulnerability that made him feel alive. The executioner overheard their conversation and immediately cut in, reminding them that Han was fearless and unbeatable, and talking about him behind his back was unacceptable. This guy was far too loyal to his boss, loving him completely and sometimes blindly, ignoring the reality of the world around him. Either way, every member of the team could feel that Han had some greater mission he was chasing with his whole soul. Few people could understand it, but every adventurer could still play a part and help Han get closer to the top. Long ago, he had given these people the right to choose their own path and trusted their decisions. Years later, all of them agreed that the path beside Ghost was their best chance to grow and move forward. Thanks to interesting conversations and shared adventures, the remaining road passed almost unnoticed. Han activated the vampire ring's first authority, gathering his energy and focusing fully on the task ahead. A hidden entrance opened before them, leading to treasures and secret artifacts that could strengthen the team. He had known about this since his past life, when he spoke with the mysterious Khan. It turned out that this confident, slightly self-obsessed guy loved hiding treasures for unexpected threats. He had shared the location of the stash, and now Han decided to use that chance. Inside the hideout were so many artifacts that their eyes couldn't keep up with all the glowing items and magical energy. Every member of the team finally understood that the boss had been telling the truth, and none of them regretted staying with him. They could take whatever they needed, growing stronger with every find. Han knew exactly which relic he needed and headed toward it without hesitation. Lord of the Dead was one of the strongest skills ever created in the Abyss, capable of completely changing the balance of power. The instructor had already offered this artifact before, but Han refused it back then, deciding it wasn't right for him. He had been right, because at that time Han's stats couldn't fully unlock the item's potential. Instead of throwing it away, the artifact was offered to the executioner so he could gain a massive boost. It was time to turn him into a true king of the undead, someone who could shift the course of any battle. Everyone relaxed a little, failing to notice a new danger starting to appear on the horizon. Only Sophia reacted in time, using a magical shield to protect her allies and keep them alive. After a short pause, it became clear that another powerful enemy was appearing on the horizon. Lu Hong had gained beacon support and arrived with Miyamoto's secret weapon, ready to take his long-awaited revenge. He made it clear that he would finally fulfill his dream and destroy Han along with his team. At his signal, the entire squad of professional mercenaries rushed in, cutting and killing without the slightest hesitation. The Avengers were in a terrible position. They were outnumbered, and retreat was already impossible. All the doubts that had been hiding inside Yunhua rose again and froze her mind. The boss ordered the mercenaries to kill the weak first, then move on to the strong. That was why no one touched Sophia or Yumi, while Yunhua was buried under a storm of attacks, almost defenseless. Her life seemed to flash before her eyes, and for a moment, fear gave way to horror and adrenaline. Everyone thought she wouldn't make it and would become the first victim of this bloody meat grinder. The blonde didn't even resist, as if accepting that sometimes fate cannot be changed. Her whole life, despite being a monarch, she had felt weak and scared, trapped by fear. Blood and chaos made her tremble, and danger sometimes paralyzed her completely. Defeat had become part of her life, and only miracles had kept her away from death. Until now, she had survived only through luck, and she knew that sooner or later, fortune would leave her. But then she met someone she could trust for the first time and heard the right words. He told her to follow him and gave her a chance to gain real power through the relic stash. That changed how she saw life, splitting it into before and after meeting him. Nothing remained of the weak, insecure girl, only resolve and a will of steel. she transformed into an unshakable, confident warrior, capable of facing any threat. Every ally held their breath, watching this transformation unfold. It felt like they had been tricked, as if the blonde had been replaced by a completely different person. With light, precise movements of her fists, powerful enemies dropped unconscious one after another. The transformation was complete, and now no one doubted that Yunhua was a force to be reckoned with. Even Han looked slightly surprised, clearly not expecting his words to affect her so deeply. Once the beacon squad was destroyed, it was time to deal with their leader and secure the victory. The head of the assault troops could no longer hide behind his friends or his boss. He had to answer personally for all his sins and horrible actions. At a difficult moment, when people were uniting against an army of monsters, he had chosen to stab them in the back. To survive, he had to reveal where Miyamoto was now. Liu Hong was so scared that he even started talking like he hated the Chief Phantom. It all looked like a joke, and of course, no one believed him. Still, the villain kept insisting that he no longer wanted to work with the experienced adventurer and wished to switch sides. As soon as Han learned the Chief Phantom was at headquarters, the conversation was over. He didn't want to kill Liu Hong, so he asked him to deliver a special message to Miyamoto. He said he would come and kill him, no matter what it cost. This man never trusted traitors, and pretty words wouldn't change that. When the assault leader woke up, he saw his squad crippled in front of him. He remembered the words he had to deliver to Miyamoto and sank back into pure rage. Whatever he said, in reality this guy had always hated Han and still dreamed of seeing him die with his own eyes. While this fool tried to justify his violence somehow, other people were honestly fighting evil. Even after countless clashes with the parasites, their numbers were not going down. The monster count kept rising, and Mikhail was losing his composure. Han had promised to return and help the ordinary people, but he was still nowhere to be seen, and the situation was getting worse. At the critical moment, Mikhail felt his body running out of energy. Then he heard a whistle, looked up, and saw a meteor coming down. When that meteor landed, the explosion was so loud that even people on another continent could hear it. Of course, the meteor was Ghost, finally returning to help. Mikhail didn't take offense and explained that the flow of the battle had barely changed. All this time, squads from different clans had been holding the enemies back. And at first everything was going well. Then the parasites multiplied, and people slowly lost control of the territory. Mikhail and his team had suffered for a long time, waiting for magical help to arrive any moment. Of course they were thinking about the Phantoms, who were considered the strongest hunter squad here. Mikhail was already imagining the moment when the Phantoms would take over the dirty work. But he had just learned that the Phantoms would not be coming and would no longer help anyone. It was hard to describe how disappointed he was, because all his hopes came crashing down to earth. He had trusted Han and ended up feeling deceived. And it seemed this wasn't the first time. Even so, Ghost had returned with good news. Instead of the Phantoms, the Avengers would now be fighting here. Every member of this team had something special about them. Maybe they had once been ordinary people, but now they had become top-class warriors. Every single one of them had not only skills but artifacts that gave them an edge even against the strongest enemies. All of that made the Avengers special and gave them every chance to fully replace the Phantoms. Mikhail didn't exactly appreciate the news and even doubted the team's abilities. The Executioner immediately made it clear that disagreeing with the boss was not allowed. He was even ready to slit this guy's throat if he voiced his complaints one more time. The boss had to step in and make it clear that conflicts between team members were forbidden. Either way, half the job was already done, and now they were entering the final stretch. The Executioner kept trying to pressure his rival mentally, and he thought it was working. That lasted until Yunhua stepped in, because as always, she couldn't stand arrogant guys. The special squad immediately got to work. They began clearing the perimeter and killing the horrifying monsters. A huge amount of green blood instantly splashed across the surrounding red ground. It looked like someone had turned on a blender and forced it to grind up juicy spinach. The number of monsters didn't make anyone doubt their strength. Thanks to the strongest artifacts, everyone received a worthy boost to their skills. While most of the warriors fought up close, Sophia supported them with magic. Then the leader felt the time had come and ordered the Executioner to start the show. Hopefully no one forgot what artifact Han had given his ally. It was time to see what the Lord of the Undead could really do. As soon as the artifact activated, the dead monsters began waking from their eternal sleep. Their old strength and energy returned, only now they were fighting on the other side. The humans received support no one had expected, all thanks to the Executioner and his new skill. He turned the risen parasites against their own kind and enjoyed every second of it. The monsters fully obeyed his commands and didn't hesitate for even a moment. Now the parasites' advantage disappeared and the odds evened out fast. Whenever one of the monsters in the human army died, the Executioner brought it back with a magic spell. Little by little, the parasite army began switching to the human side, because their numbers grew with every minute. Han thanked his friend for the beautiful work and rushed with the squad to complete the main objective. There wasn't a drop of doubt in his eyes, his heart beat at its usual pace, and it seemed like he didn't even understand how impossible his goal was. Everything had been clearly discussed from the start. and the first part of the plan was killing a massive number of parasites. After that, Sophia had to take Han to the place where the magic felt strongest. Using her skill, Immovable Path, they would climb onto Ouroboros and kill that thing. Now they had finally reached the top, and many inexperienced fighters felt their knees shaking. For Han, this was just another day, but for most of the Avengers, it was happening for the first time. Still, they didn't show their fear and tried to stay ready for battle. No one wanted to embarrass themselves in front of the leader and expose their own weakness. Extra monsters appeared from time to time, protecting their king. They weren't too hard to deal with, especially with magical support. Han walked in front and confidently sliced off heads with his green sword. Then they finally cleared the area and found themselves before a massive black hole. This was the passage to the Calamity monster's core. It had 3 cores in total, including the brain, and only by destroying all of them could Ouroboros be killed. For that, each person would take explosives made specifically to destroy a core. Han suggested splitting into groups to save as much time as possible. He personally would go with Sophia because he knew her better than anyone else and trusted her skills. Yunhua and her squad were supposed to move ahead, and they agreed without hesitation. It's nice to see even the weakest fighters in the squad causing problems, yet still trusting their boss. As soon as the group entered the passage, Sophia froze the black hole so the monsters couldn't interfere. Now they had to reach the other passages and do the same thing there. The parasites kept increasing in number, all aimed at stopping the intruders. The Dark Monarch had already reached peak form and was ready to fight like he had in his past life. Meanwhile, the Blonde's squad finally reached the target. Right now, they froze in place, feeling the cold coming from the monster's inner core. The rest of the Avengers kept fighting the parasites and carving a path forward. They found the second entrance, and the second group prepared to move. Yumi hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to say something before leaving. She was clearly nervous, sweating a little, and acting like she had forgotten her speech. You could see in her eyes that love was burning inside her, but it still wasn't time for a confession. A second later, she finally stepped forward and jumped into the abyss of the unknown. Sophia, watching the girl, understood perfectly well what she was feeling. Maybe Sophia Varus felt something similar toward the team captain. Now that both groups had entered, Han and Sophia also had to get their hands dirty. They met a huge monster that turned out to be the Alpha. He addressed the adventurers and made it clear he had been watching them closely the entire time. The king's clone no longer doubted that his greatest enemy in the red zone was standing before him. He tried to intimidate the hunters somehow, choosing harsh words and threatening them with death. Han's answer was immediate. He struck and cut the monster in half. This man doesn't negotiate. He always acts exactly the way he thinks is right. As for the first group, they were deep inside the monster's body. Looking around, Ouroboros's core drew them in with its magical glow and strange aura. Now they had to prepare the explosives and carry out the final part of the plan. According to the strategy, every group had to destroy its core exactly 30 minutes after the operation began, all at the same time. Then a strange sound rang out, and the ground trembled under their feet. Apparently they would have to work very hard just to survive until the 30 minutes were up. Monsters were inside too, and their numbers seemed abnormal. This time the team acted much better than before. They quickly took a defensive position, stood back to back, and met the battle head-on. The artifacts they had received strengthened each of them and granted new skills. Thanks to that, the adventurers managed to protect themselves and even killed several hundred parasites. Time moved painfully slowly, as if 1 minute lasted an entire lifetime. Ghost ran into similar problems once he reached the core. Sophia told him not to move and activated the tricolor jade herself using the restraint rune. This skill was also known as the Ice Light Sphere, capable of freezing even the Flame King. Han was glad Sophia was taking responsibility, but he couldn't stop himself from joining the fight. With his green sword, he had already killed more than 1,000 monsters, and that was only the beginning. Even with success so close, his instincts told him it wasn't that simple. The Alpha had deliberately left a hologram to avoid a real meeting and protect a completely different core. He was afraid to face Han directly and chose to fight his allies instead. After half the monsters were destroyed, the remaining parasites suddenly stopped and began waiting. It looked way too much like a trap, though there was no time left for doubt. Han suggested destroying the core right now and then helping the other Avengers. He could feel that his allies might be wiped out if he didn't support them in time. Sophia suggested trusting the other team members, as if she didn't understand how serious this was. Han explained nothing, and simply demanded that everything be done exactly as he said. Then trouble came from a completely unexpected direction. Mayamato used the 7 soul fragments technique and entered Sophia's body. He tried to take over her body and use it to attack Han without risking himself. The furious madman insulted his opponent and promised to send him to hell. Ghost wasn't surprised at all, as if he had been waiting for the chance to finally shut this old man up. Activating maximum speed, the captain closed in on Sophia and triggered an artifact. The vampire would help free her from Miyamoto's influence and bring her back. The 7 soul fragments technique drains a huge amount of the body's resources, and Sophia needed rest now. She lost consciousness, and Han finally understood where his old enemy was hiding. While the Phantom leader tried to figure out why nothing had worked, death slowly crept up behind him. Han no longer wanted to play games. It was time to handle this like an adult. Miyamoto vanished, then appeared in a field surrounded by parasites. Seeing what was happening, he realized luck definitely wouldn't save him here. The hungry beasts rushed at the old man and enjoyed a full meal. He would never be a problem again, which meant Sophia would soon feel much better. Time was running shorter, and they had to act more decisively. For that, Han used the administrator technique, which allowed him to take some of the World Tree's magic energy. The extra energy unlocked the Heavenly Soldier armor along with the power of the Dragon King. Thanks to this form, the third core was destroyed instantly. After that, the monster that had slept for so long finally woke up. It roared, feeling burning pain, and greedily swallowed cold air to calm itself down. For now, it still wasn't fully awake and couldn't attack properly. Instead of destroying the Alpha, Han decided to deal with another calamity. He called on the roots of the World Tree to help capture Ouroboros. No matter how hard the serpent tried to break free, every attempt was useless. After that, Han began speaking to the old friend he had wanted to meet for so long. The real Aragorn had to wake up and return to his throne for the sake of everyone. Soon they would finally meet, and then the balance of power would be restored. After all the bloody chaos, it would be easy to forget about the new Lord of the Undead. The Executioner had already gotten used to his new role and felt much more important. In the past, his skills helped him fight equal opponents, but today he had reached a completely different level. Victory was almost in sight, and he believed he could finish the battle before dawn. With every minute, his army grew while the parasites slowly wore themselves down. Then a strange sound rang out, frightening even the fearless. San sensed danger and decided to step in to help his idol. He ordered the army to keep moving forward without stopping, then left the battlefield himself and headed upward. The backlash from the skill kept Sophia from quickly returning to action. To avoid risking her health, Han decided to use the administrator's abilities. He moved Sophia to the area where Mikhail was, feeling a little relieved. Then he noticed the executioner approaching, which was another piece of good news. The young follower couldn't believe his leaders had reached another stunning evolution. This guy looked like he had turned into the Demon King. With his magic spheres, he quickly destroyed several dozen monsters and met up with the executioner. There was no time to explain why he had horns now, because they had other things to handle. San happily listened to his new objective and promised to do the job perfectly. He had to help the Blonde's group destroy the core. Han would send him straight to them through the administrator's magic portal. Before the transfer, he told his ally not to die under any circumstances, because there were still plenty of adventures ahead. Giving him the relic of the King of the Dead had been the right call, and now San had an important role in the team. Sometimes to make yourself stronger, you first have to think about the allies watching your back. The second group was also in a bad spot, and Han rushed to help them. The Alpha had arrived there not long ago, and the problems had gotten much worse. The Dark Monarch had already made serious progress, but today that still wasn't enough. The girls couldn't withstand the pressure and dropped out of the fight too early. Levon was still holding on, though it was clear his strength was slowly leaving him. His opponent, on the other hand, kept growing stronger by the minute, almost as if he were mocking the adventurers. He used every advantage he had against them and confidently said this was the end. Levon had never accepted death as something unavoidable. He was used to fighting until the very end and never losing hope. This guy had already earned a star for his loyalty to the team and its goals. Even the Alpha admired him for being ready to sacrifice himself for the others. Then the King's clone lost patience and decided to finish what he had started. Different portals opened all around them, and sharp blades pierced the Dark Monarch's body. After that, he had no strength left. Levin dropped to one knee and let out a dying groan. All that remained was to finish off the wounded beast, and the parasites were perfect for that job. Everything was going well until the main character appeared on the stage. Han was a little late, but he still arrived to stop the insane Alpha. The battle that had been building for so long had finally become reality. To show how serious he was, Han decided to cut off a few monster heads. After clearing the battlefield, he immediately approached his allies. The Dark Monarch looked terrible and needed an immediate medical checkup. Instead, the captain gave him a magic crystal, which instantly began speeding up his regeneration. The girls were also fine, though they looked upset because of their defeat. Yumi had trained hard for a long time, trying in every way to catch up to Han's level. Today she realized she was still far from ideal, and there was a long road ahead. She shouldn't feel too down, because their opponent had been unbelievably strong. Inside the monster, the administrator's authority couldn't be used, so Han told them to get out immediately. Outside, his people would be able to use the feather and move to a safe place. Even the fact that they had kept the potion intact already meant the mission had been completed. The Alpha didn't want to give the adventurers a chance to catch their breath. He got angry and attacked them without any warning. Now the adventurers had left the danger zone, leaving Han alone with his opponent. That would actually make things easier for him because he wouldn't have to get distracted saving extra lives. He calmly stopped the strongest attack and left the Alpha completely confused. To avoid making another mistake, the king's clone decided to use all his energy. None of those mana flashes scared the fearless man at all. He stayed just as calm and waited for the first strike to fly at his head. In Dragon King form, together with the great armor, he felt unbeatable. Every next strike caused the Alpha more and more trouble. Killing this monster would be too stupid, at least right now. Han had to preserve the vessel so he could help Sean return from the world of the dead. His energy reserves weren't that large, so wasting precious minutes was a bad idea. He began launching spinning strikes, and the Alpha realized just how bad his situation had become. He felt that he had made a mistake, and his entire plan was going to hell. One single man had appeared in his path and managed to ruin everything. With the last of his strength, the elf crawled toward his fate and touched Ouroboros's inner core. Ghost immediately shouted and accused him of cowardice. He should not have given up on his dream, though at this point, it no longer mattered to him. The Alpha decided to replace the core with himself, and did something no one had expected. It looked like defeating Han mattered far more to him than helping his own people. Because of his youth, he created even more problems, and now someone else would have to clean them up. To put it simply, he merged with the consciousness of the great monster. Before the final battle, absolute safety had to be secured for every team member. Many adventurers had run into threats that were far too much for them. Han arrived in time and sent each of them to a safe place. He used his administrator authority, moving people through space with ease. Mikhail, who was watching everything unfold, had a lot of questions. He didn't understand what was expected of him or how he was supposed to act next. By then, Sophia had already awakened from her long sleep and couldn't remember what had happened. She would have gladly returned to the battle if Mikhail hadn't asked her to stay nearby. Magical barriers kept bringing members of the Avenger squad there one after another. Han returned his entire team and remained proudly alone to handle the main task. Right now, he was staring at his strongest enemy, waiting for its first move. The Alpha had merged his consciousness with Ouroboros and felt that he finally had a chance to win. He would no longer be able to bring his tribe back to life, and that didn't bother him at all. For this guy, beating Ghost and proving to himself that he was the best of the best mattered far more. Fighting a titan this massive would require every last resource he had. Han immediately drew in extra energy, but the very first strike caught him off guard. The defensive barrier shattered, and his internal organs felt like they were boiling. Only his wings saved him from being completely incinerated. If this kept going, even the Dragon King would have almost no chance of winning. The bloody cough made it clear he had to change strategy and act fast. Using his administrator rights, Han decided to activate a full-scale spatial transfer. He gathered every survivor in the red zone and gave them a chance to escape. Right now, they would leave this territory and end up in a temporary safe zone. They could return whenever they wanted, but the most important thing was that no one came back without permission. Han was spending his own resources only to protect people from Ouroboros. He understood he might lose and didn't want humanity risking its life for nothing. The monster called him a fool who risked his life to save inferior creatures. If Han lost today, all those people would still die to this terrible serpent. To even have a real shot at victory, he needed a weapon containing royal authority. That artifact could be the lightning splitter of the King of Elfenheim. But first he had to break away from the serpent, which had no intention of letting its prey escape. Han decided to take one final risk and activated the skill of his best friend Can, called 7 Fragments. This technique allowed him to combine all the relics and direct their energy where he needed it. It placed extra strain on his heart, but it opened up unbelievable possibilities. New abilities had just been created for the divine dragon form. The Radiant Sky technique was now in Han's hands, and he could use it at any moment. The main problem was that the time limit was brutally short. He could no longer drag the duel out, so he had to move as fast as possible. With his resolve, Ghost made it clear the Alpha might not even be able to stop his victory. When the tectonic blast erupted, the serpent roared and hissed in pain. The people watching the fight thought a nuclear warhead had gone off up ahead. None of them had left the danger zone and stayed close to their captain. They felt they couldn't abandon their leader and run to safety. Repeating an attack like that would be extremely difficult for Han because he lacked the resources. He had already spent almost all his energy moving people into the temporary zone. On top of that, ever since arriving on the Red Peninsula, he had barely rested or eaten. In this state, the duel could end at any moment, from his body simply overloading. Han could have asked his friends for help, but he chose to keep them away from death. He had never once given them a reason to doubt him, and that earned him iron respect. But respect doesn't help in battle, and every warrior knows that. The massive serpent survived and kept gaining speed with every passing minute. Energy was slowly leaving the Dragon King's body, and he understood this couldn't continue. Right now, he was using the World Tree's energy, and if those resources ran out, the tree would die. To avoid triggering a collapse, he decided to change tactics a little. Han approached the Battle Beast squad and met their leader. The main parasite struck him right away, but the human had come to talk. The world tree's mana was currently on the verge of exhaustion. Every parasite in this zone fed on the tree's energy, which meant the situation looked terrible for them too. Once that energy ran out, the red zone would die. But Han was offering a way out. He wanted to help the parasites survive and save the entire environment around them. To do that, he had to reach the path of the King of Elfenheim as quickly as possible. The Parasite King confirmed the new administrator's strength and decided to take the risk. For him, this was a chance to gain at least some hope of survival. Humans were a poor source of energy, and sooner or later they would run out anyway. To save his older sister, the king still decided to join forces with the human. He opened the way forward and showed where the royal flower was located. It had not appeared for the last 500 years. And something special was needed to pull it out of its cocoon. Ghost showed complete confidence and walked like he knew exactly what he was doing. Approaching the King of Elfenheim, he said that his son Sean was waiting to be resurrected right now. Those seemingly ordinary words were enough to wake the king. A flood of different memories crashed down like stones falling onto his head. Han flew into the past, then returned to the future again. Battles, close friends, and even frightened little Sean appeared before his eyes. He had offered that demon his hand and promised help, knowing Sean would become the key to success in the future. Now he had met his father, who had long been the King of Elfenheim. There was almost no time for introductions. They had to act clearly, quickly, and without useless formality. A new variable had appeared in the red zone, and in 15 years the abyss would open. To stand against the demons, they would need a powerful army, a great alliance beyond all races and species. For that, Ghost needed the help of a warrior as strong as the true Aragorn. There wasn't a drop of doubt or lies in his words. He knew exactly what had to be done. To defeat Ouroboros, he needed the great relic called the Lightning Splitter. It was a request the king immediately rejected. He could not share his race's legacy with a human who was basically a puppet. The king saw him as the advance guard of the Valkyrie clan, carrying out someone else's order. At first, it wasn't clear what any of this meant, because Han didn't consider himself a puppet. He even threatened the man and told him he had better take his words back. The king wasn't in a hurry to apologize, and brought up Keldian, the one known as the Great Mage. It seemed he could feel the Great Mage's magic around Han right now. To prove his independence, Han agreed to completely remove all magical restraints. The process looked strange and risky, but there was simply no other way. He had to earn the King of Elfenheim's trust and obtain the precious relic needed to defeat the serpent. If he failed to destroy this monster, humanity would die, and his return would end in failure. As soon as the magical restraints were removed, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his muscles tightened to the limit. Han was immediately dragged into the past and didn't hear his partner shouting at him. He was being accused of not helping defend the perimeter and giving up at the start of the fight. Everyone could see death in his eyes because he had just lost the woman he loved. The Great Mage decided to step in and help with his skills. These people needed a war their leader could still fight, so they had to do anything to bring Han back to the battle. Keldian placed a spell on his friend and returned him to the real world. For a while, Han forgot about his beloved and fought the monsters with brutal intensity. All this time, the Great Mage's aura had been surrounding him. Once that aura was removed, Keldian appeared beside him to speak with his friend for the first time in a long while. Only the great ruler of Elfenheim could break such a magical barrier. The mage apologized to the king and said he never intended to turn Han into a puppet. It was simply magical protection for a man who desperately needed help. It was good to see that Ghost had carried out the entire plan without delay. Right now, he stood at a critical point in his path and absolutely could not give up. Ahead, he would have to make far too many sacrifices, all to save even more souls. Keldian fully trusted his friend and hoped he would succeed. The projection from the past couldn't stay in reality for long, and its time had run out. Han said goodbye to his friend and promised he would fulfill his destiny. One day they would meet again and go hunting together, just like in the good old days. Until then, he had to solve every problem and secure the red zone as quickly as possible. Through his actions, Han earned respect and received the lightning splitter. Now it depended only on him how well he used this relic. To charge the artifact, he needed the world tree's energy, but doing that would kill the tree. Unexpectedly, the Parasite King decided to help solve the problem. He was ready to sacrifice his own energy to kill Ouroboros. Of course, it's important to understand why he would do something like that. Apparently, looking at Han, this old and experienced bug saw a ray of hope. When the world tree began drying up, there were no longer enough nutrients for the parasites. They had no choice and were forced to attack humans just to feed themselves somehow. Then they learned that Ouroboros was taking most of the nourishing energy and started a war against the serpent. The Parasite Queen lost her support and quickly died from starvation. Before dying, she left the king hope in the form of a precious stone shard. Now, with the world tree dying, the queen's return was impossible. If Han killed the giant serpent, the tree would bloom again, and the parasites could reclaim their former glory. The king felt the queen had died because of him, and after 500 years he wanted to fix his past mistakes. He gave up his power and did everything he could so the red zone could bloom again. In return, the Bug King asked only one thing: revive the queen after the victory. For Han, that wouldn't be difficult. And besides, he had never seen the parasites as humanity's real problem. They were just hungry creatures trying to survive, never looking for unnecessary fights. Once the world tree recovered its energy, the parasites would forget their wars with humans and live a calm, steady life. Now the entire red zone had to get ready, because Han had received his boost and was about to kill Ouroboros. With a brand new artifact that could split lightning, he wouldn't waste a single extra minute in this brutal fight. Everyone held their breath and prepared to witness the hero's overwhelming power. Like a superhero, he tore through the thick mist and struck the giant serpent right in the head. A crack rang out, announcing a shattered skull and the ruined fate of another calamity. The serpent feared by the entire red zone died after a single strike. That's what happens when you face a motivated opponent holding the sky splitter. All that remained of the huge, once terrifying monster was a magic core. Now every calamity in the red zone had been defeated, and the system greeted Ghost. Despite looking unbeatable on the outside, Han was in unbelievable pain inside. His body could barely handle this kind of strain, and it was honestly a little sad to watch. He could lose consciousness and collapse at any second, but he stubbornly kept following his goal. First, he had to use his power and retrieve the Alpha's dead body. People like Han always keep their word, and now he would do what had to be done. The memory shard reacted to the Alpha's essence, and transferred another being's consciousness into him. Even though Sean had died a few days earlier, right now he would be reborn in a much better body. After waking up, he spent a little while thinking he was still dreaming and saying complete nonsense. Then he realized it was all real, and thanked his savior for giving him another chance at life. Han's body gradually began to fail, and his heart almost tore itself apart. The man who had saved thousands of lives felt cold blood on his lips and trembled in fear. Not a trace of fearlessness remained, all because of the crushing pressure from the divine artifacts. His connection to the world tree was temporarily cut off to restore the balance of power. While the tree recovered, Han would have to rely only on his own regeneration. He gasped for air and felt like a million knives were stabbing through his body. His link to magical energy was severed, and without it, he was just an ordinary man with no divine support. Sean tried with everything he had to help his savior, but nothing worked. Then the king of Elfenheim appeared in the sky and arrived just in time to help. For a moment he thought Han was being attacked and tried to protect him. Aragorn didn't understand that the person before him was his son and nearly started another massacre. Only after several explanations and pitiful tears did everything fall into place. The frightened father took back his words and realized how blind he had been all this time. He apologized to his son and hurried to correct the mistakes of his youth. While his magic tried to heal the human, the two elves did everything they could to rebuild their bond. For the first time in 500 years, they hugged each other, and in that moment, it felt like the whole world smiled. Sean had suffered for too long, and now he couldn't hold back his emotions as he tried to believe in his own happiness. As for the main character, he was fine, so there was no need to worry. He was taken to a safe place and given a chance to recover some strength. When he woke up, he felt much better, and his connection to the world tree had been restored successfully. Right after waking, he sensed the instructor nearby, the same one who never left him alone. That worm hadn't expected to see another calamity defeated and congratulated the hero on his success. Han showed interest in receiving a skill called Zero Dive. This skill allowed him to deal massive damage and reduce magical resistance. Rumor had it this skill once destroyed an entire world, so it had to be handled very carefully. Looks like Han was planning to put on an even bloodier show in the next area, the Orange Zone. He had his own ideas for using the skill, and maybe he would come up with something special. The instructor didn't keep the hunter any longer and immediately left his lair. The new skill would help him specialize in killing enemies, which was necessary because the next zone wouldn't have the world tree's support. He couldn't keep relying on dragon power forever, because sooner or later his body would be drained. After recovering his health, Han hurried to meet Aragorn. Now the wise king looked at him completely differently. He trusted him and saw him as a hero. He understood perfectly well that after failing in Elfenheim, the king had moved to the Orange Zone and become part of another tribe. This king's life was filled with failure, and even remembering it was painful. They say his relatives, the Acherons, were still alive, though they were in a difficult situation. Everything had been fine until the golden lion Lazarus lost his former power. His blood and flesh once formed the wealth of nations, but later none of that remained. Many tribes ended up on the edge of extinction, and Aragorn used the Soul Mover to enter another world. He became an Elfenheim native and wanted to move his entire tribe to the Red Zone for a second chance at growth. He was lucky enough to be reborn as a prince of Elfenheim, though deep down he was still an Acheron. He wanted to unite the two peoples and create a symbiosis between them, but he made a mountain of mistakes. After that, he learned the Acherons were dying out and chose to keep living as one of the kings of Elfenheim. Calamities appeared in the Red Zone, and over time the king lost his son twice and failed twice to protect the people he loved. His fate was full of disappointment and defeat, and he could still taste that bitterness on his tongue. But now a new hero had appeared and started putting things right. Han had not only restored balance in the Red Zone, but was also offering to save all of Acheron in the Orange Zone. For that, he needed the king's knowledge and information about where the ancient rune and the soul transmitter were located. On top of all that, he wanted to heal Lazarus and bring prosperity back to the Orange Zone. After being reborn, he was planning not only to save humanity, but also restore balance in every new world. The conversation ended on a very positive note, and a new plan slowly began taking shape. First, Han had to keep his promise and return prosperity to the parasites. Sean gradually got used to his new body and finally forgot what rage felt like. Using his administrator magic skills, Han tried to revive the queen. After long years inside the egg, she finally smelled freedom. The atmosphere improved instantly, and the entire red zone prepared for the dawn of an empire. The queen hurried to thank her savior and promised from that moment on to fulfill any request he made. After all those beautiful speeches, they had to gradually prepare the cocoon for transfer to the next zone. Han no longer planned to stay in this territory, and he no longer needed administrator rights. He decided it was best to give that power and authority to Sean, who had to find himself in his new role. Now he was the prince of this territory, and at the same time the administrator of the Red Continent system. A heavy responsibility now rested on his shoulders, and the balance of power would have to be actively managed. The parasites would help him with that, since they had also received several precious gifts from Ghost. After Miyamoto died, he left behind a fragment of 7 soul pieces, and the parasites immediately handed it to Han. After exchanging gifts, it was time to make an agreement with the father and son. They had reunited for the first time in long years, but it wouldn't last long. Han apologized several times and explained that he needed the king in the Orange Zone. As soon as everything was done, he would return him safe and sound. Sean had waited more than 500 years to reunite with his father, so waiting a little longer wouldn't be a problem. Now Han would go to the humans and form a strike squad in the new world. After returning, he immediately called the Golden Pigeon and sent the Avengers his special message. He gathered everyone around him to thank them for successfully completing the mission. Every single member of the team deserved their own words of gratitude. Some had shown a side no one expected, and became the discovery of the Red Zone. Some had finally broken past their own fears and inner limits, and some had simply made progress and become at least a little better. Now each of them could go their own way, but Han offered to unite and continue their victorious march. People like San would never refuse their leader a new adventure. Everyone else also had no idea what to do next, so they gladly accepted the new mission. Now a journey to the Orange Zone awaited them through Mirror Lake. No one was blocking the hunter's path to the next worlds anymore. Han explained that they would have to work with the King of Elfenheim, and many found that hard to accept. Not long ago, they had fought his clone, and today they had to listen to his advice. The king apologized for everything that had happened and said he hoped they would understand. Then the portal opened, and everyone prepared to step into the unknown. The team, already legendary by this point, had just received a new goal: the revival of the Orange Zone. A moment later, they found themselves in a desert, where the heat alone made being there a real trial. Instead of a warm welcome, they had to immediately start fighting for their lives. Monsters surrounded them everywhere, and they had to react as fast as possible. Even a single second of hesitation could cost a life, or leave someone crippled. The Avengers quickly grouped up and protected themselves through teamwork. After fighting calamities, battling dinosaurs felt like an easy walk in the park. People in cloaks that protected them from the sand watched the fight against the monsters closely. They immediately noticed Sophia and thought the Phantoms had decided to come into a new zone. The bandit group didn't stop at simple scouting. They decided to attack from long range and use a magic rifle. If they brought Sophia's head to the boss, he would clearly give them a huge reward. These fools' plan was too simple to ever become reality. They thought an ordinary magic bullet could defeat a guy like Han. Reality was full of disappointment, and Ghost instantly stopped the shot flying toward his heart. After that, he attacked with Black Plague magic. The two bandits who had attacked without warning instantly turned into sand forgotten by time. Now that the battle was over, they could take a quick look around and figure out what to do next. Looking around, it became clear that this once thriving land had become a wasteland. The true homeland of the King of Elfenheim was right here, though that was hard to believe. To people who had never been here before, it seemed like the Orange Zone had always been this scorched land. In reality, this place had once been an oasis, where nations prospered, lived as friends, and no one had even heard the word war. Now the king dreamed of meeting the legendary Golden Lion, though there was still a lot to do before that. This enormous desert had once been a living creature that maintained the local balance. The entire horizon the hunters could see was part of the giant lion. Comparing it to Ouroboros didn't even feel right, because Lazarus was dozens of times larger. The sacred beast was so strong and powerful that it could calmly quench its thirst by drinking lava from a volcano. It controlled its own body, and thanks to magical artifacts, created water out of nothing. A huge amount of plants let the local people live without worrying about food or hunger, but now none of that remained, and all they could do was wonder what had happened. No one knew how much longer this land would last if no one stepped in. Han asked the king not to worry and promised he knew how to solve the problem. There was a city nearby, and paying it a visit sounded like a good idea. From this point on, for the next few weeks, the Avengers squad had to actively gather runes. They started collecting runes right on the road to the city. All they had to do was kill ordinary monsters and enjoy the rewards. For a team that had recently fought an army of parasites, this was far too easy. Still, no one relaxed, because new kinds of monsters always kept the tension alive. Now they had enough runes to buy a set of equipment in the new city. Today they could rest a little, and tomorrow they would head out on a new mission. After spending the night in the desert, the adventurers reached a massive city called Tarnis the next morning. They weren't allowed in right away, and had to go through a small procedure. The guards didn't even leave the gates and immediately ran to call their boss. Then a strange figure in an intimidating outfit appeared above. When she came closer, she smiled and immediately greeted Sophia. The Phantom Girl instantly recognized an old friend standing before her. NB Aren. In her past life, she had been Valentina's closest assistant and fought on humanity's side in the fiercest wars. Now she was the leader of the United Clan and the ruler of the city in the middle of the desert. She had just been told that the Red Zone's calamities had been completely destroyed. Aren couldn't believe for a long time that something like that was even possible. Then she explained the situation in the Orange Zone and made it clear that things here were not as peaceful as they looked. There was someone called the Tomb Emperor, who had founded the Lair clan. That clan accepted every kind of scum, rapists, murderers, and anyone who wanted to break the law. They constantly attacked nearby cities and created endless problems for peaceful residents. In just 1 year, their forces had grown so fast that defending against them had become almost impossible. Most likely, criminals like that were the ones who attacked Han deep in the desert. That could create problems for the main character's future plans. He wanted to send his allies to train, while he and the king went to the Great Temple. Sophia said that the man known as Ghost had defeated every elemental calamity. When Eren heard this guy had done it all alone, she refused to believe such fairy tales for a long time. Han dropped all the formalities and immediately asked what had happened to the dungeon outside the city. Eren was surprised he knew about the dungeon and said no one used it. The monsters there were too weak to interest strong hunters. A little later, the clan leader received a message about approaching danger. She promised to meet the Avengers a little later, after handling the city's main problems. The gates opened and the new travelers entered the city. The trading district of Tarnis was full of people making wild deals. The Avengers received a place to rest and enjoyed a good lunch at a local restaurant. Now they had to buy gear using the runes they had earned in the desert. Everyone went to choose special clothing according to their own taste. Han knew exactly what he needed and quickly bought everything necessary. Using his skills, he temporarily turned the king into an ordinary old man. Now no one would pay him too much attention or ask stupid questions. When it came time to pay, there were no problems with the runes. The shopkeeper made a record profit and was speechless for a while. He thanked Han for his generosity and said next time, he would prepare some kind of special gift for him. After that, they headed to the training dungeon to keep their fighting shape sharp. Every member of the team looked a little different thanks to the new clothes. They thought this was just another easy dungeon, but their leader didn't think so. He laughed quietly at his allies and made it clear that something terrifying was waiting inside. Before entering the dungeon, Aragorn showed the adventurers something interesting. Inside the dungeon, they would face monsters known as ballads. These creatures were somewhat more dangerous than parasites, so relaxing around them was strictly forbidden. There would be far too many of them, which meant losing focus was absolutely not allowed. After entering the large room inside, they would need to find the hidden portal. It would lead the team into a secret dungeon filled with a whole sea of monsters. That was when the executioner would step onto the stage and use the Lord of the Dead skill. He would be able to control those creatures and quickly turn the battle around. In just a few days, they would gather about a third of the runes they needed, which could already be called a success. After that, they would have to go deeper into the dungeon, toward the room containing the core. That was where they would have to kill the Ballad King and finish clearing the dungeon. After that, the dungeon would belong to the executioner and all his friends. Han would not go with them because he had his own tasks to handle. He gave them a few more precise tips and asked everyone to be careful. Then Ghost said goodbye to his friends and told them he was counting on their success. Together with Aragorn, they headed into the distant lands of the Cold Night Desert. Right now, the main goal was obtaining a sword technique known only to the holy warriors. That technique could be obtained in a special temple with the help of 2 priests. The king had some doubts about whether he could help his friend. Too many years had passed since he had last been in these lands, and now he feared they might not even recognize him. Han told him to forget the useless worrying and focus on the present moment. The nearest temple was located near the Lair clan's base. That was where desperate criminals gathered, the kind willing to do horrifying things. This clan had quickly gained strength and control thanks to the sword enhancement technique. They needed to be very careful with those people, or they would ruin every plan. While flying near one of the cities, Han noticed a strange incident. A little cat girl was trying to run away and tripped at the last second over a stone sticking out of the ground. She was holding a magic crystal and kept thinking about her parents. The girl didn't know they had sacrificed themselves to protect her and the relic. Behind her was a desperate criminal ready to do anything. He was carrying her parents' heads and clearly mocking the small, defenseless cat girl. This horrible, bloodthirsty wolf was known for his savage crimes and had already been sentenced to death in absentia. He enjoyed terrifying little children and forcing them to do disgusting things. Seeing her parents' heads, the little cat girl burst into tears, and her heart almost tore itself apart. The moment the wolf tried to take advantage of her innocent body, complete silence fell around them. Then a shot rang out into the void, and the wolf began choking on his own blood. A magic sword had just pierced him, leaving him no chance of survival. In the final seconds of his life, he noticed a strange magical object above him. After that, the wolf felt a crushing blow that shattered his ribs and spine. Now no peaceful family would ever suffer from his horrible claws again. The little cat girl didn't even know how to react to such an unexpected rescue. Her prayers had been heard, and now she no longer had to worry about her life. The king quickly healed her wounds and promised that she had nothing to fear anymore. The girl spoke about her parents' duty, but Aragorn barely listened and suggested she sleep a little to recover. It was obvious she wanted to say something important, but no one was letting her get the words out. The king helped her fall asleep and ease the pain with the moon cradle. As soon as she finally relaxed, several more criminals appeared. For a guy like Han, this was a perfect chance to show off his slightly forgotten talents. The king didn't hold back either and wanted to punish the sinners for their horrible crimes. He used Agnes's blade and flew into a rage like he had just turned 25 again. Han didn't stand aside either, and used the dragon god vessel and the heavenly spear. With special effects like that, there was no doubt the criminals had no chance left. They stayed confident only until they saw who they were up against. When a beam of bright light appeared on the horizon, it was already too late to react. With lightning-fast movements, the young adventurer eliminated every opponent. He left one of them alive to ask a few questions. Then Han looked more closely and recognized the guy. He didn't want to cause him unnecessary pain and ordered him to run immediately before it was too late. Enemies from his past life were becoming allies, while allies were turning into enemies. Right now, he had met Tarnis, who worked as a spy and had infiltrated the criminal world with Aaron's help. He was doing his job well, and there was no point in holding him back. Meanwhile, the criminal squad was gradually developing and growing stronger. These people never relaxed and trained even while everyone else slept. The Tomb Emperor, the head of the clan, loved nighttime training under the cold wind. During the day, developing their talents was almost impossible because of the suffocating heat, but at night they could cut loose and show the full extent of their abilities. After destroying several huge monsters, the training session came to an end. After that, the Tomb Emperor received an urgent message from his assistant. He learned that a powerful warrior had appeared in the Orange Zone and decided to open a new hunting season. The next morning, when the little cat girl woke up, she told them about the crystal passed down through generations. Her rescuers took the crystal and dropped it into the holy water. After that, the water turned green and gave the desert hope. Now her parents could finally find peace, and the girl could slowly move forward. She would remember forever the sacrifice her parents made to protect the lands of Lazarus. Aragorn was unhappy, because in his time, these lands had held much more balance and kindness. Now seeing criminals trying to kill a child, he could barely control his emotions. During the conversation, the girl realized the man before her was a distant relative. Most likely, he might even be her grandfather, since they had the same family name. Her parents had always told her that the spirit of their ancestors would come to help in a difficult moment. Now she looked at the king and understood that those words had been prophetic. Everything would be fine now, and the future was slowly losing its darker colors. This little beauty's name was Alan, and she was a descendant of the royal dynasty. It turned out Aragorn's clan was still alive despite many long years of decline. He hugged the girl and thanked her for surviving despite the weight of fate. The old man visibly came back to life after meeting the child and felt young again. Now his ancient tribe would surely accept its king, though no one had counted on that anymore. For the Orange Zone, this was not a bad beginning at all. Meanwhile, MB Erin met with her assistants to discuss how serious the situation had become. Recently, the criminals had been causing far too many problems. Squads of honest people could barely hold back the enemy pressure. More and more ordinary citizens were suffering because of this situation and demanding decisive action. Erin had always suggested acting as harshly as possible, like killing and executing everyone who broke the rules. She also reported that the new travelers from the Red Zone could help them in this difficult fight. After that, Erin hurried to meet Sophia so they could discuss cooperation. She left all the dirty paperwork to her assistants. They had long since gotten used to it, though they still complained about their duties from time to time. Meanwhile, the Avengers were actively fighting inside the ruins of the secret dungeon. Everything was happening exactly the way Han had described. Once they entered the secret dungeon, they faced a huge wave of ballads that became a serious threat. Only thanks to the executioner's talent did hope for success still flicker in the adventurers' hearts. They had been fighting monsters non-stop for more than 3 days, and exhaustion was slowly catching up with them. At the same time, leveling his skills allowed the Dark Monarch to reach a new level of power. He gradually returned to his best form, but he didn't sell his soul to the devil and stayed on the light side. Then the team fell into a shortcut trap that teleported them straight into the boss room. Han had warned them never to reach the boss before all the other monsters were destroyed. None of this was part of the plan, and Sophia clearly understood that one mistake could cost the entire team their lives. The Ballad King, born from cannibalism, was already ready to enjoy a tasty snack. There was no time left for extra thinking, and the battle with the king began almost immediately. Despite their numbers advantage, the adventurers were having serious trouble. Unlike ordinary ballads, the king stood out not only through regeneration, but also through more advanced offensive abilities. Maybe his defense was too weak, but under constant pressure that barely mattered. Finding his weak point was difficult, because he didn't let anyone breathe for even a minute. After Han handed leadership of the team to the executioner, many things changed. San felt he had no right to waste that trust, and tried his hardest to prove himself. He took command and led the team forward, even though he was desperately short on experience. Unlike Han, he was living his first life, so some of his advice was still too naive. Even so, something important happened during the battle. Mr. Levin awakened. The Dark Monarch unlocked his ability, and his stats shot straight through the roof. After receiving that enhanced state, he instantly turned into a berserker demon. From that moment on, the outcome of the fight was basically decided. The Monster King of the Hidden Dungeon could no longer count on victory. He had to fight the Lord of Death, a phantom, and the Dark Monarch all at once. No matter how strong and powerful he was, death was already waiting for him. The destruction sped up when another top-tier figure appeared on the battlefield. Aaron found the entrance to the secret dungeon and quickly helped her friends finish the job. Her 2 weeping willow blades chopped the king into tiny pieces and turned him into kebab meat. Cold calculation and the unbelievable grace of a cat made Aaron a true legend. Watching her move was pure pleasure. And on top of everything else, she was incredibly beautiful. The Ballad King was defeated, and unexpectedly, ownership of the cave passed to her. The team that was supposed to claim victory looked beaten and crushed after 3 days of fighting. They felt as if the win they had worked so hard to earn had been stolen from them. Still, everyone thanked Erin because she had been the final push that broke the Ballad King. Once it was over, Erin immediately said she needed help. Her clan didn't have enough scouts, and they needed someone who could gather information on the criminals. Everyone thought Sophia was the one who should handle this unexpected request. It was obvious she didn't like the idea, but she was willing to help, since Erin had given the Avengers every comfort in her city. While the adventurers were defending the hidden dungeon, Han and Aragorn reached their destination. At last they saw the legendary village Alan had led them to. Lately, almost no animals were left in the village. There were very few residents too, and even the ones still there were preparing to leave. Apparently, things had gotten so bad that people were ready to abandon their own homeland. Chaos filled the little girl's house, where they were also getting ready to leave. Without their best warriors, staying in the village was far too dangerous, but the chief still couldn't abandon the place. Suddenly, the doors opened, and little Alan ran inside. Seeing her alive, everyone was overjoyed and began crying from happiness. The old man and ghost were also glad they had saved another life, though Han didn't even smile. Her grandfather immediately thanked the rescuers and said he was ready to do anything for them. There was no time for extra talk, so as always, the formalities were pushed aside. Han wanted to learn the body enhancement technique, even though it was considered extremely dangerous. To do that, they had to meet the elder and have a serious conversation. The little girl was left in the next room, and they quickly hurried to meet the elder. She was an adult woman whom everyone had long called Grandma. Humans kept attacking the village, so giving one of them the body enhancement technique would obviously be strange. Han explained that he had nothing to do with the bandits and criminals, and that he actually wanted to destroy them. He was ready to get rid of the Tomb Emperor and bring peace back to the local tribes. The elder promised to arrange an audience, and right after that, a loud explosion rang out. Everyone rushed outside and saw a threat descending from the sky. From a distance, it looked like a massive swarm of parasites, but in reality, they were fiery stingers. Apparently, several locals had already been hurt, and the situation had taken a bad turn. Everything happened much earlier than expected, and Han had to act more decisively. Without the magic tree's enhancement, his stats didn't look immortal. He was still the same vulnerable human who could lose to a strong opponent at any moment. Little Alan led the king to the sacred tree of the local tribe. She looked happy and told him ancient legends of her people. Aragorn smiled too, feeling happy for the first time in many years. He wasn't thinking about anything and seemed to sink into peaceful old age without any extra worries. It didn't last long. because his intuition was always one step ahead. Turning around, he saw a huge number of flaming arrows approaching. If he had reacted even 1 second later, he would have died along with everyone near the tree. Everything around them burst into flames, while the living were saved by a magical barrier. The criminals had already stormed into the village and were causing chaos at every turn. They wanted to kill anyone who resisted, assault women, and torture the elderly. Few people could name any real reason for this behavior. Most likely the bandits simply enjoyed it. Monsters like that have no place on any planet in the galaxy, and they need to be erased as quickly as possible. At first, the old man chose a defensive approach and tried to protect those close to him. It was clear that the young and fiercely aggressive king of Elfenheim had awakened inside him. He activated the legendary fiery stingers, and revenge began. Deadly rays flew in every direction, piercing the criminals' hearts. At first, the main guard froze in fear when they saw a skill considered supreme. The king looked at them as if he were challenging the younger generation and feared nothing in his life. He promised every one of them would answer for their sins, and one of the gang's bruisers accepted the challenge. He ripped off his shirt and charged forward to destroy the old dog. The blow was so fast and powerful that the king of Elfenheim couldn't react in time. When Aragorn fell onto the hot sand, he felt his broken ribs crunch. As he fell, he tried to see what was happening ahead while the bandits mocked him. Using magical regeneration, the old man quickly recovered when he realized the child was in danger. He rose from the dead like a phoenix and repeated his trick with unbelievable cruelty. The arrows began piercing his enemies, and screams of terror echoed through the whole village. Every single bandit who came here that day felt raw fear. To protect himself somehow, their boss used an ancient blood skill. Not much is known about this technique, but judging by the reaction, it was a serious boost. The second round of a brutal fight began. Good against evil, youth against experience. The younger fighter clearly had the advantage in speed and power. The old man attacked confidently from long range, but to do that he needed to gather more energy. By then, Han had already appeared on the horizon and tipped the scales toward experience just in time. He activated the Dragon Lord form and quickly scared everyone off with his wings. Instead of warnings and pretty words, he moved like Satan himself had sent him. To the nearby villagers, it looked like a Philippine typhoon had crashed down onto the earth. Either way, he cleared the area of evil extremely quickly. Most of the casualties were on the criminals' side, while the civilians remained unharmed. After that, he had to show that the beating was only the beginning of the end. The criminal boss first lost his armor, then began twisting from savage pain in his spine. Things ended badly for him. He turned into sand and went to hell to pay for his sins. He left behind a mountain of runes, which meant this man had been killing almost every single day. High in the sky, bandit reinforcements appeared, and everyone thought the whole thing was about to start all over again. Then some strange monster roared, and a huge warrior in golden armor appeared. Baron Gordon inspired fear as if there really was at least a drop of divinity inside him. While people couldn't understand why the beasts were scattering in every direction, the Baron confidently approached. He was rightfully considered the strongest warrior in this desert. All his life, the Baron had protected ordinary people from criminals and tried to restore balance. When things reached a critical point, he activated the White Tiger Rampage technique. That was when the bandits realized this was not a man to mess with. Though by then, it was already too late. A massive puddle of blood formed on the ground after the slaughter from the sky. When the Baron landed, it turned out little Alan was his actual sister. He calmed the girl down and said everything was under control now. Then the Baron tried to understand why a horned man was fighting on their side. Han honestly admitted that he wanted the body enhancement technique, then planned to heal Lazarus, so they might as well become friends. Everything would have been fine if the Baron hadn't wanted to personally test this man's strength. For some reason, every member of a warrior race loves testing people through combat. For them, words and negotiations mean nothing. Only battle power and character matter. If they want to understand someone's true intentions, they always challenge him to a fight. Ghost gladly accepted the bull's little invitation and prepared to finish everything as quickly as possible. His divine artifact was ready to deliver a fatal strike, but Baron Gordon was not that simple. He didn't just defend calmly, he attacked beautifully too, as if he could sense his opponent's weaknesses. A short sparring match was enough to prove that Han truly deserved respect. After that, it was time to calm down and talk like reasonable beings. Gordon had a very long name, but everyone simply called him Baron for convenience. At that moment, the Elder appeared on the battlefield and ordered the two idiots to stop immediately. No more fighting, because more than enough blood had been spilled today. Han returned to his normal state and started looking noticeably better. The Elder asked the Baron to take the human with him and let him see his plan through. If he truly wanted to help the settlement, refusing him would be stupid. Since Aragorn had used the fiery stingers, he also caught the Elder's attention. Now this man would go with her and explain his secrets. The Baron would personally escort the travelers along the sacred path. Closer to evening, they set out again, since the body enhancement could only be received in the next city. Han regularly stayed in contact with his team and kept checking what was happening with them. He was glad to hear the team was progressing and slowly finding its place in the new zone. Sooner or later, he would need them in the fight against evil, so everyone had to be ready. The king grew a little sad when he realized he was slowly fading into the background beside the Avengers. He didn't want to be a burden and tried to help the young adventurers in any way he could. Han had to find the right words and tell him that without Aragorn, this whole plan would remain nothing but theory. Now let's return to the Avengers in the city of Tarnis. Erin was gradually putting her ideas into motion and doing everything she could to defeat the criminals in her lands. The dungeon had been fully cleared, and now the Avengers were ready to help solve the city's problems. At that moment, each of them received a message from Han. Everything was fine until the Shadow Monarch screamed like a butchered pig. He tried to explain himself and said the boss wanted him to infiltrate the Lair clan. The Shadow Monarch had to become a spy and pretend to be a bandit. To get into the clan, he had to draw attention and commit a few serious crimes. Han wrote it plainly. He wanted Levin to do something nasty and horrible, because only then would the criminals accept him. When Erin heard Ghost's suggestion about breaking the city gates, she didn't even know how to react. On one hand, she understood it was a good method, but on the other, she would have to repair those gates later. The Shadow Monarch clearly didn't like the whole idea, since he had never pictured himself as a spy among bandits. They had to explain that he looked worse than everyone else and seemed more like a real villain. By evening, it was time to carry out the boss's order, and feelings no longer mattered. Levin had already gone too far, so backing out now would have been stupid. As soon as he heard the signal, he tightened his grip on his sword. The fan strike technique could split even a dragon's head, never mind ordinary walls. The explosion was so powerful that even people on the opposite side of the city woke up in shock. With his loud actions, he attracted attention very quickly. Then he used the fog of solitude, which helped him escape. This ring allowed him to turn invisible, and only Erin could give away an artifact like that. Thanks to her knowledge of the Orange Zone, she knew the best way to shake off pursuit. The Shadow Monarch handled everything perfectly. It was truly clean work. Han received word that part of his plan had been completed and was satisfied. He knew this task had been perfect for the Shadow Monarch, who was capable of far more than he realized. Gradually, Levin would play a bigger role in the team, though he didn't understand that yet. The next morning, Han received permission to enter the Great Sanctuary. During that time, he had become good friends with the Baron, and they had grown close fast. Now these men were ready to fight for each other if it meant filling the Orange Zone with prosperity and comfort. The Great Warrior wished Ghost luck and pointed him toward the next path. When Han entered the sanctuary, the golden glow almost blinded him. Before him stood the High Priest of the Great Sanctuary, a man named Odeon. They had already met in his past life, back when they had been equals under abyss conditions. Now the circumstances were a little different, and the priest had to be treated with respect. Han didn't even kneel, which immediately brought a wave of shouting down on him. Insults flew from every side, though the priest stayed calm and wanted to hear the man out. To prove his strength, Ghost instantly used the Dragon Lord technique. He explained his motives and said he had come here only to help. His goal was humanity's growth, and for that, the Orange Zone's conditions had to improve. He was ready to get rid of the stinking criminals and restore Lazarus's health at the same time. If they gave him some freedom and the body enhancement, he guaranteed immediate results. Then Aragorn gave his own speech and also demonstrated several techniques. He said he was the very king who had left his native tribe long ago to try saving its people. That plan had failed back then, but now he was ready to fix everything with the help of a human. After seeing such incredible power, even the great priest acknowledged the new ruler. Now no one treated the human hunter with contempt anymore. They received permission to act freely and gained full support from the community. While preparations were underway in the sanctuary, the Tomb Emperor wasn't wasting time either. That day he was speaking with a priest named Yatun. Together they represented dark magic and were doing everything they could to seize full control of the Orange Zone. The priest asked his ally to hurry and kill as many pitiful humans and beasts as possible. The Tomb Emperor was ready to do anything to revive his wife. For that, he was willing to abandon his human nature and kill every minute. All that remained was reaching the sacred temple and starting the war that had been prepared for years. In the sanctuary where the meeting was taking place, there was a spy working for the criminals of the Lair clan. After hearing about the arrival of the king of Elfenheim, he immediately rushed to report it to his boss. This spy had worked in the sanctuary for many years and had no idea all his intentions would be exposed today. Han had tracked the spy in advance and struck him unexpectedly from behind. Right now, they could not allow any information to leak, or all their plans would collapse like a house of cards. After hitting the Inquisitor several times, Han tried to learn as much as possible about the enemy's plans. He was merciless and beat the scumbag without the slightest guilt. When the Inquisitor started looking like a blue eggplant covered in bruises, the beating finally stopped. His bloody fists dropped, and the time for negotiation finally arrived. Thanks to his method, Ghost learned that the war would begin in no more than 2 days. The Inquisitor hoped he would be released now and allowed to return to his beloved family. He thought the man before him was capable of doing good deeds, but that was not the case. Han had always been fair above all else, and he quickly sent the traitor into the dark abyss. After receiving some precious runes, he analyzed the situation and adjusted the plan. The invasion would begin very soon, and several factors were bothering the main character. That was probably why he gathered all his allies and brought them into the Orange Zone. Han sent a message to his friends and ordered them to reach the sacred temple immediately. After that, they would join forces with the King of Elfenheim and gather runes while Han was unavailable. The enemy army would move out in 2 days, but the journey would take a month. That would be enough time to receive the body enhancement and bring the plan to life. First, he had to undress and follow every instruction from the priest. Long ago, they had already tried this method, but back then it failed. Many bodies simply couldn't withstand the body enhancement process and broke down right from the start. Han trusted his unbreakable strength and willpower, so he decided to take the risk. When the process began, particles of Lazarus's body immediately entered his blood. Now his blood would slowly change, and the pain would be unbelievable. For an entire month, he would have to endure the agony while staying conscious the whole time. Everyone else could only wait and hope Han returned in time for the bloody slaughter. Aragorn had some time to hunt and gather runes. He learned where the nearest monster cluster was and headed there immediately. The dense forest would be the perfect hunting ground alongside the Avengers. While Han and his allies followed the plan, the criminals of the Lair clan ran into problems. One of their main headquarters exploded late at night, killing generals and squad captains. Panic spread among the people, and many regretted ever coming to the Orange Zone. They had wanted to thrive and enjoy life, not take risks and clean up disasters. At some point, an unfamiliar guy in clan uniform appeared among the ordinary soldiers. He acted confidently and showed the monarch mark on his hand. This man offered every dissatisfied soldier a chance to join him and receive a boost. His main talent was instantly increasing the stats of any living creature. The clan leader had no idea what was happening and spent all his free time near his wife. To revive her, he would have to become a monster, and he had accepted that thought long ago. Then his brother Guan appeared in the laboratory with urgent news. Their command post had been attacked, and most likely the invasion would have to be delayed. There was also news that another monarch from the Cross clan had appeared. He was uniting weak members and rapidly raising their stats. The Tomb Emperor became interested in working with this man. He was ready to do anything if it helped his wife wake up. He had sworn long ago to do whatever it took for his goal, and now he felt only the final step remained. Time kept moving forward, and many members of the Beast Tribe couldn't understand how a human was enduring such hellish torture. Even the strongest warriors died after only a few days of body enhancement. Ghost had spent more than a month in agony and never once tried to end the experiment. From the outside, it looked like he was in a deep sleep, but his mind was still awake. His body was in unbelievable pain, and even his rune supply couldn't make it stop. At some point, he had to use the vampire ring to support his weakened body. There was still a long road ahead, and on top of that, he had to hope the Avengers carried out their plan from start to finish. Right now, they had to spend their free time hunting. It was extremely important to gather as many runes as possible before the great battle began. The Executioner ran into huge dinosaurs in the middle of the night desert. Lately, he had noticeably improved his basic skills and was not scared of the new threats at all. Thanks to his speed and light movement, he always managed to stay one step ahead. The large monsters simply couldn't keep up with him, though the Executioner still made mistakes from time to time. He was still far from Ghost's level, but here and now he was already showing great talent. When there were too many monsters, help came from an unexpected direction. A green beam of hope cut most of the monsters in half. They screamed and dropped dead, throwing sand in every direction. At first it seemed like Ghost, but then the Executioner realized he had been truly shocked. Instead of an experienced, confident general, he saw a completely different person. Standing before him was a beautiful, airy girl named Kiriel. Honestly, even she was surprised by the strength of her own strike and immediately apologized. The Executioner had never seen girls like this before, and even decided not to make any sudden moves. You don't see a delicate beauty fire-splitting lightning with insane power every day. There was a logical explanation for all of this. Not long ago, Kiriel had fought alongside her tribe against their enemies. Things had been going terribly for them, and only near the end did they manage to break the monster's pressure. The blonde proved she was already ready for real battles and could be relied on. Even the Bee Queen noticed her psychometry skill, which let her see the past through a single touch. From that moment on, the beauty's fate changed completely, and would never be the same again. Now she had the chance to become a troop captain and head into a dangerous zone. A great war was approaching, and every talented fighter had to be ready for heroic deeds. Proper weapons were necessary here, like the lightning scepter. In truth, it was only a prototype, but even that was enough to grill monsters better than barbecue meat. Happy Kiriel thanked her mentor and the Bee Queen, promising to carry out their missions. Now she wanted to join the war against the villains and help the hero named Han. With one strike, she destroyed a huge monster, and from that moment on, the executioner decided to trust her. It feels like everyone around this guy has a cool weapon except him. Apparently he would have to train hard too if he wanted to earn a scepter like that. They talked for a while and discussed the heroic warrior known as Ghost. The executioner admitted he was his teacher, and even said earning his respect was harder than ending a conflict in Iran. Kiriel appreciated the joke and even laughed out loud. It seemed like there were sparks between them. The kind people in the modern world call love. Fine, let's not exaggerate and admit the executioner just doesn't know how to talk to girls. They had better gather their things quickly and head to the nearest base. War was coming, and very soon a bloody battle would begin where there would be no time for jokes. That was exactly what they did, and only a few days later they reached their destination. The road to the Great Main Temple took a lot of strength, all because of the terrible heat. Aragorn used a skill called Spiritual Eye to look into Kiriel's past. He confirmed that this girl could be trusted and was not some imposter. By the way, she had been called here by Sean himself, Aragorn's son. The father was happy to hear his son was okay and even teared up a little. Now all those beautiful stories had to be left in the past. Aragorn warned that a storm was coming and his army would need help. If the Bee Queen was ready to lend her army, he would gladly unite with her to protect the civilians. The wise man was in a good mood today, so he decided to give the younger fighters some gifts. The executioner and Kiriel could each choose one item from his personal treasury. The main character's student chose the daggers of balance and regretted it almost immediately. By the time they told him he shouldn't touch them, it was already too late. The problem was that these daggers had been cursed for a long time and should have been locked in a closet from the start. Now the executioner would never be able to give up those two daggers, and that wasn't even the worst part. He had to keep them with him even when bathing, or he would suffer savage pain. The moment he forgot one of the daggers, his body would start twisting inside out. Honestly, no one had ever tested those words, but the wise man believed old legends way too much. Kiriel decided they needed to test it in practice, or none of it made sense. The executioner immediately made a mistake and decided to trust her words. He set one dagger aside and felt pain like getting struck by lightning in the middle of a storm. After that, he would never part with his weapons again, even if someone offered him a GTA 5 demo. That's what happens when you listen to pretty blondes who think they're smarter than everyone else. As for the girl herself, she didn't make the same mistake and chose much more wisely. She liked the Sword of Aluminum, the hero who had protected this city more than 100 years ago. You could tell the old man wanted to sell it at auction and buy himself a new Lamborghini, but those dreams would have to wait, because he had promised a gift and now had to keep his word. One touch of the sword was enough to make everything around them shine with bright flashes. She had to focus mana into the blade immediately, or it would devour Kiriel's soul. The girl had already shown she wasn't on the weakling list, so she had nothing to fear. Her talent was more than solid, which meant there was no need to worry. Aragorn advised them to prepare for battle and train as much as possible. Our main character was still lying inside that strange capsule. Even though he hadn't been able to move for a long time, his mind was still awake. He knew some girl had arrived here together with his friend. 2 weeks before these events, Kiriel had already managed to show what she could do. Right after meeting Aragorn, she went through several training sessions and entered battle. Together with the Bee Queen's army, they created a real force that didn't fear death. From the outside, these madmen looked like a swarm of monsters, even though they fought on the side of good. Sometimes a dangerous appearance helps in battle by scaring the enemy. The support here was seriously impressive, and it wasn't limited to bees alone. You could see different royal guards here, all ready to carry out any order from Kiriel. Just look at all these warriors, ready to spill blood and break bones. At first glance, they might seem like fragile fairies, but in reality they were bloodthirsty piranhas. And I'm not talking about classic girls here, but the characters in this story. With her talent, Kiriel slowly but surely earned everyone's respect. She was progressing so fast that many were already comparing her to Ghost. Thanks to her ability to look into the past, she picked up the enemy's trail and learned where they were. Right now, Han was too weak and needed strong friends to unite and protect the civilians. The girl planned to unlock her full potential first, then meet the local star. Now let's move to more dangerous places, where the locals sold their souls to the devil long ago. The villains loved abusing the slaves they had captured after taking another Beastmen city. This whole sad show was run by Kyle Dawson, the head of the Lair clan's 21st district. This bastard had committed a huge number of crimes and didn't feel even a trace of guilt. One of his favorite forms of entertainment was killing fresh slaves. He gave them a chance to run and didn't block the escape route at all. But as soon as the slaves picked up speed, Kyle pulled out his weapon and tried to kill the runners. Just look at his burning eyes, hungry for blood and obedience. Watching these crimes made it hard to breathe and impossible to turn away. Innocent slaves dropped dead without any real chance at a second life. Kyle was clearly on fire today, and people said he had even set a new record. For him, 10 kills in one attack had long stopped being special. though for everyone else it was an insane number. It turned out one of the slaves had survived and was still breathing. Kyle's assistant announced that the record was under threat. For the captain, that was like waving a red flag in front of a bull. He instantly launched himself forward and shot high into the sky to deliver a power strike. The surviving slave felt a foot punch straight through his spine and tear his heart apart. The poor guy had no chance of survival. His life had reached its end. There was no condemnation here, only the praising screams of the captain's assistants. Among all this scum, only one person radiated disgust. The Dark Monarch had long hated the bandits he was forced to work among. In reality, Levon was NBRN's assistant and was working here undercover. He hated Kyle with all his heart, since last year this man had raped and then killed Aaron's little sister. Sooner or later, the time for revenge would come, but for now he had to hold himself back. Levon had come here to deliver an assignment and didn't want to stay any longer. He wouldn't have to play friends with this bastard for much longer, because payback was coming soon. The villains were gradually gathering their troops and preparing for the offensive. They knew the land of Lazarus was rotting, which meant the great god had abandoned them to their fate. Now they were ready to worship another god if it meant moving their souls to a better world. I won't go into every detail, because there's way too much nonsense and confusing religion here. Either way, these lunatics decided to become heretics, thinking it would be better for them. Well, that's their choice, but every sin comes with a heavy price. Fighting on the side of all these villains was the Tomb Emperor himself. All he wanted was to save his wife, and everything else barely mattered to him. The Emperor had to turn a blind eye to the crimes of the people he called allies. You can judge him however you want, but either way he was an accomplice to their crimes. The villain armies were almost fully assembled. Now they were marching toward a great war to seize the land and offer their enemies to a new god. For all of that, they hoped to open the gate and cross into a new, prosperous world. More than 100,000 warriors moved forward toward Aragorn's kingdom. They knew no fear and followed one single goal: killing. That was why Han needed to crawl out of his damn capsule as fast as possible if he wanted to save this world from collapse. Panic was slowly rising in the audience hall of the main sanctuary. To put forces into the war, they had to secure a support army. Allies from different territories decided to unite so they wouldn't be wiped out one by one. Each of them had to understand that they only needed to hold out for 1 month of fighting. Around that time, Ghost would finally receive his body enhancement and join the war. After that, fighting would become much easier because Han had unbelievable skills. The pretty words worked on the generals and ordinary warriors. Every one of them believed in their strength and promised to go all the way in this bloody battle. Han had been absent for too long, and that could no longer be ignored. They had to contact him through the spiritual eye skill to discuss the situation. From the outside, it looked like diving into another world with its own laws and rules. Everything around was red and dark, which meant Ghost was in rough shape. He asked everyone not to worry, even though he could barely move. A lot had changed compared to his past life, and it was time to draw conclusions. Han explained exactly how the criminals would act to break through the defensive fortress. They would send slaves forward first, and of course those slaves would be let in without any checks. Once the slaves were inside the fortress, a spell would activate and everything around them would explode. The gates would be destroyed, and after that, holding back the villains would become almost impossible. To stop history from repeating itself, Han offered a clear and smart plan. He asked them to use the Executioner together with Vaughn to launch a counterstrike. That would help save many prisoners, especially if Aaron joined the operation. She was heading here now toward the support group, which meant they only had to find the 2 remaining fighters. When everything is going well, someone always shows up to ruin it. The instructor decided to interfere and ban the use of the spiritual eye skill. He was deliberately throwing sticks in the wheels just to enjoy the bloody war. From the outside, it looked like he had succeeded, but Han had already managed to pass on the main advice. Now all they had to do was carry out his orders and wait for his full awakening. There was no guarantee the Acheron army could hold out until then, but at the very least they had to believe in success. Now let's move to another area, where the heat had finally been replaced by the cool night. Here in Kyle Dawson's camp, everyone had been dreaming of a bloody battle for a long time. They were only 4 kilometers east of the Great Main Temple and would reach it tomorrow. Tonight, the bastards decided to test that very skill that allowed them to turn slaves into bombs. The dirty plan was to send the slaves ahead and let them enter the fortress. Then the mages would trigger the explosion, and all the dirty work would be done. Once nothing remained of the fortress gates, the outcome of the war would already be decided. Today, to test the skill, they planned to use 2 slaves. The old father was useless to them now, so he could crawl away and stop getting underfoot. His daughter was much more interesting because she would do anything not to watch her father get beaten. Kyle allowed the show to begin, then hurried to grab chips and beer from the fridge. From the outside, it looked pretty simple and clear. No one even needed a beating because magic was involved. They only had to place the spell on the slave girl, and that would be the end of it. Of course it hurt a little, but it was still much better than these bastards' usual torture. A few seconds later, everything was over, and she was unexpectedly released back to her father. The terrified girl thought she was about to be killed, and could hardly believe her own happiness. She ran to her dad to make sure he was okay and still alive. Judging by his face, he also thought this story would end a little differently. In truth, his instincts weren't wrong. Today just had a slightly different script. The stunned father started asking what the bandits had done to his daughter, but received no answer. Then came a finger snap, straight out of the main villain's playbook from the Marvel Universe. The magic pattern on the girl's neck lit up with bright pink flashes. After that, a massive explosion tore her apart along with her father, leaving no trace that they had ever existed. Kyle was clearly pleased because this gave him a way to win tomorrow's battle without wasting too many lives. Levin, also known by the alias Dark Monarch, kept watching all of this. He knew perfectly well that if he didn't interfere, tomorrow's battle would end in disaster for the Acherons and their allies. In that case, his people had to get out immediately, while he himself had to sabotage the operation. People say one man can't win a war alone, but Levin didn't agree. He was ready to attack, but an ally moved first and chose to sacrifice himself for the captain. He drew his sword and said he would give his life for the good and prosperity of his beloved world. Apparently, Kyle Dawson had been waiting for exactly that, because he didn't look surprised at all. He reacted instantly and showed skills worthy of a top-tier taekwondo school. One spinning kick knocked his opponent out without any extra talk or formality. Kyle had known from the start that right before the storm, every rat would either abandon ship or stab him in the back. After that, he turned his eyes to Levon, waiting to see what this mysterious bastard would do. Now the Dark Monarch had to kill Terrace's ally with his own hands to clear himself of suspicion. For him, this was the worst possible scenario, and he was not ready to do it. All he had to do was send a message with a magic bird so Eren would learn what happened here. After that, his life no longer mattered, and he could create real fireworks under the cover of night. The Dark Monarch smiled, then activated his magic, making it clear the show was only beginning. He ordered every member of the Crown clan to kill the villains in this camp. The quiet rest before the storm was over, and people seemed to lose their minds. A bloody battle began, where yesterday's allies fought today's enemies. The psychopath Kyle only enjoyed it and savored the process. He knew he would win in the end anyway, which meant he had nothing to lose. But his plans could fall apart if the Dark Monarch showed his full power. For his daughter's sake, he would fight to the end to defend his beliefs. From that moment on, all pretty words faded into the background. The two fighters grabbed their weapons and charged in, trying to tear each other apart. Kyle decided to seize the initiative and immediately tried to dictate the pace of the fight. By then, Levin had already absorbed a large portion of ancient runes. His stats instantly jumped, and he felt a burst of rage. After that, insane confidence broke free, and this fighter could no longer be stopped. Finally, someone had appeared who could fight back against the scumbag killing slaves. Just look at the face of this scared coyote, feeling real resistance for the first time. Another ally had been nearby the whole time, finishing off wounded fighters from the enemy army. Han was in no hurry to interfere, because he knew his friend would handle the problem. For now, everything was going according to plan, and tomorrow's storm might be delayed indefinitely. With his skills, the executioner made the dead rise on the battlefield and keep fighting even without their torn-off limbs. Sure, from the outside it looked terrifying, but what won't you do to win a war? Unlike Kyle, this psycho was at least on the good side, so we support him. Besides, he only torments scumbags and never hurts the weak or defenseless. Now let's return to the battle where two masters were deciding who was stronger. Covered in blood, Kyle could barely catch his breath after the last exchange. For probably the first time in his life, he was bleeding and feeling his heart hammer in his chest. Only now did he realize ordinary methods wouldn't win this, so he had to use forbidden ones. After that, he pulled a syringe from his pocket, and I'm guessing every bodybuilding fan just got a little nervous. Let me say right away, these are not steroids, so relax guys and enjoy the show. The poisonous serum would push his body beyond its limits and turn him into a horrible berserker. There was no turning back now, which meant Kyle Dawson was finally dying today. Knowing he couldn't win, he decided to drag the Dark Monarch into the grave with him. If someone calls him the Korean version of the Hulk, they'd be completely right. Even boosted by runes, Levon was not strong enough to stop this madman. One blow was enough to knock him off his feet and seize the initiative again. Flying backward, the Dark Monarch felt his ribs cracking under the pressure. He let out a faint groan and understood he wasn't going home today. The battle was heading toward its natural ending, where both fighters were supposed to die, and in that tense second, the magic bird finally returned to its master. The bastard Kyle didn't understand what it meant and kept mocking his opponent. As always, he made a terrible joke, then prepared to finish off the wounded beast. When he heard a rustle behind him, his instincts seemed to leave the room and refuse to help. His reaction slowed, and he still didn't understand anything before meeting his own death. 6 months ago, Kyle Dawson kidnapped and killed NBRN's sister, and since then a huge bounty had been placed on his head. Eren personally came to fulfill the death contract, and she did it while enjoying every second. Everything happened so fast that Kyle didn't even understand why his head was looking upward. He looked like a chicken that keeps running for a few seconds after losing its head. Then his consciousness went dark, which meant Eren had fulfilled her vow and sent the bastard straight to hell. Her face didn't even show emotion, as if it had cost her nothing. She rushed to the Dark Monarch to make sure he was okay. Tarnis was fine too, which meant no one important had been seriously hurt. The enemy squad was crushed, which meant the villain army had become at least a little weaker. Tomorrow's attack on the city was cancelled, and the noble sun would shine over the civilians once again. They had managed to buy a little time while waiting for Ghost's return. Everyone here hoped he would rise soon and lead the people toward prosperity and progress. Aragorn constantly stayed near Han to monitor the process. He looked tense because he knew the first clashes would have to happen without their strongest warrior. He kept repeating that they would manage, though honestly, from the outside, it sounded more like self-hypnosis. Maybe he didn't believe it himself and was just hoping Han would crawl out of that capsule as soon as possible. Things weren't going too well at the criminals' command center. When they learned Kyle and his team had been attacked during the night, they were immediately horrified. Today's assault on the Acheron fortress had to be postponed indefinitely. Now the main little rat didn't even understand how the enemies had learned about his plans. On top of that, there were reports of strange bees constantly attacking from the air. If before the war had followed a clear path on the ground, now everything had changed. Air attacks were much harder to counter without proper preparation and strategy. The bees used their advantage and attacked as if they weren't afraid of death at all. On top of that, the bees had learned to use defensive magic to strengthen protective walls. In short, they weren't just good at attacking, but defending too. And now they were a serious pain in the ass. Even when the bandits tried to get closer, NBRN's trained squads were always there to meet them. Moments like this make you realize that in war it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Training is what matters most here, and everything else is just details. With her reinforcements, Arryn forced the enemy to retreat, even though the battle had barely begun. That's how plans once considered unbeatable start falling apart. On top of that, the Acherons could not only defend but also counterattack beautifully. When they smelled blood in the water, they immediately chose to move forward and finish off the wounded, weakened enemies. In moments like that, Aragorn was completely merciless and ordered them to take no prisoners. Anyone who came to this land to rob and kill didn't deserve a second chance, which meant death was waiting for them. The villains of the Red Flame army were forced to retreat and forget all their promises. Each of them had been promised a bag of gold for a successful mission. But even when money is involved, it still can't matter more than your own life. As soon as the mercenaries saw death smiling at them, they threw away every reward and ran for safety. The problem appeared when safety was way too far away. They had left their own territory to attack, and now they were stuck in the scorching desert. This was the perfect place for air attacks, and the bees knew how to use that. Ciriel joined the battle with her squad of winged assassins. They cleared the area faster than James Cameron made the third Avatar movie. The yellow sands of the burning desert quickly turned blood red. For those who didn't get enough sword contact, magic had to be activated. The bees' explosive power was no weaker than their speed and lightness, and somehow looked even more beautiful. Watching this, the Rat King clearly felt out of place. He had planned to win and conquer a new world, but now even the weakest enemies were mocking him. Suggestions started flying in from every side on how to fix this whole mess. The Tomb Emperor remained calm, almost detached from the storm around him. He thought completely differently and cared only about reviving his wife as soon as possible. An idea flashed through his mind, and he immediately decided to use the secret weapon. He was ready to go and force the Acherons and all their allies to surrender and fall to their knees. But in return, he demanded a guarantee that his wife would be all right. That would require a huge amount of mana from dead souls, and those souls could even be taken from his own allies. When the Rat King tried to object, the Emperor immediately made it clear who the real power was here. Yatun definitely hadn't expected that, but he decided not to escalate things or ruin the whole plan. If the Emperor brought back prisoners from his army, Yatun promised to revive his wife immediately. To resurrect the woman and activate the portal into another world, they would need many souls. According to rough calculations, around 100,000 people would have to sacrifice their souls for these horrific plans. The Emperor was fine with that and promised to return with the required number of souls. From the outside, it looked like a bluff, but judging by his eyes, I could tell he wasn't joking at all. For his wife, he was truly ready to kill 100,000 living beings without even blinking. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Though the sun was already setting beyond the horizon, it was finally getting a little cooler, and for both sides, that felt like a breath of fresh air. Aragorn enjoyed watching his army destroy the second enemy wave, but he knew this was not the end. The third wave would definitely show itself, and fighting while exhausted would become a real problem. Without timely support, he would not have known what to do, but with Ciriel and the little bees around, even the darkest times became slightly more fun. Aragorn asked them to rest before the Battle of Endurance began. It looked like they finally had time to relax, But of course, things were never that easy. A terrifying aura made everyone tense up and tremble with fear. The little bees, who had recently played the role of killers, now didn't know where to hide their frightened eyes. The Tomb Emperor appeared in the sky, coming to remind everyone why he had earned that nickname. His own brother instantly understood that the plans had changed, and now the Emperor was setting new terms. This experienced killer looked at the armies like they were insects unworthy of his attention. He had always seen himself as the main star, and now he decided to remind everyone where that ego came from. His huge cannon aimed its barrel and fired a blast of overwhelming energy. From the outside, it looked like Chinese New Year had started, though that was absolutely not the case. Every warrior caught in his path was instantly erased. They didn't even have time to understand what was happening before they were scattered into tiny molecules. It looked a lot like a great vacuum cleaner commercial, the kind that cleans up everything around it. Aragorn immediately dropped to his knees and felt weakness in every part of his body. In just 1 second, the Tomb Emperor had entered the most heavily protected fortress. He met the local leader to exchange a few words. The Emperor offered a way for most of the locals to survive. He clearly had the power to destroy everyone around him, but he chose negotiations instead. All he needed was for Acheron to hand over 100,000 of its people, and then the war would end. 40,000 souls would go toward reviving his wife, and 60,000 toward opening a portal to another world. The city's population was barely more than 500,000, meaning they would have to give up 20% of their people. The king was clearly not ready to make that sacrifice, and many of his warriors agreed. As soon as Erin heard the conversation, she grabbed her sword and flew forward. We already saw her silent strike, the one that beheaded that brat Kyle. Now she decided to repeat the trick, clearly not realizing she was facing a beast of a completely different breed. The Tomb Emperor blocked the strike with his bare hands and didn't even turn around. He acted coldly, clearly showing his godlike level. They had met before, and hatred had always burned between them. Since Arryn disagreed with his offer so strongly, that meant she had to be removed. The Emperor decided to show his speed and demonstrate what a real silent strike looked like. In 1 second, he appeared behind his opponent and delivered a blow that could kill an elephant. Defending was simply impossible, and Erin didn't even understand how she ended up on the ground, smashing her face into the pretty floor. The shockwave threw everyone several steps back and made it clear they should not come closer. Even the fearless bees and their captain didn't think about interfering. Just look at the terrified eyes of the Dark Monarch and the Executioner, who until now had been considered fearless killers. The Emperor clearly showed his power to secure a successful deal. Odion frowned with anger and quickly analyzed the situation. Everything was getting out of control, and his entire people might not live to see tomorrow's sunrise. At the same time, Han was still in the capsule, and it seemed the time had come to wake him up. Aragorn, watching the negotiations, decided it was time to act. He reached out mentally to his granddaughter and ordered her to run to the secret room immediately. Maybe the fate of all 600,000 locals now depended on that little girl. With tears in her eyes, she began knocking on the secret room, unable to open the door. When all hope was gone, she fell to the floor and whimpered. After that, the heavy doors opened, and a dark warrior's silhouette appeared beside her. A ray of hope flashed in her eyes, which meant not everything was lost yet. Every second mattered now, because the negotiations had reached a dead end. Odion listened to the offer, then said exactly what he thought about it. He called on every warrior to take up arms and follow his order. Anyone who could fight had to challenge this insane emperor and show what the people of Acheron were worth. It was bold, maybe even insanely bold. The Emperor had been expecting exactly that, and a second later he rose high into the sky. He activated his explosive device at full power and prepared to bury 600,000 city residents alive. A beam of energy burst out and shot forward at the speed of light. At that exact moment, a man who had cheated fate long ago appeared in death's path. He took the entire hit himself and kept the locals from turning into dust. The Emperor definitely hadn't expected that, and immediately tensed up. For him, this was bad news, even worse than getting your TikTok account banned. When the Emperor saw the purple veins, he understood everything right away. Before him stood a man whose body enhancement procedure had failed. Most likely, Han was not in good condition right now, but he had been left with no choice and forced into battle. No matter how hard it was, he had to protect the people hiding behind his back. The Emperor warned him that this would be very quick and only a little painful. Personally, those words remind me of something, but I won't say it out loud because I was raised better. Magical power rushed toward Han, and he acted like he didn't even notice it. The guy calmly accepted fate's attack, as if he had been born for this exact moment. For him, this was a perfect chance to warm up a little, because this guy had basically been a couch potato. Just think about it. He had spent a whole month lying in a capsule without moving at all. It kind of reminds me of my classmate who got swallowed by social media years ago. Even though the body enhancement had not reached its peak, Han had still become stronger. Right now, his body was struggling because he had not trained in a long time. The Emperor remained completely cold, and now it wasn't even funny anymore. It felt like this guy had no emotions at all, because I hadn't even seen him laugh. Was he really so confident in victory that he didn't even feel excited? Let's see what happens when he faces the divine dragon form that Ghost just activated. A second later, they collided, even though there had been a huge distance between them moments earlier. Then special artifacts with destructive power came into play. The airwalk technique activated, which meant the Emperor was in serious trouble. He tried to break free from the hands of his own fate and instantly pulled the trigger. The explosion was extremely unpleasant and even made Ghost bleed. We hadn't seen that in a long time, which meant Han had finally met a worthy opponent. The executioner couldn't just stand aside and watch his boss get beaten. He hurried to catch Han and help him however he could. Despite coughing blood, Ghost was ready for round 2 and asked everyone not to interfere. His body was still rebuilding itself, and he only needed a little time to find his rhythm. Still, he had no right to refuse magical gifts. The runes were already in his hands, and he could quickly absorb their inner energy. His stats jumped by 50%. Along with the power of Nirma's ring, even the purple veins disappeared somewhere, and his defensive armor grew denser. Now the guy clearly looked much better, and no longer resembled a zombie during COVID. During the first clash, he managed to block the Emperor's cannon. Now that huge shotgun was out of commission, which meant the tough guy had lost his favorite toy. Now let's see what he can do without tricks and a special artifact. Han could have destroyed him with ease but chose a similar tactic and started with negotiations. He knew the Tomb Emperor was committing crimes only because of his wife. Han said he could heal her, even if it sounded absurd from the outside. At first the Emperor didn't believe him, but then he realized he had no right to reject outside help. Han didn't blame him for everything, and understood that the Emperor had committed crimes for the person he loved. So apparently you can kill people and say you did it for someone else. I guess those are the rules here. At least now the Emperor was moving to the good side, all to get help for his wife. The little Rat King had clearly lost and was now without his main weapon. The Tomb Emperor had betrayed his army, and what came next was anyone's guess. All that remained was to gather elite warriors and head straight to the Soul Transmitter. Looks like this Master Splinter wannabe had a backup plan, and had been ready from the beginning. A second later, a strange magical barrier appeared over the Acheron city. At first, nothing seemed wrong, and everyone gathered there simply stared at the sky. Then a horrible monster emerged from the barrier, looking like a mutant from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Its name was Akadis, and Han had already fought this bastard in his past life. Originally, the Orange Zone had never had calamities, and everything had been peaceful. When the Acherons died out, the land of Lazarus was completely swallowed by divine lava. After that, the Orange Zone literally became a hell where existence itself was impossible. In that sea of fire, a true mass of despair appeared, and people called it the monster Akadis. Since this monster had appeared earlier than it was supposed to, it had to be destroyed once and for all. According to memories from the past, Akadis had 5 unique skills. They had to shut down each of its strengths one by one, and then it would become an ordinary mortal. Right now, looking at the monster, Han felt that a dangerous challenge had appeared before him. One wrong move would end in death, and returning to the past would no longer mean anything. The cursed array of 10,000 wounds was already aimed at him, and even I don't know what that means. Looks like some kind of spell, and definitely one you want to dodge. The monster's main goal was to break through the protective barrier and destroy the locals. As for Han, he had to stop this devil and send it to the back alleys of hell. Every mage in the city had now activated maximum power just to strengthen the barrier. If the defense failed, they would hardly be able to survive a threat like this. As for Ghost, he had not only risen to interrupt the body enhancement technique, he had also helped the civilians protect themselves and once again sacrificed his own progress. Back during the fight with Ouroboros, it had become clear this man had unshakable faith in himself. Now he was the last defender of this city, and the civilians' future depended on his actions. All of them begged him to save the Orange Zone, already knowing he was their last hope. And now that the epic scale had hit its peak, it was time to enjoy the bloody show. By the way, the Tomb Emperor had no idea the Rat King had hidden such a dangerous weapon. He thought there were no secrets between them until he learned just how treacherous Yatun could be. It turned out Akadis could activate the binding spell of countless scars. If we throw away all the complicated explanations, it basically makes everyone go insane and start turning into zombies. The Emperor was caught in the skill's effect, but not everything was lost for him yet. If he showed enough willpower and held on to his mind, Han promised to save his wife, so while the Emperor fought his inner demons, Ghost fought Akadis. To put it mildly, this monster looked absolutely disgusting, like Hollywood stars without makeup or plastic surgery. Even so, it was still powerful enough, and carried the strength of different elements. Han decided to use his staff and strike from mid-range. The first attack hit the target cleanly, but it had no effect. The nasty bastard was still alive, and even making sounds that resembled laughter. It strengthened the agony of countless scars' skill, and the whole area filled with vile energy. The monster sent its power straight into Han's heart, hoping it would tear the vital organ apart. Someone tell this thing its efforts are pointless, because Han no longer feels pain. He had leveled up so much that fights like this felt like child's play to him. The main character accelerated and began cutting off his opponent's limbs. The locals kept watching all of this, and they hadn't even paid for tickets. They saw the spell vanish and the barrier finally stopped taking pressure. Odeon still couldn't believe for a long time that a human was capable of something like this. When they first met, he had immediately understood that someone special stood before him, but now it became clear that Ghost was a true angel from heaven, sent to restore justice in the abyss. Han had just managed to strip the monster of several of its strongest advantages. Even so, its inner core was still contracting and creating dangerous energy. He needed to send it to hell quickly, or this would end badly. Right now, Akados used the Silk Tomb technique. Honestly, I don't know who comes up with all these names, but it sounds seriously weird. Han had to defend with a magic flash so he wouldn't become a tied-up vegetable. The monster did not like the flash at all, because it got fried like a grasshopper on a Chinese grill. By then, the Emperor had come back to his senses a little, and regained control of his mind. All this time he had been suffering unbelievable agony and already waiting for his brain to melt. For the first time he had seen a human with unbelievable resolve and a clear mind at the same time. To save his own wife, he would have to team up with this ghost and fight on the same side. The Tomb Emperor repaired his battle artifact and prepared to join the fight. He aimed carefully, knowing in advance that he had no right to miss. By then, crackling lightning had destroyed the monster's body. When the horrible creature started falling apart, a woman's body appeared beneath its shell. An ordinary person probably wouldn't have noticed it, but the Emperor immediately paid attention to the ring. The monster's body was open, and now they had to put the final nail in its coffin. Han had never had a problem with resolve, so he immediately got to work. At the last moment, a magic flash stopped him, landing right between him and Akados. It was the Emperor, begging him to stop and not kill his wife under any circumstances. Yes, you heard that right. He said this horrible creature was his wife. So all this time, one of the strongest warriors in the Orange Zone had committed countless crimes to save this ugly thing. People say love makes you crazy, but this is clearly a special case. Han explained that he understood everything and asked him to help instead of getting in the way. They had to finish this monster off, because only then would his wife have a chance to escape the shell of madness. It might be hard to believe, but after so many failures, the Emperor had completely lost hope. He decided to trust the strongest man and pointed the barrel at the monster again. Looking at Akados, he saw his beautiful wife, though she definitely wouldn't appreciate that comparison. Cold sweat immediately began running down his face and back, stopping him from pulling the trigger. Inner doubts rushed in from every side like wolves attacking a lonely lamb. The Emperor couldn't force himself to shoot and simply threw the weapon away. The monster instantly sensed weakness and rushed to finish off the uncertain predator. This is what a wife looks like after learning her husband spent his whole paycheck on a new PlayStation. Of course, she didn't appreciate that move and immediately went on the attack. The Tomb Emperor clearly didn't react in time, and honestly, he didn't really try. Thanks to an advanced skill, parasitic regeneration took place. To put it very simply, Akados healed its wounds by absorbing the Undertaker's life energy, and Han was just watching all of this happen the entire time. It was almost like he had deliberately let the Emperor suffer a little so he could understand his mistake. Now that the perfect moment had arrived, everything around them lit up with bright flashes. Han instantly closed the distance to the monster, and this time he didn't let it escape. He managed to break through Akadus's defense, and the beautiful woman finally breathed in the fresh scent of freedom. Her joy was definitely strange, and it honestly looked a little weird. Let's just pretend everyone celebrates in their own way and not make a big deal out of it. The loving husband and wife finally embraced and felt that the worst was behind them. Yes, she had really been saved, but was her health actually okay? According to Han, the one who could help her was already on the way. It turned out the woman was dying right now, and the happy ending was still far away. Aragorn had never imagined he would lend a hand to a man who had brought his people so much pain. Sometimes you have to look at the world differently to get a chance at progress. Han asked him to calm down and reminded him that this was all for the greater good. Right now, they were all in the same boat, and they needed to befriend the Emperor if they wanted things to improve. The Tomb Emperor needed to step aside and let the old man show his talent. I'm not talking about any weird perverted stuff here. Just basic medicine through magic. His wife needed immediate help, or her heart wouldn't hold out. She was still between life and death and needed constant support. To stop the curse for at least a while, the old man used the ice coffin technique. This magic wrapped around a person and prevented the dark forces from draining away all their life. The woman sank into icy chains until someone could fully heal her from the curse. Han promised to solve all these problems, but only after the war ended. There were still far too many enemy soldiers nearby, thirsty for blood. Right now, the men had more important things to handle, and only then could they return and heal the cursed woman. Even basic logic can hurt way too much. One look at his wife was enough to awaken old feelings and emotions inside the Emperor. Now he was Ghost's hostage and had to follow every order, or his dream would vanish again. By the way, now was the perfect time for Han to finally meet someone. I hope no one forgot the blonde girl who could read the past through touch. Kiriel touched his back and immediately sank into an abyss of darkness. Complete loneliness had surrounded this man his entire life. At the same time, he was incredibly stubborn, pushing to the end of the road to create a better world for humanity. He had lost his way and failed many times, which was why his heart was filled with sadness. It was hard to understand why one man had to carry such an impossible burden on his shoulders. For Han, this girl's touch became real torture and dragged him back into his past life. He instantly spread his wings and flew away, barely managing to say hello. This might be the first time we've ever seen him this shaken. One touch was enough for all that, and I'm honestly scared to imagine what would happen if Kiriel hugged him. The girl was upset too because she had always wanted to meet the local hero and imagined it a little differently. She felt unbelievable sadness and now wanted to help the hero. Someone please tell her to just stay out of the way and not make things worse. Han clearly didn't want to let anyone into his heart, and he had more than enough reasons for that. He flew away not to take a walk, but to complete the next task. He had become much faster and stronger than he had been in the red zone. In the orange zone, the main goal was body strengthening. That was exactly what his wise friends had said. Now that the main objective was complete, he could finish his path in this world. He descended into the dark forest and saw those same tracks. Creatures had clearly been heading toward the soul transfer device to find themselves a better world. Their main plan had failed, so they simply decided to run away with their tails tucked. For that, they would need a special device and a full ritual. They couldn't do it without the Crown of Thorns, which Han had heard about in his past life. Wearing the Crown of Thorns doesn't give you the ability to travel to another world, but it does make you the one who opens the gate. When Aragorn went to the red zone, he had many priests and plenty of energy, so there were no problems. Now the situation was the complete opposite, which meant a sacrifice would be required. The ones who chose this path didn't even understand they would become nothing more than a step toward opening the portal. For now, it benefited Han to let them carry out the plan so the villains would kill each other themselves. He would arrive at the scene and wait for the outcome before interfering. While the cunning ghost remained unnoticed, the villains of the Red Flame Army still believed in a happy future. They had searched long and hard for the entrance Sir Yatun had spoken about. Now that the work was done, they could finally enter the secret room. After all his shattered hopes, the Rat King firmly decided to move to another world. For that, he was ready to sacrifice his own allies without the slightest guilt. Han was already close and had been watching their every step the whole time. He used Ravana's bracelet, which made a person almost invisible. The secret room was much brighter and more spacious than the corridor before it. The Rat King addressed his allies and said this place was the continent's future. They were leaving the rotting piece of Lazarus and moving to a new land with no limits and no useless rules. All those stinking coyotes just nodded along with their boss, not realizing they were being led to slaughter. Every one of them agreed to give their life for the continent's prosperity. The boss chose his strongest ally and placed that very crown on his head. After that, the magical bindings activated to open the long-awaited portal. The squad captain felt unbearable pain as the crown drove its claws under his skin. He screamed and even squealed like a slaughtered pig, already knowing no one would help him. Long wooden tentacles lashed out at the other warriors as well. Only now did they realize Sir Yatun had brought them here to use them for his own purposes. In the end, he quietly said a few words and even apologized to his allies. The truth was that only he had the chance to cross to the other side. Screaming didn't help, and their bodies couldn't withstand the pressure, tearing into tiny pieces. The blood awakened ancient magic, which slowly opened the magical portal. Even though his plan had completely failed, he still managed to open the gate with the essence he had gathered. Originally, the Acheron energy was supposed to be used for this, but even this outcome suited the filthy rat just fine. While he danced with joy, Han slowly approached the target. He heard the name Cadion, someone he had known since his past life. Apparently, the Rat King had misunderstood everything and thought he was serving Cadion. In reality, that simply couldn't be true, because Cadion had always been on the side of good. In that case, there was no point leaving the rat alive, and it was time to get rid of him. He had already lived too long and enjoyed his power too much for a creature that didn't deserve greatness. 1 second was enough to close the distance and strike right on target. Yatun didn't even understand what had happened and kept screaming, blaming fate for his failures. Then the wound finally made itself known, and he saw his knees buckle. The bloody cough made it clear right away. Game over. The Rat King fell face first and kept twitching for a long time like an iPhone on vibrate. Han decided to remind the defeated enemy that he had used the wrong spell. While the Rat King wasn't fully dead yet, it wouldn't hurt to talk to him a little. Let him look at his own spell and understand what he had actually done. One wrong word changed everything, and now there could be no talk of any portal. Screaming wouldn't help here because there were only 2 living beings in this building. A black cloud emerged from the portal and swallowed the dying little rat. If one of these black clouds was caught, it could be used profitably in the orange zone. The little rat didn't even have time to understand anything before his body had already partly dissolved. Of course, he tried to say all kinds of vile things and even promised revenge. The fool didn't understand that the dark energy was using his body as food, and had no intention of giving him a second chance at resurrection. Now all that remained of him was a black magical cloud. This artifact was fully sealed, but it could still be used for personal purposes. At that moment, the instructor decided to remind everyone of himself again. He hadn't spoken to the main character in a long time, and had even gotten a little bored. Ordinary hunters were not supposed to receive such valuable prizes in this zone of the abyss. Still, an exception had to be made for Han because of his special skills. At the same time, the instructor asked for a small favor. He didn't like that all of Ghost's allies kept surviving the hardest battles. He hoped that in the future, at least one of them would die and add some spice to the story. From his side, this was just another provocation, because the instructor's life was far too boring. He should just shut up and unseal the black cloud if he didn't want to bring Ghost's wrath down on himself. One snap of his fingers was enough, and now the black cloud could be made into a familiar. Han could now do whatever he wanted with it, while the instructor returned to his own territory. He only asked him to make the next zone more entertaining and wished the guy luck. Looks like starting from the yellow zone, the instructor would create more and more problems, and they needed to be ready for that. For some reason, right after the conversation, Han remembered a new character. That same girl who made him tense up might not be as kind as she seemed at first glance. Maybe if he checked her past, he could learn some horrible secret, like that she voted for Donald Trump. Alright, jokes aside, because Ghost intended to heal Lazarus and restore prosperity to the world around him, it had long been known that using materials from the abyss would make creating medicine for Lazarus fairly simple. But on Lazarus's own territory, he would have to use local ingredients. For that, he needed not only the crown of thorns, but also the essence core of a Magos. To obtain something that valuable, he would have to destroy every Magos scattered across the orange zone and combine them into one whole. Before, this required awakening Tyrannomus, sealed inside the soul transmitter, but that was in the past now. Han now had a new artifact that would make the job much easier. He had just activated the dark core, and a burst of energy created a new creature. Ghost was probably expecting something more serious than a tiny dark cloud. The most important thing was that the creature born from the black cloud asked for a name. Han couldn't think of anything better than Blackie, and it seemed the little guy was clearly pleased. The black cloud's special skill was absorption, and that would help Han reach a new level. If he filled the cloud with mana and sent it on a mission, absorbing Magos would not be a problem. A second later, Han gave his first order, and the dark cloud headed out on its mission. By the way, the absorption process is always fun to watch, especially if you've never seen it before. From the outside, it seemed like Blackie had called for backup, but in reality, it was all one entity. The huge monsters had no idea danger was approaching and calmly grazed, enjoying life. Then the process of absorbing biocells began, along with the start of core creation. It was too late to scream. They should have reacted to the threat earlier and defended themselves in time. The local monsters were used to being attacked only by strong beings, so they didn't even pay attention to the little dark cloud. The Magos absorption was complete, and now came the stabilization stage and return to the soul transmitter. Han didn't even have time to make himself coffee before his request was completed, and the mission was done. If everything continued at this pace, creating the medicine for Lazarus would take very little time. Blackie was doing a great job, and on top of that, he was very cute, which could not be ignored. Now he would head to another area to keep absorbing Magos and killing all those creatures in the orange zone. Han wouldn't even have to strain himself, even though originally he was supposed to do this personally. Now all that remained was to take the wooden crown, which was also needed to create the medicine. We shouldn't forget how quickly the crown killed a large number of Red Flame followers. Still, that was their own fault, because they trusted the wrong master and paid for it themselves. Now the crown could be put to better use, and everything could be done in true Ghost style. Of course, the wooden crown resisted and even wanted to take over another victim. This time the wooden tricks didn't work, because the crown was grabbed by the true predator of these jungles. Now he had to recite a special spell that Han remembered from his past life. I don't know how long that spell was, but the whole process took more than 8 hours. By then, Blackie reported that the medicine was ready and they could finally enter the home stretch. Now Blackie could rest. While his master moved on to the most important part of the mission, he said all kinds of mysterious words with a completely calm face, like Kanye West saying nonsense for the 100th time. His words triggered an irreversible process, and even from the outside, it looked terrifying. Some huge red substance began growing before their eyes and absorbing the surrounding energy. For many long years, this lion had suffered unbearable pain, and now his suffering was coming to an end. The master of the Orange Zone had to awaken and guide his beloved world toward prosperity and comfort again. The locals still had no idea how much their lives were about to change. Of course, they were happy Ghost Han had appeared, but deep down, they didn't believe what this guy was truly capable of. A magical flash had just made everyone around believe in miracles again. In a desert where no hope remained, a small green sprout appeared. The giant lion Lazarus finally woke up, and his roar could make even the most addicted Dota 2 players jump out of their chairs. That sound was impossible to ignore, even worse than Marvel fans screaming when they saw the new Avengers lineup. Everyone around began discussing Lazarus's awakening and spreading the rumors farther and farther. Unknown magic burst out and began turning the desert into a green forest. Prosperity, which had been forgotten for so long, returned in full. For the locals, it was a sensation, meaning their hard life was over and a new era was beginning. In the middle of all those cries of joy and happiness, we shouldn't forget who helped them restore their former glory. The hunter known as Ghost truly deserved gratitude for once again doing the impossible. While everyone celebrated and prepared to throw a party, our main character kept showing off his muscles. Now he had the Dragon Fang sword, a sacred artifact left behind by the ancient Acherons during the release. The memory crystal had said that healing Lazarus would bring a special item, and this was what it meant. If the Dragon Fang sword was released, it would cover the body like armor. It could turn even the weakest warrior into a fully protected top-tier knight. In some ways, this skill could be compared to the holy body of the dragon god that Han often used. There was also a smarter option. Feed the Dragon Fang to the dragon god to boost the defensive effect. Of course, wasting a weapon like that would be a shame, since it would be better to give it to someone reliable. At the very least, it would help once the Abyss stage began and the Great War started. While Han was thinking about who should receive the new artifact, his energy suddenly drained away. For the first time in a long while, he felt weak and realized he needed to increase his inner mana reserves in the future. Even Blackie sensed his master's weakness and guessed they would not be going for a walk today. It was time to finish all these matters and return to the Great Temple, where they could finally hear joyful cheers. As Han approached the temple, he saw a huge number of warriors waiting for him near the main wall. They all looked extremely serious, like someone had just told them Venom would appear in a Spider-Man movie. In reality, this was an ordinary greeting for the hero who had changed the Orange Zone forever. All the warriors raised their weapons to welcome Han and thank him for everything that had happened. To be completely honest, Han didn't like it at all and didn't appreciate the gesture. They had to explain that every member of the tribe wanted to hold a feast for him, and this was their own decision. Each of them had spent their life dreaming of returning the Orange Zone to its former glory, and today was a huge celebration for them. Of course, everyone understood Han disliked extra attention, but sometimes there is no escaping gratitude. By the way, his body enhancement procedure had been a relative success, because at the very least, he had become much taller. Maybe some other parts of his body had also gotten bigger, but let's not focus on that. Before Han forgot, he needed to pass the artifact to his friend. He did it quickly and without unnecessary formality, as if he were rushing somewhere again. The sacred treasure greatly surprised Odeon, who thought he would never find it again. A weapon like this had to be given to a young warrior, for example, the last survivor of Gundabad. Everyone around agreed and handed the artifact to the young warrior. Now he could accept and feel that protective effect everyone had talked so much about. A legendary sword from the old stories is the most valuable gift any self-respecting warrior could receive. The moment he touched the weapon, everything around him changed. Lord Tarkal began changing right before their eyes, and extremely fast. Odeon asked everyone not to panic and reminded them that this was exactly how the weapon worked. The warrior slowly absorbed Kadion's mana, which meant the great sage would soon appear in a new body. It wasn't clear why he needed to appear in such a strange way, maybe to deliver some important message. Now Kadion had taken over the new consciousness and looked around. He asked the young warrior not to resist and to lend him his body for a while. For Tarkal, this was a great honor, so he immediately obeyed the elder's command. Han addressed the great sage and said Lazarus's treatment had come to an end. There was no point taking over other people's bodies now, so Kadion could return. To understand what was happening here, the great sage checked the young warrior's consciousness. He saw all his memories and quickly figured out what had happened here recently. Now it was clear that the man before him was the very ghost who had changed everything. After that, the sage stepped forward and touched the legendary warrior. He activated a spell called the Rift Sanctuary and moved them to another world. Everyone around was confused and didn't know what to do: grab their weapons or simply stand aside. Even the experienced old man had never seen a technique like this before and had no idea what to do. It seemed better to stand aside and let the two men talk calmly. I don't know how this will end, but sometimes even a simple conversation turns into a bloody meat grinder. I would honestly rather watch a good fight than another boring conversation. In reality, this was just a desire to speak privately without extra eyes and ears. Kadion's presence here and now was a chronological mistake, even though he had wanted it himself. He had not yet created the memory crystal that was supposed to heal Lazarus. The timeline had been broken, which meant Han had returned from the future, and there was no other way to describe it. The experienced sage was right, and understood it quickly from the guy's reaction alone. Han quickly explained everything that had happened and how he had ended up in the past. Now they were definitely on the same side, because fighting an ally like this was impossible. With every attempt to clear the abyss, the mind inevitably becomes hostage to different ideas, and that had become a problem for many warriors. All living beings become obsessed with growing stronger, surviving, or gaining power. Still, Han was a little different, and above all, he thought about the survival of his species. He wanted cooperation and needed any help he could get to achieve his goal. They discussed cooperation for a while, then spoke about the conditions needed to survive the Abyss War. From now on, Kadion would take over ruling the Acherons and lead them toward prosperity. After that, they returned to the real world of the Orange Zone and calmed everyone down. The Great Sage greeted everyone and said that from now on he would rule the entire Orange Zone. By the way, there was no need to worry about the young warrior named Tarkol. He was fine, and as soon as Kadion passed his knowledge to his descendants, he would return the young warrior's body safe and sound. Every side would benefit from this cooperation, so the negotiations could be called a success. Han also took responsibility and promised to call humans for help. First, they needed to restore the sanctuary, and only then think about what came next. In 2 days, the gates would open, and Ghost wanted to summon his comrades here. For that, he needed help from the one who controlled the gates, meaning Kadion. It turned out he had more friends than followers on Instagram. Han planned to summon more than 400,000 people, and apparently that was only the beginning. He explained that every one of them was ready to fight, which meant guests like that definitely wouldn't hurt. The sage promised to help open the portal and said they could rely on him. After the conversation ended, Han disappeared as usual without saying goodbye. This guy carried the sickly sweet smell of the abyss, though there was something else hidden in his essence. The time had not come yet, but once the preparations were complete, Kadion would have to personally check this man's intentions. For a while, let's return to the Tomb Emperor, whom everyone had forgotten about. His heartbreaking story had sunk deep into the heart, and it could no longer be ignored. The poor guy had suffered for a long time because of his wife's condition, and now it was time to end it. The doors swung wide open, and a man capable of performing yet another miracle walked inside. Apparently, Han had been struggling for a long time, because he still couldn't buy himself a shirt. He looked like that one guy who always walks around shirtless just to show off his muscles. Since this pervert loved attention so much, we won't judge him too harshly. The medicine for the wife was already ready, but the Tomb Emperor couldn't stay here. His presence caused too much anger among the locals and made the atmosphere unpleasant. He had to leave this place as soon as Blackie healed his wife. The recovery process had already begun, and that icy prison was slowly fading away. In moments like this, even the strongest and most fearless warriors get tears of joy in their eyes. His wife finally opened her eyes and spoke her first words in many years. At that moment, there were far too many emotions in the room. The couple cried, hugged, and kept repeating how much they loved each other. It was a beautiful story about loyalty and self-sacrifice, eventually breaking through any walls and boundaries. Now they no longer had to expect betrayal from the Tomb Emperor and could focus on more important matters. For example, organizing the transfer of travelers from the Red Zone into better conditions. After another victory, many allies gathered in the room. The relationships between many of them were extremely tense, which made it hard to relax. The Tomb Emperor tried to explain that his past actions had not come from evil intentions. He had only ever wanted to heal his wife, and everything else barely mattered to him. His dear wife also said a few words, though almost no one listened. In short, the Tomb Emperor apologized several times and said that from now on, he was on the side of good. No one had to believe him, of course, but Han called for common sense and cooperation. Besides, if the Tomb Emperor even hinted at betrayal, they could get rid of him immediately. Now that everyone had calmed down a little, they could finally listen to Ghost's plan. Tomorrow, he planned to bring travelers from the Red Zone. His main goal was to unite all the strongest clans of the Orange Zone and create a powerful army. Honestly, from the outside, it looked like nonsense that would be impossible to pull off. On top of that, some clans were full of psychopaths who were better left untrusted. Objections were useless now, because Han had already decided everything, even if it sounded insane. His main goal was strengthening humanity, and for that kind of mission, any method would do. He wanted to force every clan member through the enhancement technique, while he himself went to the Yellow Zone alone. As soon as his allies heard the idea, they immediately called him a psycho who had no idea what he was doing. Many of them had worked so hard to grow stronger and follow him, only for him to choose the lone wolf path again. Then came the classic incident that didn't even need explaining. Overcome with emotion, Kiriel got offended and simply walked out of the room. Most likely, she would post a story on Instagram right away and tell everyone how badly she had been insulted. Han had stopped caring about that a long time ago, added her to the blacklist, and now wanted nothing to do with her. All of this was necessary for one simple reason, and it created plenty of problems for him. In his past life, this girl's death had broken his heart, and he didn't want to risk her life again. Now they could get to work and start preparing the clans for unification. Han gave instructions to NBRN and the Tomb Emperor and asked them to hurry. After that, everyone left the room, and he stayed alone with his closest helper, the Executioner. Kiriel definitely had plenty of reasons to complain about Han, but she would still try to follow him when he left for the Yellow Zone. She clearly looked at him differently than at others, and that could become a problem. Right now, they needed to make sure this girl strengthened her body and became stronger. After Lazarus was healed, the procedure would become much faster and easier, meaning everyone could improve. Han asked the Executioner to keep an eye on Kiriel and be very careful. Then they rested for a while. And the next morning, the portal finally opened. The first bees appeared from it, along with armed humans. Nearly 500,000 warriors had arrived, led by Yumi and her assistants. The transfer to the Orange Zone was complete, and more than 30,000 elite warriors had been equipped with replica lightning scepters. Han hadn't seen his girlfriend in a long time, and she was clearly happy to hear his voice again. You don't see an army this huge and battle-ready every day. Han introduced the warriors to his new friend and said he could be trusted. At the same time, Kadian looked a little tense, which pushed away the new friends. They would get used to him over time, since this old fart was too old-fashioned to keep smiling all the time. Besides, he still didn't know whether these people could be trusted and kept doubting himself. People usually carried too much filth inside them, at least according to his experience. They had to reassure the old man that everyone working with Han had a pure heart and good intentions. Still, humans remained imperfect creatures who break under harsh circumstances. Many of them would die without ever learning to protect themselves in the Abyss War. In a dark world, strength and control over that strength mattered most, because monsters worse than Akadus lived there. Right now, everyone had to strengthen their spirit and skills, or they had no business entering the Abyss. The old sage was truly suspicious, and that was because he had enormous experience behind him. He needed to spend some time interacting with this new world before fully understanding the rules of the game. Now let's move for a while to the settlement of the Red Flame Clan squad. The surviving captains had gathered here to discuss what to do next. Everyone was a little worried and didn't know what to expect from the future. Rumors that Han was uniting every squad quickly spread across the Orange Zone. At the same time, another surprise was waiting for all these captains today. The Tomb Emperor's brother suddenly approached them to report the latest news. He smiled wickedly and told them something no one here had expected. It turned out Ghost Han had just been captured, and he would be executed soon. This message was written by the Tomb Emperor, who planned to kill every Acheron right after Han's execution. He called on his allies to gather in one place and prepare to spill rivers of blood.